there something better? I realized that we were using the same WSV3 instance for two scenes. Once I saw you move it back, I was like, okay, I'll move it back if I ever move it to the left. Because it seems like PR2 doesn't like to load very quickly, and I don't like just having like black background there, so I moved WSV3 in. Is there something else I should do, or do you think that's it? Or my mic's huh. Oh. Sorry, Dad.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? We are back yet again with some more coverage on Hurricane Ian. Ian isn't finished. Obviously, we are watching a Hurricane Ian once again make landfall, another landfall in the United States in a completely different area here. So if you can hear me fine, if you can see me fine, if everything's looking fine, let me know in the chat. Let's everybody drop our locations in the chat. Where's everybody watching from? We are going to be live today as we continue to look at the once again, the second U.S. landfall of Hurricane Ian. And it's going to take place in South Carolina, but the wind field and the area of impact for Hurricane Ian is going to be much broader than just the coast of South Carolina. You're feeling the winds and you're getting the rain down there in Georgia, or you got it all night last night, and you're getting ready to feel it a little bit more intensely, I guess, back there towards North Carolina, maybe even all the way up portions of the southern mid-Atlantic coast. So we're going to be looking at that today. We're going to be watching the radar, the satellite. We're going to be looking at everything all together. And then, of course, we have a team of storm chasers out there. We got Vince Welty, Chris Hall, Brandon Kopic, Bryce Shelton, and Chris Jackson today. all of them in South Carolina. It looks like Chris and Brandon are going to be in Charleston, South Carolina, south of where landfall is going to take place. I believe Vince is actually right there in the middle of where landfall is going to take place, just a little bit farther to the north, near Georgetown and Allendale. South of Myrtle Beach. And then Bryce Shelton and Chris Jackson are also in those general vicinities. Okay, so we're going to watch this thing make landfall. It's not going to be quite as intense as the Category 4 monster that we saw the other day in Florida, but it is going to have its own set of, really significant impacts here in South Carolina. I believe it's been 6 years since there's been a landfalling hurricane in this general area. I think that was Michael. Not Michael, but Matthew. We're not looking at widespread catastrophic damage, but there certainly will be some things that happen here. And I think one of the biggest problems we're going to run into is storm surge. So I've got a couple of graphics I want to show you relating to storm surge and what the National Hurricane Center is putting out there for us in association with Hurricane Ian. First of all, let's take a look at the latest warnings and the cone of uncertainty and everything. We're going to switch over to our web view here, and you can see it right there. The latest advisory puts Hurricane Ian at, once again, a Category 1 hurricane with 85 mile per hour sustained winds. So this is going to be a strong storm. A Category 1 hurricane, even though it's not as intense as what we saw down there in Florida, is still going to carry its own very significant and likely memorable impacts for the people that are right next to the core when this comes onto shore. So we're going to see gusts maybe over 100 miles per hour, sustained 85-mile-an-hour winds. And then, of course, we got that hurricane warning in the red for the entire coast of South Carolina, and then also a tiny bit of North Carolina there, where you can see just south of Wilmington, we have some of the coastline covered up in a hurricane warning. We got a tropical storm warning for everybody in the blue, and it looks like we're expected to make landfall sometime within the next 4 hours or so. I'm not 100% sure when that center of circulation is going to come onto shore, but the thing is from right now until quite a while from now, we're going to continue to see some of the impacts here along the South Carolina coast, and we're going to watch that unfold. We're going to relay important information to you. Once again, at the beginning of the stream, I like to remind everybody that this is a good time to go ahead and share the stream. There's a lot of people down here that may not want to watch the regular news. Maybe they don't have access to it. I don't know what's going on there, but a lot of people seem to really like what we're doing here, and it does seem to be helping people. We got a lot of positive feedback from the original Hurricane Ian coverage back there in Florida. So if there's anybody out there that may need this medium of information relay, the only way I can get it to them is through you. So share it on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, wherever it is that you can help get the word out about this thing. Put it out there, and the more the merrier. And then also, if you don't have social media or if you don't want to do that, just slap that like button right now. Get as many likes as we can on this video so that the YouTube algorithm does the work for us and pushes us to the people who need this, potentially life-saving information here. Here is the latest radar imagery coming in from the radar in the southern portion of South Carolina near Ridgeland and Pineland, okay, KCLX. The reason we're looking at this radar specifically, and we'll be looking at it a lot today, rather than the one up here south of Wilmington, is because there's a little bit of a problem with the radar to the north. So I just want to explain, just in case anybody is following along and you're watching on your own Radar Omega app or something like that. I just want to explain why we're going to be kind of sticking to this radar rather than this one. And that's because to the south of that, there's a lot of trees and there's a lot of interference and there's something going on that's keeping it from effectively or, kind of showing the eye wall and the structure of this storm as efficiently as it could. So there's some sort of interference here that really makes the storm look much less intense than what it actually is. So we're going to make sure that we continue to look at this through the radar down here in southern South Carolina. All right, and you can see how big of a difference there is there. And I believe they actually, this is something that will only be solved by physically moving the radar site, which is something that the National Weather Service there is planning on doing. So here's what we're looking at right now. You can see the center of circulation. This thing was a monster of a hurricane before it slammed into Florida, and then it rapidly weakened into a tropical storm. It got back out here into the very warm waters of the Atlantic Ocean and started reforming. Now, there's a lot of things working against this thing, and the reason why it didn't jump back up to a Cat 2, 3, 4 is because there's a whole lot of dry air trying to wedge itself into the center of the storm, forcing it to become sort of extra tropical. It's kind of losing, or it tried to lose its really a tropical core, and that's why we didn't see it kind of ramp back up with that rapid intensification. But the conversion over to an extratropical system with what still looks to me like somewhat of a warm core here is going to basically just expand the wind field. More people are going to feel the impacts of the second landfall of Hurricane Ian here, and we're going to once again cover that hopefully very well for you and with a lot of depth as we go through the rest of the day. I don't know how long we'll be live. Once again, it's just one of those things where when I feel like we're no longer needed or we need to take a break, we will go off the air. The good news is this is the last landfall of Hurricane Ian. This thing is going to go away after this, and we won't have to worry about it anymore. And there is another tropical system. There's only one more on the National Hurricane Center's 5-day outlook, but it's really, I'm hoping anyways that we're going to be done talking about tropical systems for a while, or hopefully for the rest of the season. This started out as an underwhelming hurricane season. Obviously Hurricane Ian, unfortunately, made up for that. And I'm hoping that we're going to end the season kind of underwhelming as well. But we do have one area of interest out here that we are watching. There's an African easterly wave that has moved off into the main development region. What happens with it from there is just kind of pointless to talk about right now in respect to what could happen in the U.S. It's just so far away, who knows? But of course we'll watch it. There's a 60% chance of a cyclone formation within the next, let's see here, 5 days. And we're going to keep an eye on it. And of course, we'll cover that for you if need be. Hopefully, though, once again, it won't. We also have meteorologist Andy Hill here with us on top of all of our storm chasers and everybody else that's helping us out. So Andy, if you can hear me and if you're ready, if you want to go ahead and say hi before we get started here, I'd love to introduce you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yep, I am here, guys. And actually, I was one of the voices you were hearing if you were here right at during the intro. The music was playing. I didn't realize we were live yet, so even we make silly mistakes in the behind the scenes. I'm sure you were hearing me, Ryan, just being like, "Please stop talking. Please stop talking." But yeah, I'm meteorologist Andy Hill. I'm here to help out with today's stream. Looking forward to serve you guys.
All right, thank you, Andy. I'm going to turn your volume up a little bit, and we should be good there. But yeah, Andy is a meteorologist who's going to help chime in from time to time. And yeah, that was his voice that you heard in the beginning there. But I mean, that's definitely not the first time that's happened. I think we've had every one of the chasers come over Zello during the intro at some point. It's just, hey, we're doing our best here. This ain't no... Once again, we don't have producers. We don't have all of the bells and whistles that go into your normal, well-polished news broadcast. But I think that's what makes us special. There's no buffer between the information and you. And, you basically get to watch us produce the show as it happens. If you're just now tuning in, we are monitoring the landfall of Hurricane Ian, the second one in the U.S., which is going to happen sometime here soon. But right beforehand, we're going to see some really strong winds. We're going to see some flooding occur down here near Charleston in South Carolina, and that's where Chris Hall and Brandon Kopic are, some of our resident storm chasers on Team Y'all. Let's get an update from them if they can hear me. Let's see here. Hey, Chris, we're live now and we're watching you. It looks like it's raining pretty hard there, but I can't tell much about the winds. Why don't you give an update on what you're going through there in South Carolina? So we're going to get an update from Chris Hall, and then after that, we'll go to Brandon. We'll talk to everybody at least a little bit before we dive back into the radar. It looks like the conditions are deteriorating there, and there's probably been some intermittent power outages, as you can see.
Yeah, Ryan, we actually are on one of the outer bands, looks like, on radar. We've got a lot of really gusty winds and torrential downpours. You have some pretty substantial flooding, freshwater flooding in portions of the town. But other than that, nothing too significant right now.
All right, that was Chris Hall. Let's go ahead and go to Brandon Kopic. Hey, Brandon, we're live on YouTube. We're watching your stream, and we're just wanting an update. Let us know what you got for us. Brandon Kopic and Chris Hall are in the same general area, but it looks like Mr. Kopic has stopped at a gas station right now, which is something that they had a lot of problems with in Florida, trying to leave, a big lack of fuel.
Well, Ryan, to be quite frank, we're here at this gas station kind of taking shelter from the rain for a second while I plug up the storm leaker. We've got some definite leaks due to the way that things were mounted on this vehicle. Trying to plug up those leaks and get the water out of here, that way it doesn't touch the sensitive electrical equipment, but we'll be back on the road soon. Definitely, we got some flooding out here in Charleston, and we're going to stick around the city today instead of heading for the eye because we feel this is going to be the most significant event.
All right, so the storm leaker there. The storm leaker is putting water in on Brandon Kopic, so he's going to try to get that resolved before he gets back into the, obviously, the kind of conditions that you don't want to be in if you've got a leaking vehicle. Let's get an update from Vince Welty. Hey, Vince, we're live on YouTube. If you can hear me, let me know, and just give us an update on what you're going through and what your plan is for today. Vince Welty's another.
Yeah, I can hear you now. So I'm headed up towards Georgetown, eventually going to get up to the Myrtle Beach area. You probably concur. It looks like this thing may have wobbled a bit east, so and try to get into the eye, or at least what's left of it. I guess it's probably better just call it a center of circulation at this point, but try to get up there. Headed up Highway 17, so we'll get up here a ways and see what we can find. But right now, just trying to kind of keep up with it. We did deploy that surge camera. Well, I did deploy that surge camera down there, right on the coast of Charleston down there, right on the coast, literally on a pier that extends about 500 meters out into the ocean. But we're having some sort of connectivity issue with it. So if that thing does come online, somebody will let you know. But right now, it's not streaming. So later today, I'll go back and retrieve that. Hopefully, it's still strapped to the pier.
All right, so that's an update from Storm Chaser Vince Welty, who is also helping us work with Radar Omega, who is installing all of these sensors. We had all of them up during Hurricane Ian. We had some connectivity issues, obviously, because it was a catastrophic hurricane. But we're also trying to get some of those up here on the Carolina coast as well, so we can look at them intermittently. So we'll check back in with him here in a second. We also have Chris Jackson, whose feed looks like it's frozen right now. Maybe we can get a refresh on it. But we'll check in with him in a second, and once we can get an update on his feed. But this is the overall look at what the radar looks like right now. You're gonna start, once again, you're feeling the impacts, probably tropical storm force winds here in Charleston, South Carolina. Everybody inside of this band, which is kind of acting like somewhat of an extra tropical outer eye wall. That's where some of the heavy rain and strong winds are gonna be. But the strongest winds are gonna be right around this core, which looks to me like it's going to wobble right up into the area just south of Myrtle Beach. Okay, so that's where I'm thinking we're going to see the worst storm surge. That's where I'm thinking we're going to see the biggest wind gusts, possibly in excess of 100 miles per hour. And that's where storm chaser Bryce Shelton is right now, as we're going to talk to him in just a minute as well. So anybody that lives up here on the northern side of this storm, so the storm's a little different, so we're going to feel pretty solid impacts on all sides, including the southwestern side, the western side, and the northern side. But I think some of the storm surge is going to be worse, up here from Myrtle Beach, possibly up there towards Southport, North Myrtle Beach, even down here towards Georgetown and the beaches adjacent to that town. So if you live in a flood-prone area, if you live in a low-lying area, this is one of the places where I really do think 3 to 5, maybe even up to 7 feet of storm surge is going to be possible as some of those stronger winds move onto shore there. This is a very big storm, right? If we look at it here on satellite, you can just see how much of an area it takes up, and the tropical storm force wind field is so large that it's able to move a pretty good amount of water. So that's one of the reasons why we're worried about storm surge. So that's what we're looking at there. And when the lights turn green behind me, it means it's time to talk to meteorologist Andy Hill. So go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I've sent a few things your way in the stream text, primarily the 11 a.m. Eastern National Hurricane Center update that also shows that expansive wind field, and also where exactly the Hurricane Ian, now once again a hurricane, is zooming in onto the South Carolina coast. In addition to that, there is a mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for Eastern North Carolina. Right now, if you look at the Morehead City radar, KMHX, you can see a lot of actual supercell cells coming out of or coming onshore rather in the next hour or two from the outer bands of Ian. And if you look at the velocity on that radar, you can see a lot of them are actually rotating rather a lot more than we saw during that large stream on Wednesday. We saw a lot more tornado warnings from the outer bands of Ian on Tuesday, but not as much on Wednesday due to the location of all of those supercells offshore. They didn't really come onshore, thus meeting more friction on the land and generating the shear required to see a tornado threat.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is another thing that we have to watch all day today, just like during the other streams that we did for Hurricane Ian. It's a dual threat. Well, really, it's a quadruple threat. I mean, there's all kinds of different things that we're watching for, but one of those things is always during a tropical system like this going to be the tornado threat. And we do have a mesoscale discussion up here that's going to basically what they're saying is they're highlighting the entire southeastern coast of North Carolina. And they're saying several mini supercells can be observed from the KMHX radar this morning, just off the North Carolina coast. Some of these supercells have started to approach the Outer Banks, and as better low-level moisture, kind of comes into place, they're going to access that shear, just like Andy said, and potentially produce tornadoes. So we'll probably see a tornado watch here soon for this area. And then, of course, anytime that there's a tornado warning that's issued, you'll see that information pop up on the screen, and we will zoom into it up here as we try to cover every aspect of this storm. So we're down here in South Carolina watching the landfall, watching the hurricane force and tropical storm force winds, and we'll be going back and forth between South Carolina and North Carolina, where they're dealing with possibly embedded tornadoes inside of the hurricane. So quite the busy day today. We're going to keep you updated on all that. And of course, we are going to keep you updated as well on what all of our storm chasers are doing. And they're going to chime in from time to time. Frank, if you can get that window off of the bottom right. Thank you. Also, another thing that I want to kind of show you is some updates on what's been happening in Florida. So we're going to talk about, obviously we're going to cover the second landfall here intensely. We're going to talk about everything that's going on there, but I also want to relay some news related to Florida. There's a lot of video, there's a lot of reports that are coming in, and I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of them, but there's some of them that you probably haven't heard, and we're constantly learning more and more about what happened down there. So, so the devastation, the damage, and everything does look pretty bad. Here's one example of a mobile home park near Fort Myers Beach that was completely obliterated. You can see here that the storm surge came in, and every building, not just the mobile homes, even the well-built houses were completely destroyed there along the coast as that moved in. We've also got a lot of imagery coming from the Fort Myers Beach and downtown Fort Myers area. This is a look at what the Fort Myers Pier looks like now, and we had a live cam of this for a little while until it went down, and it's honestly surprising to me that this much of it is left. Obviously, the vast majority of it was completely destroyed and kind of washed ashore, but this is what that ended up looking like. Here's Times Square in Fort Myers Beach, which was essentially leveled by flooding. Still a lot of people missing. Search and rescue is ongoing. Brandon Kopic and Chris and some of our other storm chasers helped with that the other day. But guys, this was such a well forecasted and well marketed event pretty much for the locals that they were pretty prepared. I mean, you guys saw the thousands of utility trucks, all of the search and rescue teams and from around the country were already there before the storm even hit. So thankfully, it looks like, they're not like begging for help or anything like that right now. There are still obviously going to be thousands of people who are displaced and are in really bad situations. So, anything that you guys can do to support the cause that the state of Florida set up a donation site, stuff like that. All that's going to be welcomed, and I'm sure it's going to go to good use. But thankfully, it's not one of those things where we were so unprepared for it that nobody knows what to do. The National Guard's in there. All these relief centers are in there, and we're going to make it happen. Another thing that we're trying to do here, specifically on the Ryan Hall y'all team, I guess, or the y'all squad, is we're trying to find people with unique stories and people who are in bad situations who maybe aren't receiving the kind of help that they need from some of those larger organizations. We're going to try to go down there and do something for them ourselves, because thanks to you guys and all your generosity, we have we have a lot of cash that we can use to kind of help people in that situation. Once again, if you haven't seen it, on the top of the chat, there's a link to the site, shopryanhall.com. For the next 24 hours or so, 100% of the profits from that are going to go to that effort. And there's a sticker at the top of the page where you can pick your price, and it doesn't cost much to produce that sticker. So pretty much all of its profit, and we'll be able to give that to Brandon or Chris and go down there and help some people out, whether that's putting somebody in a hotel a little bit longer because their insurance is not going to pay for it, buying a bunch of water supplies and handing them out to people, or the more resources we have, the better. We could even do more than that. So we just want to make sure that we have that set aside so that we can do that if we need to. We just, it's a good thing to do. We've already got the storm chasers in the area anyways. Why not? And we've got, this huge community of people. Why not do what we can to help some people out down there? So once again, shopryanhall.com, 100% of the profits are going to go to that. So if you want to help out, that's the way you can do it. And once again, this is some of the video of the damage that we're seeing down there, and it's not even the extent. We'll have more information and kind of like maybe like a mini documentary on that on the channel here soon. But for the most part, that's what we're looking at there. Now, Hurricane Ian is it's far away from Florida, or at least the part of Florida that was most significantly impacted. But it's getting ready to hit again. in South Carolina here near Myrtle Beach. Thankfully, it's not looking as bad, but it's still a Category 1 hurricane. There's some life-threatening storm surge, some hurricane force winds, and you know, a lot of stuff like that that's going to cause its own damage and its own problems up here. So hopefully everybody up here is hunkered down and ready to go. We've also got the problem of potentially having tornadoes up and down the East Coast today as the warm sector in the front right quadrant of this overall low pressure system moves up into the East Coast. And there's going to be a lot of wind shear, actually, more so than I originally thought for these to work with. So that might be a whole nother like problem within itself. So we're going to cover that extensively. The pressure in the center of this storm is now down to 980 millibars. Let's see here. And it looks like we're already starting to see some damage reports come in from all across South Carolina. And most of it's down power lines and trees, right? So the crazy thing is, if you look at the radar here, you can see some of these little icons that are popping up, like here, the little tropical storm icons. These are, you know, tropical storm either wind reports or damage reports. And you can see that they're already coming in well inland here near Columbia. We're seeing maybe wind gusts at a higher level than what we originally thought. We got Highway Patrol reporting a tree in the roadway on Highway 200 and Camp Welfare Road. That's way up here north of Columbia. So that's once again showing you how big the wind field is associated with this storm. Even in South Carolina near Charlotte, or south and east of Charlotte, we've got a 39-mile-an-hour wind gust. South of Sumter here in South Carolina, the airport recorded a gust of 44 miles per hour. And then right here in Georgetown, we're already getting 55 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts. And there's also a report that just came in of a tree down on a power line in Murrells Inlet. So one of the things that we saw in Florida was widespread power outages. I do believe that's going to continue to be a problem in this area. I don't think we'll see quite as much of that kind of problem, but we definitely are going to continue to see power outages all up and down South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina today as those winds take down trees, power lines, and all that stuff. Let's look at Brandon Cop Extreme here. Looks like there's something going on there. Significant flooding. I don't know if this is freshwater flooding or I'm assuming it's freshwater flooding because he's not in the area that would, I guess, expect to see a lot of storm surge. But let's ask him just to get an update. Hey, Brandon, we're looking at that water in front of you. Where's that coming from? Is it ponding, coming from a freshwater creek or stream, or from the ocean, or what? What are we looking at?
Most of this is just rainfall that's occurring around the area. I have not been able to associate it with any sort of water source. I know we're right near the water, but this is mostly freshwater flooding, and it's getting pretty deep down here in Charleston, definitely.
So once again, he's in Charleston, South Carolina. His exact location is, he's basically in downtown Charleston, and he, you know, to the west of Mount Pleasant, to the east of St. Andrews. So we're already starting to see some really significant flooding there. And what you're looking at is the result of this pretty much stationary, really heavy band of rain that's been over Charleston for a while. Once again, this is probably the most intense part of the storm so far that we've seen on land. And that's going to continue to cause problems as it moves into Somerville and eventually into Hollywood and Edisto Beach and all these places. Folly Beach is also looking like it's a little bit of a mess right now. It kind of right in the middle of some of the heavier rain and some of the stronger winds associated with this first push from now Category 1 Hurricane Ian. So that is what's going on right now. Let me see if I can't pull this up. Okay, wow. Sumter, a Fort Sumter weather flow site reported a wind gust of 72 knots. That's 83 miles per hour, just right next to Folly Beach. So I'd say Folly Beach is experiencing some pretty extreme conditions right now, and that's going to continue to be the case for a while, because it looks like the center of circulation here has kind of wobbled, and it's kind of going up a little bit farther north. So the original momentum of the storm was kind of like this way. Now it's this way, and that slight change is going to, this is like the pivot point. It's likely going to keep this big band in generally the same area as it moves through. So get ready for probably several more hours of this in the Charleston and Folly Beach area. If you're listening to me, hopefully we do have a lot of people listening in this part of the world. If you know anybody, if you got family members, friends, or anything, let them know what's going on. Let them know that. Hurricane warning's in effect, flash flood warning is in effect, and then also we have a prolonged, like a moderate risk of excessive rainfall today from the coastal area all the way up towards the Appalachian Mountains back there in North Carolina and South Carolina, as we do expect to see widespread flash flooding today. Let's see. Was that Tart? Thank you so much for the support. He says, hey Ryan, greetings from Bowling Green, Kentucky. I have family in Lake City, South Carolina. Are they going to be okay chilling at home? Good question. Good question. First of all, just like I always say, please listen to your local officials when it comes to this stuff, mostly. I can't tell you what to do. I don't have all the same information that they do. If there's an evacuation order in place, or whether it's recommended or mandatory, I would get out of there personally if I lived there. But let's see where. What do you say? Lake City, South Carolina. Let's see where that is. Okay, so that's pretty far inland. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at here. Lake City, South Carolina, is to the north and west of Myrtle Beach, kind of in this area here. And what's going to happen there is we are going to see, no doubt, we are going to see, possibly some hurricane force wind gusts, power outages, flash flooding, and all that stuff. But in Lake City, South Carolina, there's no storm surge expected or anything like that. So I don't think that an evacuation per se would be necessary. But chilling at home, as long as they're paying attention to the weather alerts and stuff, it seems totally fine with me. As long as they're staying away from windows when the really strong wind gusts come through, probably around 4 to 6 p.m. this evening, and they're watching for those flash flood warnings and stuff, chilling at home would probably be a-okay in that area. Something interesting that we can look at on the Radar Omega app, and which I know a lot of you guys are following along with me at home with your own instances of the Radar Omega app. Once again, pretty much everything that I run this show with is available on iOS and Android and your computer. This is Radar Omega. We're going to zoom in and look at this thing in 3D and just kind of see where those higher cloud tops are. And as you can see, not nearly as impressive. Not nearly as impressive as it was out there in as it came into Florida as a historic Category 4 storm. But if you kind of erase that from your memory and look at this on its own, it is impressive. Because right at the last minute here, we have seen some new convective bursts right before it's making its second landfall, meaning that we are seeing this storm continue to strengthen. That's why I'm pretty confident that we are going to see lots of really strong winds, and probably in excess of 100 miles an hour at times, and widespread flash flooding and some big time storm surge problems here as the storm moves ashore. So there's no really, as far as satellite goes, there's no well-defined eye, but there is an eye of the storm. There is still a visible, center of circulation, and you can see that pretty good on radar. But we should also we should see it okay on the visible satellite. So this is actually what the storm looks like from space. You can see as the sun rose this morning, it kind of illuminates what the storm's actually looking like. It's spinning like a top. I mean, it's definitely rotating rapidly in there. It's just the big time convection bursts, the thunderstorms associated with the storm aren't able to completely encapsulate or close off the center of circulation like we would normally see in a stronger hurricane, because there's just so much wind shear and so much, so many things working against it that are keeping that from happening. But that's not going to lower, I guess, the impacts for you in Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Conway, Florence, Columbia, all the way up there towards Lancaster, Pageland, Bennettsville. You guys are going to experience a hurricane today, or at least a high-end tropical storm by the time it gets up there. So make sure you're ready. Make sure you are prepared for a power outage. That's definitely going to be a possibility today. And flash flooding. And then, of course, we're also looking at this side of the storm over here, which looks much less impressive on satellite, I know. But that's where we're looking at potentially seeing some tornadoes today, maybe, as we continue to watch this whole situation unfold. It looks like we're already starting to see some damage in Myrtle Beach. We got a sign down. What is that? The South Seas Annex. So we got a sign down. Also seeing a lot of reports of trees down and stuff like that in Myrtle Beach. Matt C sent this to me on Twitter. Thank you, Matt C. Obviously, we don't recommend anybody go outside in this and put yourself in danger to take a picture. But if you do have a picture, or if somebody's sending you pictures, or you found one, or if you just want to share the current conditions in your area with me, the best way to do that is on Twitter. You can send me a picture and we'll share it live on the air here with everybody. And that's going to be at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter, just like Aaron did here. Looks like it's picking up a little bit there in South Carolina, and you can see that the porch furniture, he's got it covered up, but the winds are starting to pick up. You can see the wind, the tree branches moving back there, and I would just about bet that ceiling fan on the porch is not turned on, but it's still rotating as if it's on setting 3, son. And that's going to probably continue to get more and more intense as time goes on. So thank you guys for contributing to the show. Once again, it's, I named the channel whenever I first started it, Ryan Hall, y'all. But I should have just called it y'all, okay? Because we're all working together here to make this happen. We've got, I don't know how many people watching, more than likely several thousand people watching. We can all work together as a team of reporters and analysts trying to find information, feed it to me. I will, kind of digest it and then, relay it here in the most understandable and efficient way possible with the help of our storm chasers and meteorologists and everybody that's in the background here as a part of this operation. Here's a funny
out there. So there are a few brave people
video
out there.
for you.
The storm chaser.
So if you guys don't know, Vince Welty and Brandon are both they anytime I'm live, they're storm chasing. So I said, you know what, since we work together so much, let's kind of let's do some guerrilla marketing here with our cars, and we put just the most ridiculous looking weather related wraps on their cars, and it says Ryan Hall, y'all, and all that stuff. And I'm sure you guys have seen it all over the place. It's been on CNN, Fox News, BBC, everywhere. Brandon Kopic in the number 3 here has photobombed every major news source. And here's a funny one. Like this reporter for CNN was looking and was like, what in the world is this vehicle coming? And then when it got to her, she realized there.
Well, it's a storm chaser. Storm seeker out there. So there are
It's a bird. It's a plane.
Well, it's a storm chaser. Storm seeker out there. So there are a few brave people
once
out there.
again, just something a little funny there to lighten the mood as we watch Hurricane Ian approach for its second landfall in South Carolina. I also see you guys on Twitter and Facebook and everywhere else sharing the stream. I appreciate you all. We reached like 3 million people with the other stream when it was coming into Florida. And once again, I couldn't have done that without you guys doing all the work that you're doing to share the stream with the family members, friends, and just generally on Facebook and all that stuff. So here is another video from Chris Hall, one of our storm chasers out there, who is it looks to me like the winds are really starting to pick up there in Charleston, South Carolina. That was 21 minutes ago, but you can see that we're definitely approaching hurricane force winds there, if not exceeding them at times in that general vicinity. So That's what's going on right there. In fact, let's get another update from Chris Hall just to see what's going on now. Chris, it looks to me like in that video you posted 20 minutes ago that the winds were ripping really good. Maybe it's calmed down a little bit now. What would you estimate the highest wind you've seen today so far has been? So this is a professional storm chaser.
With no official report, I just guesstimating probably 50, 60, maybe 65.
Okay. All right. He's a little loud. I know. I'm going to... I'm still adjusting all of the storm chasers volumes here. So he's saying maybe 50, 65 mile per hour wind so far. And, you know, they are pretty displaced from the actual center of circulation. So, you know, the winds are going to be a lot stronger in Myrtle Beach is basically what I'm thinking here as the storm approaches. You can see one of the live cams in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, that storm surge from Hurricane Ian is starting to make an impact on the coast. So there you go. As the storm draws closer and closer to making landfall here, we are going to see the sea kind of inundate the coast more and more. This is one of the places where I think we could see 4 to 7 feet of storm surge today. And you know, I don't know. I'm sure we can find something, but I don't have any maps of what that could possibly look like with the storm surge inundation. If we can find something like that, I'll show it to you. But I do believe that 4 to 7 feet would be pretty detrimental to some areas in the Myrtle Beach and the North Myrtle Beach area. So if we've got anybody there that's watching and you live close to the coast, it's really important that you watch and you pay attention to the water as it comes up, because as we saw in the initial landfall in Florida, it comes fast. It comes very fast out of the ocean there into some of the streets and valleys, and it's like a flash flood. Like you don't have a lot of time to react after it starts. So we do have an inundation map here. Thank you, Andy, for sending this to me. I don't know exactly. Hold on. I don't know exactly what this is showing for the. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I can't zoom in a whole lot, but you can see some of the areas here that are highlighted in yellow and blue. That's showing greater than 1 to 3 feet above ground where you could see water inundation. And yeah, once again, 4 to 7 feet is potentially what we're looking at here as we go forward. Storm chaser, let's see here. Storm chaser Chris Jackson is in Georgetown County, South Carolina, really close to the landfalling area where the storm's going to come into shore at. And you can see that winds are really starting to rip there. As things are, the conditions are kind of rapidly deteriorating. So let's get an update from him. This is Chris Jackson. Once again, he's a South Carolina native. We didn't work with him during the Florida storm. A lot of times we'll have a core of 4 people that travel all across the U.S., like Vince and Brandon. But to fill up some of the rest of these spots, we find local storm chasers, and this is Chris Jackson from South Carolina there. So let's get an update from him right after we get an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, take a look at KMHX radar, the Morehead City radar on the eastern coast of North Carolina. It looks like southeast of Bayboro rather, in Florence and Pamlico County. We've got a sort of waterspout, sort of a tornado on land as it's passing over the bays there. It's going to head up towards Hoboken and Lowland, but on the last scan, it's intensified quite a bit. So I figured I'd point it out as soon as I saw that. I think at first that will warrant a special marine warning while it's over the water from Morehead City if they do issue one. And then once it makes it to the Hoboken and Lowland area, and then eventually Pamlico Beach, if it does survive that long, I expect there will probably be a tornado warning because that is a pretty tight signature.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. We are looking at this area of rotation, and like he said, it does look pretty intense. I would just about bet that there's a water spout or something like that really getting close to Hoboken and Lowland, crossing the bay here. This is the Outer Banks region of North Carolina. If you live in Hoboken or Lowland or anywhere near it, I would definitely, obviously there's no warning yet, but I would watch out. Y'all watch out there, and we'll let you know as soon as that warning comes through. This is a one of the mini supercells. Holy smokes, man. If you talk about beans, talk about nader beans. There are a lot of them out here. Every single one of these storms that you see kind of curving like this have the potential to produce a tornado as they move onto land, and they go way down here into the Atlantic Ocean too. So hopefully we don't see hopefully we don't see anything come from that, but it looks to me like as soon as they get closer to land, they are starting to ramp up in their rotational abilities, and this is what we're looking at. So just in case anybody's new here and you don't know exactly what we're looking at to find the tornadoes, this is the overall structure of the supercell. If we didn't have all this kind of like obstruction with the cell to the south, you would probably see a hook echo here. It looks like a hook at the bottom of the storm, and we kind of verified that there could be a tornado there by checking the velocity, and the velocity shows the parts of the storm that are moving towards the radar, it highlighted in green, and away from the radar, highlighted in red. So when you have two areas of wind going in different directions very close to each other in a counterclockwise fashion, that denotes that we could have a mesocyclone or a developing tornado in that area. So this has got a lot of time before it makes it up there to Lowland and Hoboken and Florence and Vandermeer. So who knows what's going to happen in the meantime, but we're just trying to give you a little bit of an early heads up just in case they decide to issue that warning for you. Go ahead and have a plan in place so you know what you're going to do if that warning comes through. If you're with your family, make sure that we're all on the same page. We're going to go here. This is our safe spot. This is going to be, what we're going to do. And, just make sure nobody's scared. Once again, don't be scared, be prepared. The more prepared you are for a situation like that, the less scared you're going to be, and the more logically you're going to react as time goes on. So lots of potential problems developing here in North Carolina. I would watch out all day today in Kill Devil Hills, Edenton, Elizabeth City. Let's see here, Swan Quarter, New Bern, Morehead City. All these places near the Outer Banks are going to be under the gun today for potentially rotating storms associated with our big nasty Hurricane Ian, which is getting ready to make its second landfall in the U.S. near Myrtle Beach, just to the south, it looks like, in Georgetown. So back to Chris Jackson real quick. I said we was going to get an update from him, so let's go ahead and try to do that. Hey, Chris, we're live on YouTube. We're following along with you. It looks like things are getting pretty nasty out there. Just give our viewers an update on what you've seen so far and what your plan is for the rest of the day. Chris Jackson, once again, a local.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, we're going north on US 17 here, just out of downtown Georgetown. Heading up toward the Pawleys Island, south Grand Strand area along the South Carolina coast here. Conditions are definitely going downhill. Had a gust over 50 miles an hour just a few minutes ago, and I noticed just off the coast had a gust near 90 miles an hour a few minutes ago. So conditions are definitely going downhill. Talked to a couple chasers that they're stranded, but they're safe out on Pawleys Island. It sounds like Pawleys Island's cut off now, which was expected with the storm surge.
Okay, so Pawleys Island is not accessible now due to the storm surge, it seems like. So that's one of the very many things that we're going to continue to monitor, and that's the storm surge coming out of the Atlantic Ocean and onto the Myrtle Beach area and places near Georgetown, including Pawleys Island. So here's another look at ceiling fans. Looks like ceiling fans is going to be our #1 way to measure the wind speed today. Look at that one. That one's on set in 5, son. We saw a set in 3 earlier. Once you get a set in 5 or higher, that's when they literally start spinning off of their axis. And if I was Chris, I'd watch out. That could fly it right off at him at any point. And that's just one way to gauge how quick the winds are whipping out there in this part of South Carolina. So Chris says these fans are about to go flying big time. So if you got any ceiling fans on your front porch or out there on top of your building, make sure you are staying away from them right now. This is a live look at what it looks like near Georgetown in South Carolina. You can see there's debris on the road. There's tree limbs, there's leaves, and all kinds of stuff, because we've seen for hours now tropical storm force winds with intermittent hurricane force wind gusts. We're going to continue to see that get worse as time goes on and as the storm gets closer to the coast. So expect to see more trees, more power lines down as time goes on. Here, what else are we getting? Let's see. Okay, so we got an update for our Floridians. If we've got anybody in Florida watching, especially in the initial impact zone, or if you know anybody in that area, there's some kind of breaking news here from some of the storm chasers that are still back there, from Reed Timmer and Chris Tornado. He says the U.S. Army 2 evacuation points on Pine Island. They're going to evacuate the people with medical risks and the elderly first. The main location for that evacuation, and apparently there's still a lot of people kind of trapped on this island because a lot of the causeway, a lot of the infrastructure there was literally completely destroyed by Hurricane Ian. But anyways, the main location is going to be York Street first, and it's the dirt road on the right. The second location later today is going to be Macadamia Street along the bay on the left. Chris and Reed have communications with Sergeant Chinook to organize the macadamia lifts, and they're going door to door helping people. So I'm retweeting that right now. So if you guys want to, I know, guys, I've gotten so many DMs from people who are asking us to check on addresses and stuff, especially in and around this area. Up until now, we haven't had communication, and obviously there's not a whole lot of ways to get there. But now's the time if you want to go spread that information on Twitter. I just retweeted it. Some good news there, as we have a U.S. Army assisting with the evacuation on Pine Island. Just goes to show you how, even though we were prepared, there's a lot of infrastructure in place to keep some bad things from happening down there. When something as bad as Hurricane Ian comes through, no matter how prepared you are, there are going to be situations where there's emergencies, and for several days you may not be able to get help. That's why we try so hard to in advance get the warning out, and hopefully effectively communicate that evacuating is the thing to do. And I know it's hard. I know it's hard for a lot of people, but there's also a lot of people who probably didn't evacuate even though they could. And we just want to make sure that in the future we do everything we can to get as many people out of these situations as possible. Somebody is sending us a picture of their front porch in Avalon, Carolina, in the Carolina Forest area of Myrtle Beach. We got porch furniture all over the place. Ceiling fans and porch furniture are the first things to go in a hurricane. Up next will be the trees and the power lines and stuff like that. So get prepared for more and more images like that as we go forward. Thank you, Crystal Baker, for tuning in with the Halloween setup. I love the decorations there, and I'm honored to have space on your TV screen this morning. We're almost to noon. It's 11:42 a.m. on the East Coast. We are getting closer and closer to landfall, but we're not quite there yet. That's going to happen probably pretty soon, though, as we see that center of circulation get very close to the Georgetown area. Once again, it's wobbling again. It kind of wobbled to the north a little bit. Now it's wobbling back towards the west. we might have some of the stronger bands of rain and kind of wind happen here near Georgetown. So I would get ready. It's probably already happening in a Quarantine, North Santee. Let's see here: Price Landing, Oak Grove, downtown Georgetown, Pawleys Island, Litchfield Beach, Lanes Creek, Murrells Inlet. All these places on the northern side of the storm as it races ashore here are going to be the ones that are most likely to experience the potentially hurricane force winds in excess of 85 miles per hour sustained, and maybe at times over 100 miles per hour with the gusts. So our storm chasers are monitoring the situation for us, and as you can see, conditions are deteriorating as the storm gets closer and closer. We're also monitoring a situation where we might see several supercells try to produce tornadoes in the Outer Banks region and eastern side of North Carolina. I have no updates for you just yet on that, but as soon as we get something, we will let you know. We're also getting some reports on Florida airports. Okay. We're getting reports from some emergency management people in the area that want us to emphasize that cleanup is going to take time, and a lot of the airports are closed. So the Daytona airport is closed until October 5th. They're accepting only military, government, and emergency air traffic. The Fort Myers is closed until October 7th. The Melbourne airport is closed until, I guess, later today. And then same thing for the Naples airport, APF. And then let's see here, also for Orlando, MCO. Now on October 1st, Punta Gorda, PGD is going to be closed until October 1st. Sarasota is SRQ is going to be closed until later today. Tampa, same thing, later today. It's open for cargo, but Hilton Head Island Airport is going to be closed until October 1st. So I think that we could probably get that copied and pasted into maybe a mod command so we can get that in chat as well. So anyways, we're in communication with a lot of people, thanks to you guys once again helping to spread the stream and get us out there far and wide. I know we're on the wall of a lot of emergency management command centers, and I really appreciate everybody that's involved with the police, fire, emergency search and rescue that puts their trust in us to allow us to get information from you to the people who need it. So anytime, if anybody's watching that wants to make that point of contact with us, feel free to message me or Andy or somebody like that on Twitter, and we'll try to get you into our Discord server, and so we can talk to each other more efficiently. Another way is through email. info@ryanhallyall.com is another way to reach out. So appreciate you guys, and anything that we can do for you, we will gladly do that. We want to help. That's all we want to do. If you're just now tuning in, we are broadcasting live the second U.S. landfall of Hurricane Ian as a Category 1, 980 millibar hurricane transitioning into an extratropical mid-latitude cyclone. Basically, what that means for you is it's going to get real windy. It's going to get real rainy along the coast of South Carolina and North Carolina, and so much, in fact, that we're going to see widespread power outages, down trees. Probably, as the closer to the coast you are, some damage to homes and businesses, and even far inland. We're talking hundreds of miles into South Carolina, North Carolina, maybe even up there into Virginia, all the way up to the Appalachian Mountains. The risk for flash flooding is going to be huge today. And on top of that, gusty winds and excessive tropical storm force are going to be felt way up in Charlotte, Greensboro, northern portions of South Carolina and these places are going to feel the impacts of this storm because the wind field is just so large. So hopefully, if anybody knows anybody out here in this general vicinity, please let them know that this is not just affecting Myrtle Beach. This is also going to affect a whole lot of the East Coast today into tonight. Looks like storm surge in Myrtle's Inlet, South Carolina, is approaching several feet. Peter Forrester is another local out there in South Carolina who's got some pictures out there on Twitter. I'm retweeting this if you guys want to see it up close. But you can see that the water from the ocean has kind of went completely over the beach, and now it's coming over some of the walkways and into the streets there in Myrtle's Inlet, South Carolina. This is one of the things that we were concerned about as we continued to kind of hopefully effectively communicate this. 4 to 7 feet of storm surge is possible today from the Isle of Palms all the way up to Little River Inlet. That includes the Georgetown area and Myrtle Beach. So 4 to 7 feet is going to cause some problems, but it's not going to be as big of a problem maybe as some of the low-lying areas in Florida that we saw the other day. The main problem I think that we're going to see is going to be from freshwater flooding. Okay, we're going to see a lot of freshwater flooding today, and even if you are several miles inland, please don't disregard the water threat because you're not in where the storm surge could happen. Okay, it's going to flood in a lot of South Carolina and North Carolina even without the storm surge. So, but with that being said, it is coming over the banks. It is definitely becoming more and more of a problem here with some of the storm surge, especially on Pawleys Island, which is something that we've heard a couple times now, and I couldn't get that to load up, but you'll see a lot of videos and pictures of that as time goes on. Let's see here. A whole lot of the videos and pictures that I'm still seeing on my feed are coming from Florida. It's another one of those things where the farther we go into the future, the more we're going to learn, the more the more stories that will be told, and the more we'll understand exactly what happened as that catastrophic and historic storm made landfall in Florida the other day. Here's some more just really unsettling imagery of the power of water in Fort Myers, Florida. From the other day. So once again, anything that I show here, I retweet, and it's important that we go support the creators and the people who took these images. A lot of times Twitter is the way that they are even able to do what they do. Some of them are freelance journalists, storm chasers, and without any sort of following, they wouldn't be able to kind of be able to afford to do this. So storm surge is coming up into the dunes and walkways at Litchfield Beach as well. As you can see there, it's pretty rough. And the good news is I haven't heard any reports. Of people out trying to play around in this stuff today. So that's good. That's good. We unfortunately had a lot of some of those emergency management people reaching out to us the other day leading up to Hurricane Ian, saying that we need to tell everybody to get out of the water. Hopefully nobody's in the water right now, but nobody's telling me to tell you that. So that's a good sign. If you are in the area and you plan on going surfing or trying to go out to the water today, please don't do that. This is a life-threatening situation. No matter how experienced you think you are, it's always going to end up in some really bad situations if people end up going out and trying to do that. Sheila, thank you for the support. Everybody that is supporting through the super chats, I really appreciate you. Usually we have time to answer them all, relay them all, but on days like today we're just really busy trying to get this information out. But every once in a while I'll be able to read chat. Kev says, if you're worried about power, we already have hundreds of trucks and mini crews in South Carolina. Bear with us. Those fellows work hard and will get your lights on as soon as they can. Thank you, Kevin, for the words of encouragement there. Once again, just like in Florida, We saw the pictures of the thousands of trucks that were ready to go. I'm sure they're just as prepared in South Carolina and North Carolina. And even though the power will probably go out at some point, it hopefully won't stay out long, thanks to the very hardworking people with the electric companies. These guys are tough as nails, and they literally have to go out in some of the worst conditions that are on Earth, just so we can have lights and stuff like that. So huge shout out to the electric people. I know that those guys are probably watching too. A lot of the people who help with keeping the infrastructure up, from what I can tell from our messages and everything, choose us as their source of getting information. So we love y'all, and anything we can do to help you too, let me know. All right. We're here to serve. We're here to help you. And if you can figure out a way to get a hold of me, I know it's hard. You can ask my wife, but if you can get in contact with me, we can work something out to where we can do anything we can to be of assistance. Gardening, thank you for the support. Tyler, thank you. He says, what can Raleigh expect this afternoon? Raleigh, you can expect a lot of heavy rain, some really strong winds, probably not in excess of hurricane force, but definitely over tropical storm force, just meaning, 40, 50 mile an hour winds here and there. That's definitely going to lead to some isolated power outages. That's going to lead to, some problems in that regard, but also heavy rain, flash flooding is going to be a problem. And you're just right on the edge of where we think maybe to your east there's going to be some problems with tornadoes later today and into the afternoon. So Raleigh, there's really not going to be too much of anything terrible happening there, but definitely keep an eye on the weather and pay attention to those alerts as they come in. Conditions are rapidly going downhill near Georgetown, South Carolina, where Hurricane Ian is about to make its second landfall in the U.S. I'm sure as soon as we get that official confirmation that the central area of low pressure has made it onto land, we will let you know. But as of right now, some of the really strong bands that are promoting probably the strongest wind gusts are now moving ashore near Pawleys Island, McClellanville, and Georgetown. So brace for impact for some of these, sustained hurricane force winds as we get closer and closer to the storm. Looks like Chris Hall's starting to see some more damage too. Let's talk to him. Hey, Chris, we've got you pulled up. Looks like we're seeing a lot of tree limbs down, a lot of leaves in the road, garbage cans blown over and stuff. What's the most significant damage you've seen so far, and are things getting worse right now where you are?
Yeah, Ryan, we're actually trying to get a little bit back north as we have ongoing flooding here in downtown Charleston. A lot of tree limbs are down. I know of a couple of trees that are down, according to Brandon. But we're going to continue to circle around and try to scope out some places in case need be to get up to higher ground. But other than that, nothing too substantial here. Everything is okay for now.
All right. All right, sounds good. Thank you, Chris Hall, who now officially goes by Chris Hall, y'all, just because we happen to share the same last name. We're not related other than through the weather. We're atmospheric brothers, is what I'm calling us. Anyways, Call Me Josh. Call Me Josh is back again, one of the biggest supporters here. Thank you so much for gifting the community 20 Ryan Hall y'all memberships. Everybody say thank you, Josh. And then also we got an update from the Charleston EMS. They're telling us that they're having to stop transporting to areas because they're experiencing some really high sustained winds. So the Charleston EMS is having to stop transporting to areas. I don't know what that exactly means. If we can get some clarification on that, that would be great. I don't know if we're talking about ambulances, helicopters, or what. But we'll definitely get you an update on that here in just a second. So here are some of the highest wind speeds that we've seen today so far. All right, as of a couple minutes ago, Fort Sumter is has recorded the highest official wind speed so far at 83 miles per hour. Folly Beach did get a 73 mile per hour wind gust earlier this morning. Chutes Folly got 70 miles per hour. Folly Beach recorded another 63 mile per hour wind gust all the way back at 10 a.m. And then some other places, Charleston, South Carolina, in the downtown area got 51 mile per hour winds. The airport got 54 miles per hour. Let's see here. Capers near shore buoy recorded a 58 mile per hour wind gust. And that's kind of what we're seeing so far. I expect those numbers to increase, especially around the Georgetown, McClellanville, and Allendale areas here within the next little bit, as some of the strongest winds are probably getting ready to come ashore very soon. When is landfall? It'll be soon. I don't know exactly. I can't give you an exact time because of how erratic the center of the circulation looks on radar, and also because it's harder to pinpoint it, I guess, with this presentation versus that pinhole obvious eye that we had in the original Hurricane Ian that we had earlier. But as soon as we get that center of low pressure coming onto land, we'll let you know. But it is very close, and you can see here on radar that the kind of obstructed eye is trying to come ashore right there, really close to McClellanville. It might be where we get the official landfall, is McClellanville. But areas north of there, especially near North Santee, Crow Hill, Quarantine, Newland, Price Landing, and Jamestown, you guys are the next in line for some of these really, really strong winds. So buckle up for that. Brian, thank you for the support. Debbie, thanks for the very generous super chat. As she says, thank you for what you do helping people. It's no problem. No thanks needed. I'm here all the time looking at the weather because I'm a weather geek. I'm just happy you guys are finding what I do, I guess, useful. Let's see here. South Carolina residents and visitors can learn about evacuation zones and their vulnerability to storm surge with the Know Your Zone interactive map. So if we can get a link to that map in the chat, that's another good resource for people. And it's, if you want it, it's in my likes on Twitter. There's a link to that there. So we want to make sure we share that far and wide. Charleston EMS is having to stop transporting to areas like Mount Pleasant and some of the areas that have hospitals. The conditions are deteriorating. Okay. So we're stopping transporting to exterior areas. I see that. So Charleston EMS, due to high winds, are stopping transporting to areas like Mount Pleasant because conditions are rapidly deteriorating. Thank you so much for that update. And thank you guys for all the updates and reports and stuff you're sending in right now through Twitter. Once again, if you have anything you want to send in, if there's anything you want to contribute, you can do that on Twitter at Ryan Hall. Y'all is my name on there. And Chelsea is honestly, this is super awesome, Chelsea, that you're doing this. You don't have to, but we need to get Chelsea in the Discord server because this is super helpful, and it's just an awesome thing that once again, it's just one of those awesome things that comes from the community. We didn't ask Chelsea to do this, but she's keeping up with all the super chats for me so that I can go through and shout you out. Gardening, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member and for the super chat. Tyler, thank you. Sheila, thank you. And of course, call me Josh there right in the middle. And of course, I'm going to go through, and everyone that we don't kind of relay live on the air, I'm going to go through and kind of read those afterwards. So, you know, if you have any urgent questions, if you have any like major like things you're trying to figure out, doing it through that mediums may not be the best way because like obviously I'm not able to keep up with them all. But if you just have a comment or words of support, I always try to go back and read those and make sure that we're replying to you when we can. Dragon, thank you so much for becoming a member. We got a huge membership community here now, over 3,000 strong. The Y'all Squad membership there. Here's a video from Chris Hall in Charleston, South Carolina, where flooding is continuing here, and it looks like the manhole's backing up. So once again, freshwater flooding is going to be a major thing that we're going to be covering today, as it's not just the storm surge that's a problem in situations like this. Also, you have this freshwater flooding combined with the storm surge. So a lot of times you'll have the water coming in off the ocean, and then a bunch of fresh water coming in off of some of the rivers and streams into the ocean, and they both overflow onto the streets and into these neighborhoods. So if you live in an area that could be affected by that, make sure you are paying attention to the warnings, and you're seeking higher ground when the flash flood warnings come through. Here is and a very interesting, once again, stuff like this I could look at all day. We won't spend too much time on it, but for anybody who's interested, this is an overall radar loop of what Hurricane Ian has pretty much looked like from start to finish through MRMS. So look at this thing, how intense it got so rapidly there, just to the south and west of Florida. And then it kind of rapidly intensified right up until it made landfall. Some people are still debating as to whether or not this did reach Category 5 status for a brief period of time before making landfall. And then, of course, that backside eye wall, whenever it kind of made it onto land, that was carried some of this stronger wind gust, at least that we saw through our storm chasers. And then it rapidly weakened, got really weak over Florida, but that didn't change the fact that still like 2 million people are without power in Florida, and that we got a lot of freshwater flooding all through central Florida. And then we've got this thing back over water last night into this morning, where if it had just a little bit more time, it probably would have intensified significantly enough to really cause some major problems. But thankfully, it's getting ready to make landfall right now, and from the time it comes onto shore again, it will rapidly weaken once again. So it's still going to be a big storm. We're going to feel the effects. We're going to feel the wrath of Ian here in South Carolina and North Carolina, but it's not going to be a worst case scenario. Thank goodness. Still going to be the strongest storm that we've seen here in a while. The satellite presentation on this thing reminds me a whole lot of a nor'easter. It's starting to look like a nor'easter, and I'll show you that here in a second whenever I can find a good broad loop for you. But there's another update from a fire department. The Charleston Fire Department says, please stay home or in a safe place throughout this storm. I've retweeted this if you guys want to look at it. And they've got all kinds of resources and links for you here. Road closures, energy outages, Berkeley electric outages, and a damage report in the city. All kinds of really good resources if you want to keep up with that stuff. There's links on my Twitter. I just retweeted that. Or of course, you could go straight to their Twitter, which looks to me like it's at @Charleston_fire. At @Charleston_fire. Let's see here. What's going to happen to Charlotte, South Carolina? Pretty much the same thing as Raleigh. Maybe some stronger winds in excess of 60 miles an hour at times as the storm comes ashore. But mainly, the thing that I would be most worried about in Charlotte is flooding. If you live in a flood-prone area, understand that you're under a moderate risk of excessive rainfall today. In fact, we just got a new update from the Weather Prediction Center for the excessive rainfall outlook. So I want to show that to you guys to fill you in on what exactly we're looking at. And they've expanded it quite a bit. There's a lot of areas now under the gun for potentially major flooding today. Now, this includes a lot of South Carolina, but almost the majority of North Carolina is included in this. So if you live in the red zone today and you live in a flood prone area, or even if you don't, if you live close to a flood prone area, pay attention, because if you get a flash flood warning today, it's likely going to be the real deal. And flash flooding could take place all the way up there into southwestern portions of Virginia and extreme southern portions of West Virginia. It looks like even your friendly weather dude himself here in eastern Kentucky might be getting in on some of the rain in Kentucky, as we're under a marginal risk for excessive rainfall today as well. Just goes to show you the broad scope of the impacts this storm's going to have here as we continue to watch it move into the U.S. Tony Plant says, I'm watching all the storm chasers efforts from over here in the UK. I viewed your channel for 10 hours through Wednesday night. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Tony. We've got so many people, so many awesome people who have reached out from so many countries, so many places around the world who were just captivated by the coverage, of Hurricane Ian the other day. So welcome from around the world, everybody who's watching. This is, of course, going to be something that we do for as long as we can, as long as YouTube lets me. I'm going to be here during every hurricane, every blizzard, every tornado outbreak. That's the plan. So if you enjoy, if you think what I'm doing is useful, if you think, man, if you don't live in the South Carolina and North Carolina, for example, let's say you were watching somewhere else, specifically in the States right now, and you think, man, that would be really useful if I could have had him during the last big storm in my neck of the woods, consider subscribing, because more than likely we will be there during the next big time event that's inevitably going to happen at some point in the U.S. So here's a good thank you, Joey, for sending this in. This is what the satellite looks like right now with Hurricane Ian. Notice the big comma head shape here. All right, see that? It's like a big old comma. Now this is a photo of like a really massive nor'easter. What exact storm is that? That looks very familiar to me, but it looks, it kind of reminds you of a nor'easter. South Carolina power outages were up to 53,000 people without power in South Carolina. And as you can tell, it's following the zones where we're starting to see some of those higher wind gusts. So Horry County, which is one of the places I expected to see probably most of the power outages today, it looks to me like you're dodging a bullet a little bit as some of the stronger wind gusts are to your south. But you guys will probably eventually, as time goes on, see those numbers stack up a little bit as the storm continues to move into the area. Looks like Brandon Kopic's got a big old tree in front of him. Big tree down in front of Copic there in Charleston, South Carolina. It looks like it might be blocking the road. If I'm looking at that right, if I can see it right. Yeah. I wonder if he's got the seeker saw with him. I wonder if he's going to get out there and get it out of the way for us live on stream. That would be pretty interesting. We'll get an update from him here in a second. But that is going to be a very common sight throughout South Carolina today. Trees and tree limbs will be coming down as widespread hurricane force and tropical storm force winds are going to be felt all up and down North and South Carolina. My goodness, man. Some incredibly, just absolutely incredibly crazy footage from Hurricane Ian coming in here from Max Olson. Max Olson is a professional storm chaser, documentary filmmaker, and we've talked before. I don't know if he'd be all right with me showing that or not, so I'm just going to leave it on Twitter. So if you guys want to see literally some of the craziest footage I've seen so far of the heartbreaking situation that happened there with the catastrophic storm surge near Naples and Fort Myers, go look at his Twitter at MesoMax919, or go look at the most recent retweet on my page, because that is just absolutely wild there. whenever they have the not for broadcast markers on the screen, we try to respect that because maybe they're trying to reserve that for some sort of project that they're working on. And also, there's no emergency need to relay that information right now. It's old news. So here is a look at what all of our storm chasers are going through right now. Conditions are going to continue to deteriorate as time goes on. But once again, we're not expecting the widespread catastrophe that we saw from Ian here. We're just going to continue to see stuff like this, and probably a little bit worse as trees fall down and storm surge continues to inundate the coast. Currently 60,000 people without power now in South Carolina. And if you lose power today, we're being assured by the electric companies in the area that it shouldn't last long. They are ready, and they're going to be out there no matter what to try to remedy the situation and fix everything. So we're not out without power too long. But the power will go out for a lot of you, and we want you to prepare for that. And just in case it does last a while, we want you to prepare for that as well. Obviously, our power crews are very capable, but like we saw in Florida, there's still well over 1 million people without power right now, even though they've got the collective resources of pretty much the entire country down there helping them out. So if you got perishable food in the fridge, eat it now. If you've got batteries, kind of charge them up. And something I always like to remind people of is if you've got the ability to maybe charge your devices right now that have the ability to connect to cell service, do that. Because even when you lose power, a lot of times it will keep cell service for a little while. So if you've got a tablet, I know you're keeping your phone charged, but if you've got a tablet or another piece of equipment that can get access to cellular data, make sure that is charged as well, so we can stay connected and you can continue to get information even when the power's out. Large tree is down on Queen and Logan on Brandon Stream. So what we're looking at here through Brandon's point of view is Queen and Logan Street. And that's where that large tree is down. And it does look like a very large, significant tree. Probably seeing a lot of that in the area here as we continue to watch these storms or the eye wall move in. Let's get an update from the radar. Let's zoom in and kind of look at what's going on. Once again, you guys can follow along in the Radar Omega app. The same software that I'm using here is available for iOS or Android, and there's a link at the top of the description. They help us out so much. They support us so much. So if you want to support the companies that support us, that's one of them. Or you can just watch me show it to you here, because we've got the center of the eye getting ready to move onto land, and it's going to happen somewhere here near McClellanville. But one of the cool things about the app here is I can click, and you guys can see the same thing. I can click and see where Vince Welty is by clicking on that icon, and I can see the current conditions. I'll tell you one thing you need to figure out, or maybe I just don't know how. I don't know how to mute the storm chasers cameras. But you can see that he's got 60 mile an hour wind gusts right now, and then the same thing goes for Brandon down here. You'll be able to see his marker closer to Charleston, South Carolina, and we can click on him and see some of that same information. 5 degrees in this cool hurricane. Oh yeah, I could just mute Radar Omega in Windows, but it's even loud. Let's see here. Yeah, there you go. Got it. Done. Over. Great advice. Thank you. That takes care of it. Brian says, at our department, the Palmetto Rural Fire Department in Darlington, South Carolina, all we are getting at the moment is rain and the wind is starting to pick up. So that's an update from the Palmetto Rural Fire Department there. Brian, thank you so much for that. HIP2, thank you for the support. And ATV Indo, thank you so much for the support as well there with the very generous super chat. Appreciate you guys. More trees, more limbs down as per Chris Hall's live stream here. I'm telling you, some of the most of the damage that I'm seeing is coming from the Charleston area, which is on that western side. It's on that western side of the storm. And as you guys remember, if you were watching the Ian coverage, when the eastern side of Ian came onto shore, the winds were bad, don't get me wrong, and the storm surge was terrible. But it wasn't until we got the back side, the western side of the eye wall coming in, that we saw some of the stronger winds. Part of the reason for that then was because there was a lot more precipitation, helping to bring some of the mid-level higher wind speeds, kind of forcing them down closer to the surface and allowing people on the surface to experience them. And I'm wondering if that's probably the same phenomena that we're experiencing right now. Andy, do you have any gaps to fill in there that maybe the viewers would be interested in?
You're talking about the rain band and the relation of the heavy wind to that heavy rain band near Charleston?
Yes.
Yeah, so just to put in the meteorological terms, we call that precipitation loading. It's literally, there's so much more moisture and water, that's liquid water that's falling there in that heavy rain band. It gets loaded onto the downdrafts that are coming down from these storm cells and literally weighs them down more, like with, more gravity is acting on it because there's more mass. So the downdrafts accelerate because they have more mass with them as all the water is loaded onto them. So that's why we probably see those higher wind gusts in relation to where the heavy rain is. And that was true with the Florida landfall as well. With the backside of the eye wall, it comes from downstream of all that heavy rain there as it rotates around the center. So if you want to try to put that into the common terms so that you can help the audience understand, that'd be great. That was a tough one, so I don't blame you if you can't.
No, I think we did all right with my precursor, but that definitely helps kind of expand on it for the people who are looking for more information. So thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. As always, we love to have his expert analysis and input on what we're talking about here. It looks like Chris Hall is coming across trees and power lines and stuff down too. I don't know if this is the same one that we were looking at from Copic's stream, but it more than likely isn't. We're more than likely looking at several different instances of this happening here in and around Charleston, South Carolina, which is once again where I think we're seeing most of the damage right now. Deb, thanks for becoming a member. Super awesome of you. Guardian PC says thank you. Paper says, based off my data, in virtual hurricane hunting, the southeast side will be the strongest with tornadoes and stuff. What's your thoughts with that, Ryan? I feel like you're on the right track with what you're trying to say there. The eastern side of the storm, specifically for us possibly seeing tornadoes today, that is going to be technically the strongest side in that regard. But typically the northern, the northeastern, northwestern side, depending on its angle of approach, that's usually around the eye where we would see the strongest wind gusts specifically.
A new tornado
and speaking
warning
of tornadoes,
has been issued.
We got a tornado warning now. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Brunswick County, North Carolina. So we told you guys a while ago that this was going to start happening as all of these mini supercells are working their way into the Outer Banks region. So a new tornado warning was just issued, and we're going to get you the information on that. Let me share with you the graphic first, and then we'll go to radar. New tornado warning right here. Give me just a second. Yeah, there we go. Radar indicated tornado. This is going to be for Sunset Beach, Holden Beach, and Longwood. So that's going to go until 1 p.m. Eastern Friday. If you are in any of these areas, that's Brunswick County, North Carolina, please take shelter immediately, as it looks like we may be seeing a tornado here soon. And this is actually close. So this is a little bit south of the Outer Banks area. It's closer to the KLTX radar, which is I'm working on loading up right now, so we can take a look at this thing. And it's it's hard to see because it is on that southern side of that radar, like we were talking about earlier, which is just incredibly obstructed for whatever reason. We're not able to tell much about it. However, we can see that inside of the polygon here, Longwood, Carolina Shores, Holden Beach, Ocean Isle Beach, and Sunset Beach, all of these places are under that warning. So please take shelter immediately. And as soon as we get some sort of information on that, that expands on it, we will let you know. As of right now, we don't have a confirmed report of a tornado. It's radar indicated. So we're going to treat it as if there's a tornado down, though, and get to shelter as quickly as possible. You want to get into the most interior room of your home. You want to protect your head. The number one way that you're going to get injured or something bad is going to happen to you in a tornado is going to be from debris from your house falling on your head. So if anything you can do to protect your head and keep yourself away from flying debris, that's what you need to do. So we'll get to our safe spots and we'll get through it together. As soon as you no longer see your county and the little ticker down there, it'll be all right to come out. And I'll try to remember to give you the all clear on when that happens. Flooding is ongoing in Charleston. This is Chris Hall's feed. Chris, I see all that water in front of you, buddy. Do you know where it's coming from? Is it just kind of like street flooding, ponding here, or do you know the source of the flooding?
Yeah, Ryan, this is definitely freshwater flooding. At the corner of Wilson Street and Bufane Street, looks like it's about to get up to the bottom of this Nissan Altima. I'm not going to try to go through it. I'm actually going to turn around, but this is definitely freshwater flooding.
All right. So we got a lot of freshwater flooding going on here in Charleston, South Carolina. Once again, don't believe this is coming from like a tributary or a river or anything like that. I believe it's just regular street flooding. A lot of the drainage systems are becoming overwhelmed due to, just the massive amount of rain that we've seen down here. So, okay, radio's too loud. I turned it down a little bit. Hopefully that helps. Let's see here. Daryl with the very kind words. He says, Ryan, you're the best weatherman ever. I've been with your channel all through last winter and the wild winter weather. Thanks, my friend. Daryl, thank you so much for being here for so long and not allowing me to annoy you and just blocking me off the internet. I figured, if you've been here for that long, you'd have done that by now, but you haven't. So you're a real one. Look at these guys. South Carolina, the people of South Carolina are coming together right now and getting these trees out of the road. Once again, there's going to be a lot of negative impacts from a hurricane in Category 1 making landfall in a place like this, but it won't take long. It will not take long to overcome it because of people like this who are going to be doing everything they can to help clean up after the storm's done. And during the storm, we got Chris Jackson himself out there, storm chaser extraordinaire, getting trees off the interstate, son. He doesn't have to do that. He could drive right around it, keep getting his storm footage. But he's out there helping. There's another reason why we love our storm chasers so much here on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. Storm chasing is a competitive field, for those of you who don't know, and a lot of times it's every storm chaser for himself. And during severe weather situations like a tornado or a catastrophic hurricane, that can probably be pretty scary, pretty isolating, pretty lonely being in a situation like that. But not when you're on Team Y'all. So, you know, we try to do everything we can to care for and take care of our storm chasers whenever they're out there, because I believe that they provide just an invaluable service. Brandon Kopic's back on another tree here. I don't know if he went and got a saw or not. I don't know what's going on. We're just going to watch them all at the same times. Let's see here. John, thanks for becoming a member. Wes Payton, thanks for becoming a member. Thanks to everybody who has tuned in. We do have one tornado warning right now. Brunswick County, North Carolina. Take shelter now. Still no reports of an actual tornado down, but I'm sure at some point today that will happen somewhere. So every tornado warning that comes through, we got to take them all seriously. Sassy J in the UK says prayers from the UK and Scotland. Great coverage and invaluable help. Well, thanks for tuning in over there across the pond. Appreciate all you guys. New mesoscale discussion does talk about a tornado watch that is coming soon. The tornado threat is increasing, and a watch will be issued very soon for eastern portions of North Carolina. So if you live in the Outer Banks region, pretty much anywhere in North Carolina, all the way up to extreme southeastern Virginia, maybe even up there towards Virginia Beach and Norfolk, there's going to be a tornado watch soon. And as soon as that comes through, once again, this will probably be the first place you hear about it from, because the awesome people in the background that helped me out have put together a system that is somehow lightning fast. Like as soon as the National Weather Service hits that button that sends the warning out, before anything else gets it, somehow it alerts on our system first. So super thankful to have that resource for you guys. Let's see. The Brunswick County storm, the reason we're not zoomed in on it and kind of focusing on it is just because it first of all doesn't look like there's nothing really to hone in on, and second of all, the closest radar, the best radar vantage point we have to it is a little bit distorted in the exact location that we would need to look. So we're just cautioning everyone in the county to take shelter and prepare for the worst. It doesn't really matter what street the tornado is on. If it's yours, you got to get to shelter. And it could be if your county's under the warning. Let's see here. Jenny T, thank you. Myrtle Beach is now experiencing more than 4 feet of storm surge, and it's still rising rapidly. So far, this is actually their third highest on record at this station that I'm looking at right now. So as you can see here, Myrtle Beach is rising quickly. It's almost past the major flooding stage. So if you live in a low-lying, flood-prone area here, especially along the coast near Myrtle Beach, prepare for things to possibly get worse here as the water is still rising. Has it made landfall yet? It's about to. Hurricane Ian, just in case anybody's just now tuning in, you don't know what we're talking about. It's about to make its third and hopefully final landfall in South Carolina shortly. It made its first landfall in Cuba. Second landfall was the one we all know about. That was in southwestern Florida. The third one is getting ready to happen here. I mean, we're talking really shortly, but it'll be in South Carolina, somewhere near Georgetown. So we are expecting another day of significant storm surge, wind, flooding, and tornado impacts from this hurricane. And finally, after today, well, probably after tomorrow, Hurricane Ian will be nothing but a memory and a remnant low in our atmosphere as we move on from this. It's no longer going to be taunting us after today, other than some negligible nuisance impacts. That is a massive tree down in South Carolina. That is a huge tree, man. Chris, do you know what street you're on? Can you give a little bit more context, maybe for the locals, exactly what we're looking at here?
I am actually on the other side of the tree from Brandon. I think it's Logan and Queen Street.
Logan and Queen Street. So this is on the other side of where Brandon is, and that is a very, very big tree down right there. We've got several storm chasers helping us out today. Chris Hall's one of them. Vince Welty's one. He's near McClellanville, South Carolina. Brandon Kopic, who is on the other side of that tree. Bryce Shelton, who is driving through some water here. Definitely don't recommend that. I don't know where he is. It looks like he's awfully close to the shore, though. So, I mean, there's a good view of some of the storm surge coming in, at least. But hopefully he gets out of there pretty quick. Obviously, Bryce is down in Florida for Hurricane Ian, too. And he's actually from Western Kentucky, I believe. So Bryce is, he's somebody that does this a lot. He knows his route. He knows how to get out of there. But certainly it would not advise anybody else to do this up here near Myrtle's Inlet, South Carolina. Last but not least, we got Chris Jackson on the interstate here in South Carolina, a South Carolina local who is feeding us all kinds of impacts or footage of the impacts that Hurricane Ian is unleashing onto the area here. There's a team of people, son, working on this tree. Like, it is a mission for all of these people to get this tree out of the way for you guys. And it looks to me like we're going to be able to watch them do it. Obviously, there's planning that goes in place when you're talking about removing such a large tree, and that's probably what they're doing now. Thinking about what they're going to do. Are we going to put anybody in danger? Are any power lines going to be in the way? And like, how are we going to get this thing out of here? That's what they're talking about right now. Once again, in Charleston, South Carolina, in the near the downtown area. Holiday, thank you so much for the support. And Millie, thank you for becoming a member. One tornado warning still in effect for Brunswick County, North Carolina. It's a radar indicated precautionary warning. We do not believe that there's a tornado down right now, but we're assuming that there is one. So take shelter. Take shelter. We'll tell you when it's time to come out. Satellite imagery, once again, kind of resembling a nor'easter today. Ian is accelerating towards the South Carolina coast. It's about 60 miles east-southeast of Charleston, South Carolina. That's where the central area of circulation is. Maximum sustained winds are at 85 miles per hour, and it's moving north at 14 miles per hour. So remember, as soon as this thing comes onto land, it's going to start rapidly weakening. So even though the last time we got that information from the hurricane hunters, it's 85 mile per hour winds, 100 and something mile an hour gusts, I do believe that's going to be a possibility. I think that there are some areas along the coast that will see those kinds of impacts. But as soon as the storm starts making contact with land, even those surface winds are going to be maybe a little bit less than that in some cases, because there's more friction involved, and a lot of these drop sondes from the hurricane hunters are measuring winds above an area that has no change in elevation really for hundreds of miles. So once that changes, the turbulent flow of the winds are going to change a little bit, and it will change the overall wind speeds and stuff. But I still think that, especially on the north, on some portions of this storm as it makes landfall, we're going to see sustained winds at or around 85 miles per hour. Ivy, thanks for becoming a member. Let's see here. Chris Hall's got a video of the tree removal team here. Pretty much the same view that we're getting from his live stream. But now the wind's picking up. More trees might come down on our tree removal people. It's obviously admirable, and it's very important that they're out there doing this work during the storm, but sometimes it does help to maybe wait a little bit, just so we're not putting anybody else in extra danger. Obviously, the winds are going to get worse as time goes on. Vince Welty looks like he's on the same interstate as Chris Jackson, as there's just a ton of debris in the road. You can see tree limbs, tree branches everywhere out in front of him here. He's probably getting ready to come across where that big tree fell down earlier. But upstream, just a little bit down the road from where Vince is, the conditions are a lot worse.
Sorry if I interrupted. Brandon told me to relay this to you. Know that the viewers and yourself wanted to watch the tree be taken down, but fire and rescue has advised us not to touch that tree.
All right, Chris, sounds good. Did they say why? Is it on a power line or something? Unknown. Okay. All right. So, well, honestly, it's good news that they're going to get out of there, because once again, more trees will likely fall. And the fire department in the area is on the job anyways, so that'll get taken care of at some point. Here is 46th Avenue North. Here is 46th Avenue North in North Myrtle Beach, where the storm surge is really starting to come up. Look at that. It's flooding over into the pool. It's starting to get on the deck. You can see some of the boats kind of losing their anchor. I'm retweeting that. Thank you so much for sending that, Lisa, and stay safe. Once again, we've got the biggest group of reporters on Earth right now. Everybody that's watching this, feel free to send in pictures and videos if you want to of the storm surge and what's going on, if you can do so safely. Just like Russ. Look at this. Russ in Atlantic Beach, North Carolina is sending
a new tornado watch has been issued.
There's that tornado watch. We'll go look at that here in a second. But as soon as... I'm sorry. It looks like some of the storm surge is also affecting places in North Carolina, Atlantic Beach. Coming up into the streets, we're able to navigate some of the streets via boat right now, and it does look like the water's coming into the store a little bit. But for the most part, not looking terrible, not looking very bad. But it will get worse, I guess, as some of the stronger winds kind of orient themselves directly southwest to northeast along some of these beaches. So make sure you have a way of getting the heck out of there if you need to. Kieran, thanks for becoming a member. Downtown Charleston is flooding. We've seen a lot of that video from our storm chasers here, but here's a picture of that. Freshwater flooding in downtown Charleston, South Carolina. If you live in a flood-prone area, get ready for that. It's only going to get worse. The rain's going to keep coming down here. And, oh, yeah, let me show you that tornado watch. Brand new tornado watch coming in for a lot of South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. I'm retweeting this as well. If you guys want to see the graphical information up close, it's going to be right there on Twitter. This is going to go until 10 p.m. tonight, y'all. 10 p.m. tonight. We've got a few tornadoes possible and isolated wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. Population of 4.6 million people. 4.6 million people are under this tornado watch. So if you know anybody in Williamsburg, Virginia Beach, Kill Devil Hills, Greenville, Newburgh, Jacksonville, Lumberton, or Wilmington, or Myrtle Beach, let them know that not only are we experiencing the tropical storm and hurricane impacts today, but we got a whole nother threat, a tornado threat as the storm comes ashore. So hopefully all 4.6 million of those people know that they need to be getting their plans in place and preparing for a potential tornado as we go through today. If they don't, you guys can help me reach them by just retweeting this from the Tornado Center. Just text them Text somebody if you have a loved one, be like, hey, things are getting serious out there. You're under a tornado watch. You can be a hero if we end up seeing that big tornado come through. And you know how it always goes on the news. They always say, it was so unexpected. We never saw it coming. Well, we can change that by getting information like this out to as many people as possible. We are seeing it coming. We just got to make sure that they're paying attention. Tornado watch is going to go until 10 p.m. We still have that one tornado warning for Brunswick County, North Carolina. Hopefully everybody's still sheltered down there, but no updates as to whether or not we're actually seeing a tornado. That's a radar indicated tornado warning. Still need to take it seriously though. Thank you guys so much for sending in all these pictures and videos, by the way. Big Dre Country Gaming, Big D Ray, I bet, Country Gaming has sent in this from Clarendon County, South Carolina, a little bit farther in, where we can see the winds are starting to pick up there. We're also getting video from David Lilly, who's actually on the team. He says, here's a little on-site report in my hometown and the outer parts of Hurricane Ian, as the winds are starting to pick up there where he is as well. Thank y'all. And everybody, so many people are tagging me in news articles and updates. Thank you guys. We really are working together here to create the best and most efficient, information relay system that exists. We got about 10, 15 minutes or so before landfall, I'd say. Maybe less, I don't know. There are still a lot of rotating supercells out in to sea that are probably producing water spouts right now that we will be watching closely as they approach land. But right now, the only tornado warning that we have is for Brunswick County, North Carolina. We are officially up to 4.46 feet of storm surge in Myrtle. Once again, surpassing the major flood stage. And I believe setting some sort of record, not all-time record, but it's definitely going to be in the top, one of the top ones observed here in the Myrtle Beach area. So it's important to remember, if it keeps rising, and it looks like it's probably going to, if you've lived in Myrtle Beach for a while and you've never had to worry about this, it might get to the point where, it'll start getting into some places that it hasn't got to before. So pay attention to what's going on, whether or not you believe you're in a probable area that has to deal with that. Flash flood warning just went into effect for an updated flash flood warning just went into effect for Folly Beach in Hollywood, South Carolina. So make sure you guys are ready for that. The more flooding as runoff is going to add to the problems that we already have. See here, Dabby Crab, thanks for becoming a member. Georgia, thanks for the very generous super chat. And Matt Kellerman, thanks for becoming a member. You guys are awesome. Love all the support. American Patriot sent in this. This is from Carolina Beach, North Carolina. Once again, the wind field is so large. We're seeing the impacts of this storm all up and down the coast, even all the way up there into North Carolina, where we're seeing a lot of storm surge. This house right here is already experiencing some of that flooding in Carolina Beach, North Carolina. Thanks for sending that in. Remember, only do it if you can do so safely. Yeah, a lot of the homes that I'm seeing that are obviously experiencing flooding right now are on stilts, or they have garages on the bottom floor, which is obviously on purpose, because a lot of the storm surge that we're seeing so far is the expected amount that you would get in a situation like this. I don't know. I'm hoping that we don't see it get so far above expected inundation that we start looking at similar sites as what we saw in some places in southwestern Florida. I don't think that's going to happen, though. Freshwater flooding is going to be the main story today. Okay, we've got an update from Midway Fire. They're performing a rescue from a house on 300 block Myrtle Avenue in Pawleys Island. Water is in the first floor of the house. So there we go. That's one of the first reports we've heard of that. Storm surge in Pawleys Island. That's the report. It came through amateur radio. So that's one of the things that we're hearing in the background too. I believe we're monitoring some of the emergency management nets. And that's coming through amateur radio there. So we're also getting a lot of reports of serious vehicular accidents in Brunswick, North Carolina, and all of them are weather related. It's probably a good idea to remind you guys to stay out of the roads. So, yeah, in that county where we have that tornado warning, once again, tornado warning for Brunswick, North Carolina. Hopefully everybody's still in their safe spot. It seems like our researchers, some of the people who are listening to and working with the emergency management teams down there are reporting that there's a lot of accidents in that area, all weather related. So please stay off the roads, guys. Obviously, if we're under a tornado warning today, let's not be out on the roads. And if you know anybody that lives in these areas that would do that and that's not listening to me right now, let's let them know, hey, this is serious. Once again, I did this whole speech yesterday. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it, but it means more when it comes from you. Me sitting here telling them is one thing. Some guy in a suit telling them the alert on their phone, it's all noise to a lot of people, and I totally get it. But if you, somebody who just normally doesn't, text them about the weather, is like, hey, man, like, I know you live over here, and like, I know, like, you're cool and you've been through stuff before, but like, you should probably pay attention today. It could make a world of difference, because they're going to be like, wait, what? Why are they telling me this? And maybe they'll actually pay attention today. And we will avoid loss of life as much as possible. You could be a hero. Monster, thanks for the very generous super chat. He says, what is everybody thinking for the PD area? PD. PD. I don't know where that is. Give me just a second. Okay, so that's near Florence. Yeah, you're going to experience a brief period of hurricane force wind gusts at some point today. So winds and power outages are going to be a problem. But the main problem for you guys is going to be the freshwater flooding. I think that if you live in a flood-prone area where where you could get a flash flood, that's going to be your biggest problem today. So make sure you're paying attention to those warnings as they come through. Sadly, Cherry Grove is flooding again. This video is from Megan Royster. So Cherry Grove is flooding again, and that looks like, once again, a little bit more significant flooding. So the waters are rising slowly but surely here in South Carolina. Bryce Shelton's giving us a good view here of that. We'll see if I can't reach Bryce. Bryce, if you can hear me, let me know. Bryce, I haven't actually made contact with him today, but it's all right. We can see his feed.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool. There we go. Bryce, we're live on YouTube. We're watching your feed. We see the water coming in. Can you give us a little bit more information about where you are? I know you're near Myrtle's Inlet, but for the locals, do you know a street or like a business nearby that maybe we can give some more context?
Yeah, I am by the Myrtle's Inlet Marsh Walk, and that is going to be off of, it looks like Highway 17.
All right. All right, buddy. Thank you very much. Anytime, if things change or if you see anything that you think people might need to know about, just holler at me on here, okay?
Will do.
All right, Bryce Shelton. So now we've got a direct line of contact with 5 well-trained, wonderful storm chasers out here. So once again, there's nowhere else where you're going to get this complex and comprehensive, this wide scope of a view of Hurricane Ian today. So super happy to have our storm chasers on board and the ability to talk with them. Let's see here. Tuned LGT. with a very generous super chat. He says, I'm a trained weather spotter for the National Weather Service, and I've watched coverage from both your channel and the Weather Channel for over 10 hours, and your coverage has been better in every possible way. You've made a lifelong follower out of me. Well, we're going to have to screenshot that one and put it at the top of the channel or something, because that's a great review from Tuned LGT. Thank you so much for the kind words. We are in no way in competition with the Weather Channel here. I think that there's room for what we're doing and what they're doing, and people like different kind of stuff. But I am so glad that people are happy with what we're doing and maybe finding it useful. And we're able to reach a lot of people that that the Weather Channel usually wouldn't appeal to. So very happy to have you guys here, and keep spreading the word. The more the merrier, right? Here is latest look at the satellite from this thing. Once again, it's still swirling. Still got a very, pretty intense core underneath all that convection. But for the most part, this is going extra tropical. Looks like a big nor'easter coming on to shore there. If this was January or February or something like that, boy, would we be talking about the snowstorm of the century up here for portions of the South into the Appalachians up into the Northeast. Man, what an incredible setup for a snowstorm that would be. When the lights turn green behind me, it's time to talk to Andy, the meteorologist and the weather machine. So go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, thanks. I'm still taking a look and keeping an eye on all of the tropical supercells that are coming off the Atlantic and landfalling around the outer banks of North Carolina. So just to the northeast of the KMHX radar, Morehead City, there's a pretty tight velocity signature there. If you go back a couple frames in reflectivity as well, it's probably going to rapidly die out. It's currently in a special marine warning actually for water spouts, but these water spouts are making landfall on sort of remote or very watery areas of land. But this one's persisted for a few frames, so I figured I'd mention it so you can take a look at how tight the rotation is on that.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. This is the latest look at the storm that he's talking about. And honestly, there's so many of these, it's hard to pinpoint. But like he's saying, once they get closer to land, like watch this. You see how these out here near Goodwin Hills and sea level, you see how they had some tight rotation, but they're starting to let up. The same thing is happening with this one, which is the one that he's talking about, which is very tight. But it might start to let up as it gets closer to Vandermeer and Hoboken and Lowland as well. And that's what we're hoping for. But if it doesn't, you're under a tornado watch and you have been warned, or you've been told to watch out. Okay, so get ready for this one. If it holds together, we might see a tornado warning up there. But if not, we've got this big barrier of what seems to be somewhat of protection helping you guys out. But at some point today up here in eastern North Carolina, we are going to start seeing these produce maybe not a bunch of tornadoes, but I would be so surprised if we didn't see at least one today out here in North Carolina. So if that happens to happen in your neck of the woods, you're going to wish that you would have heeded the warning. So just get ready for that. Don't be scared, be prepared. And Frank, if you could close that team window for me. Thank you very much. Super big shout out to a very generous super chat from Nathan. He says, don't be scared, be prepared. Words to live by. Cheers to you and your team. You're very much appreciated. Well, thank you, Nathan. I appreciate you. I appreciate you and everybody who is supporting and with the kind words. And once again, I think we've got the most positive community on the internet, let alone the most positive like news related community. You know what I'm saying. A lot of times, even when you're covering the weather, a lot of times there's a lot of negativity surrounding that, and A lot of times it could be sad, and you know, it is a lot of times, but I think our community, the people who are most active in the chat and stuff, are just so positive, and it's very nice to see. Very nice to see the outpouring of love and support. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to show you guys something cool here. Another kind of awesome look at the generosity and support from you guys. It looks like a lot of you have went to shopryanhall.com and got a sticker or a shirt or something because 100% of the profits over the next day or so are going to go to.
Hey Ryan, I
relief
wanted to
efforts
just
in
give you a quick
Florida.
update. We're still obviously out here in Charleston, and it looks like this outer band of the eye wall is just set up shop right over top of us, and it's pivoting perfectly to just dump a insane amount of water in this area. Flooding is currently ongoing, as you've seen on the streams, but it's rising rapidly.
All right, so that's an update from our storm chaser, Brandon Kopic, who's telling me that flood waters are rising rapidly in the Charleston, South Carolina area. So we're gonna tune back in with him, and we're gonna let you see that as time goes on. But I do want to finish my thing real quick. I got to make sure that we get this out there because a lot of people are looking for information on it. In Florida, obviously, there's a million resources for people down there, but we're going to be sending Brandon and maybe even Chris and somebody else back to Florida after this hurricane landfall, and we're going to find people to help. People who maybe have been overlooked by the big organizations or something. We're going to figure out a way to help, and we're able to do that because a lot of you guys have went to shopryanhall.com today. There's a link in the chat, and it's pinned to the top of the chat, and you bought something. 100% of the profits are going to go to this relief effort, and we got a sticker on there where you can pick your own price. You can pay whatever you want for it, and obviously it doesn't cost very much to ship or print a sticker. So that greatly exemplifies our profits if you don't want to, I guess, buy a shirt or a t-shirt or a hoodie or a mug or something like that. All right, and this is a map of everybody in the U.S. that's currently on the site. Actually, there's some people over here in Europe too. So a lot of people are going over to shopryanhall.com, and we'll throw this map up a couple times throughout the stream so you can see your little blue dot. But I just want to say thank you for the generosity. We have tens of thousands of dollars at our disposal to help people, and it's just unbelievable that we're able to do that. And once again, couldn't do it without you. So thank you once again, everybody, for all the support. Back to the top. If anybody is unsure as to what they just tuned into, it's a live coverage event of Hurricane Ian, which is making its second U.S. landfall in South Carolina. And on that note, Andy has an update for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, a couple of things that I wanted to go over. The first one is that we now have a peak wind gust of 92 miles an hour, and that's again in that intense band of rain that's a result of downdrafts being loaded with a bunch of rain, weighing them down and accelerating them down to the surface. So it makes sense that we see that in, I believe that was in Chutes Folly. So one of the places earlier that had 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts 2 hours ago. So 3 hours of constant heavy winds here now are starting to peak as Ian moves onto the shore in a few minutes from now. We'll see the official landfall from the National Hurricane Center. They'll tweet it out, and we'll have that to you as soon as we can. But in addition to that, if you look at Charleston radar, Ryan, and you just look at the loop of as long as you can, as many frames as you can, you could just see that band of rainfall is just set up there in literally the worst way possible over one of the most populated places that Ian is going to be impacting on its third landfall in the South Carolina coast. It's just been set up there and just constantly downpouring over the Charleston area, and actually radar estimates of up to 10 inches of rainfall have fallen right along the coast there near Folly Beach. And I'm sure that's going to extend to the north as well because it's just still there. So this, honestly, for the third landfall here in South Carolina, I'd say this is almost a worst case scenario for the Charleston area. Basically as bad as it could have gotten is what we're seeing right now.
All right. Thank you very much for the update, meteorologist Andy Hill. And we're looking at a loop here of the hurricane as it's continuing to try to make landfall from it starts at 10:20 this morning and goes all the way to now, which is 1:03 p.m. And Charleston has that entire time been under a prolific heavy rain and high wind band. So that's why really a lot of the damage that we've seen today, a lot of the negative impacts from this hurricane that we've seen today have been from right here in the Charleston area. And look at those last few frames, just like Andy and Brandon have highlighted. It looks like due to the way the storm is going to kind of approach, it looks like Charleston might have several more, either minutes or potentially even hours of being under this band, and already seeing 10 inches of rain in some places. Much more on top of that is going to lead to a very bad situation in terms of freshwater flooding in the Charleston area. So this is something that we're going to have to watch very closely. As time goes on. Once again, we've got some really good storm chasers down here. Chris Hall and Brandon Kopic. They have found a parking garage, it looks like. So just in case they need to seek higher ground, they're going to be able to get on top of that. It looks like Chris is already on top of it. But you can see here on the Radar Omega app the exact location of where Brandon is, and he's right there in downtown Charleston. Some other places that need to, be on the lookout that have really been in the same situation here with this band are going to be places like Hanahan, Goose Creek Heights, Ladsden, Mount Holly, Carolina Bay, Riverland Terrace, and really the I-26 corridor between Sangaree and Somerville and Charleston, and all the communities in between. Okay, so if you live in any of those areas, pay attention, y'all. Pay attention to the waters. The creeks and streams are going to rise, and they're going to rise fast. Thank you very much for that very important update, Andy. And I know a lot of people are asking, so I'm going to go back really quick here, let you look at the map. There it is. We've got a lot of people on the site right now. Thank you guys for all the support. And you can see here, anytime an order is placed, there's a little meteor, a little rocket that comes out of Eastern Kentucky and flies over to wherever the order was placed at. There's a really cool animation there. But thanks for all the support. It looks like we got a lot of people watching in South Carolina and North Carolina right now, and all the way up and down the East Coast too. So I see you guys. I see you guys up there in Washington, D.C., New York, Philadelphia. We'll give you an update on what this is going to look like for you guys too here in a minute. Just thank you so much for tuning in and for all the support. All the profits, once again, are going to go to helping victims from Hurricane Ian. I know I've been saying in Florida specifically, but if there are people that need the help in South Carolina and North Carolina, we'll get that to them too. It just seems like right now the vast majority of the resources that we have probably need to be focused on Florida, but we'll make changes if we need to. Let's see here. We're up to 116,000 people without power now in South Carolina. 116,000 people in South Carolina without power. So that number, once again, is going to go up. It's going to go up consistently throughout the day. And there's only, so we got up to like 2.8 or something million people without power in Florida at one time. And there's actually only 2.6 million people that live in the entire state of South Carolina. So my estimate for a total
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting. We're getting significant wind gusts currently in downtown Charleston.
All right. Significant wind gusts in downtown Charleston. This is a live look from Chris Hall whose volume I keep turning down, but for some reason it keeps going up. I hope that's all right. I hope the volume level is not too bad. But you can see significant wind gusts are moving into downtown Charleston, along with the significant flooding. It also looks like our camera in Myrtle Beach is taking a rocking right now. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, so the full force of the second or third landfall, I should say, of Hurricane Ian is being felt all across the coastline now as the winds are really starting to pick up. But yeah, I think probably maybe up to 500,000 people at some point will be without power in South Carolina. I know our electric crews are watching out there, and they are reassuring us that things are going to be all right as soon as possible. But just make sure that you're prepared for power to go out, and maybe even for a little bit of time here as we go forward. Yeah, big time. It's big time. A Category 1 hurricane is still a hurricane. Even though it's not a Category 4, it's still going to produce some big time impacts here. So hopefully everybody's ready for it. Let's see here. Steve, thanks for being a high risk member for 10 months. He says, I bought my first shirt today. Y'all squad shows up, and you've done an amazing job these last few days. I appreciate your sacrifice and effort and the time that goes into what you do. Thank you so much, Steve. Once again, you don't have to thank me. I am tickled to death to be here in this position, guys. This is a dream come true for me. Don't thank me. Thank you for making this all happen. M. Bain, thanks for becoming a slight risk member. Rick, thanks for the support. Patrick Taylor says your services and coverages for weather events are out of this world. I wish this kind of coverage was around 10 or 15 years ago. Thanks from Alabama. You guys are just too nice. And Kimberly, thank you so much for the support. I'm trying my best to get some of those location or some of those names and shout outs out there. I know I'm still missing some, but I appreciate y'all. Yep, I'm from Kentucky. See a lot of people asking where I'm from. I'm from good old Eastern Kentucky. You can probably hear it in my voice. But somehow I managed to get good enough internet to do this out here in the hills of Appalachia. So we'll be here with you through the brunt of the storm. Charleston, South Carolina, looks like damage is starting to become a little bit more common of a sight. As you can see, the wind is starting to peel back a part of this roof in downtown Charleston, South Carolina. That's coming in from Trooper Bob there on Twitter. Lots of stuff on Twitter. It's kind of where I'm getting most of my information. It's crazy to think that is how we do it. But even communicating with some of these emergency management centers and stuff, it's just a good, surefire way of doing it. It works. Let's see here. I'm going through. Bear with me as I read some of these message requests and stuff. There's a lot of people trying to reach out. Obviously, in a situation like this, it's hard for me to get back with everybody. But the good news is, afterwards, even if I don't reach out to you today, if you're an emergency manager or somebody that is in a position that we can help you or you can help us, in the future, we will have that connection and we will work together in the future. So thanks to everybody who's trying to reach out. I'll get back to as many of you as possible. I'm getting a note here that says, please remind viewers with animals that they need to take precautions for them as well. The noises of the storm alone will stress the animals before any flooding happens. Yes, of course. Thank you for that. This is something that is actually oftentimes overlooked sometimes. So it's a good thing to get out there. If you got pets, if you got animals, think of them too whenever you're making your preparations for the storm and what you're going to do. So, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that reminder. Looks like Vince Welty has parked on the side of a where the heck is, okay, there he is, He's parked over here somewhere along a beach. Where exactly he is he is on Highway Palm Boulevard is what this road is called. Okay, so he's on Palm Boulevard, and he's looking out towards the ocean there near Sullivan's Island and Isle of Palms, which is pretty close to that rain band that's impacting Charleston right now. So let's get an update from Vince, shall we? Hey, Vince, once again, just looking for an update. We see that you're near Isle of Palms, looking at the ocean there. What are you seeing? Do you got any updates for us? Just let us know.
There's a genius out there in the water, and that's a terrible idea right now. Like, there's a guy I'm trying to zoom in on that's literally out in the water. Don't do that. Conditions are actually pretty tame out here, in my opinion. We'll keep driving around and seeing what we can find. I may go retrieve that non-functioning camera. If I do, I'll try to take the stream with. Yeah, go out on the pier and see what the ocean conditions are like.
All right, so Storm Chaser Vince Welty there capturing some daredevils, I guess, who are trying to get out in the water here in the middle of a landfalling hurricane. There he is. There he is. Let's all laugh at him. Once again, in my experience, publicly shaming these people helps, okay? And once again, I am not, I get it. I'm not the guy that's going to be like, well, let me straighten up my glasses. We practice safety at all times and we never have fun. I get it. You're trying to make the best out of a bad situation. The spirit of Floridians and people that live in the Carolinas, that's infectious, and I love it and I get it. But always during situations like these, you put firefighters and police officers, emergency managers, you put their lives at risk, who maybe don't want to have fun in the water right now because you don't understand the full risks that go along with you being out there. You don't understand how fast the water can come up. You don't understand the effects of the rip currents. You don't understand what's going on as much as these guys do. And you're going to take away from their time of helping people who are accidentally in these bad situations, who really need the help, because you purposefully put yourself out there in a situation where you are more likely to get hurt. So just try to think of other people and don't do that. How bad is it in Myrtle Beach right now? It's pretty bad. It's probably going to get worse as time goes on, as the storm continues to move on to shore. But it's not. I don't think it's terrible. There's down trees. There's some storm surge. We're looking at a lot of that coming in. It looks like still over 4 feet of storm surge is what we're seeing right now. So if that continues to come up, it'll probably get worse. But if not, the heavy rain, the winds, and the freshwater flooding are going to be our main concerns here. Let's see here. We've got an update from emergency management in Berkeley County. EMS vehicles out of Berkeley County are only able to drive about 20 miles per hour without getting blown around the roadway, and conditions are deteriorating fast. Obviously, it's making it hard to get to people quickly. So the EMS out there is wanting to let you guys know that they're having a hard time driving in this weather. So I guess they're getting a lot of calls, a lot of 911 calls. And it might take them a little bit longer than usual to get to you because of the winds and the rain and the storm surge and the flooding and all that. Looks like that guy is trying to be Jim Cantore. Yep, 100%. Yeah, monitoring all of the situations. I know that I look at chat a lot. I look at different satellite imagery. I look at Twitter a lot, but just know that it's not just me. Andy and some other people and you know, our weather analysts are all in the background looking at the radars. We're monitoring the situation in North Carolina, waiting to see if there's going to be any more tornado warnings. You know, all of that is being watched, even when I'm not personally watching it. That's why, you know, Andy will chime in from time to time to redirect my attention where it needs to go. So that's why I like to try to keep it on this view as much as possible. It gives you a broad view of everything and allows us to watch all of the storm chasers at once. Oh, looky here. Alexis has highlighted her blue dot here in Texas earlier when we were showing that. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Did you see your blue dot? I hope you got to. Here's a quick time lapse from Litchfield Beach, South Carolina. This was over 5 minutes. Hurricane Ian is definitely making its presence known in the area, and as you can see, the waters are coming up fast, and the waves are getting more and more intense along the coasts of South Carolina. Ella says, "I love the new studio." Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I worked very hard on it for like a week straight here. I was here 12 hours a day setting all this stuff up myself. I am not much of a tech person. Obviously I am to some extent, but not as much as what you would probably need to be to set all this up. But I still managed to get it done. So I'm super happy with it.
I'm going to go get that surge pack. I'll take the camera with.
All right, Vince Welty. What he's talking about is we're partnering up with Radar Omega, which is the app that you can get to look at satellite and radar and storm chasers. You can get it on your phone, iOS or Android. There's a link in the top of the description. It costs a little bit of money, but hey, so you know, anything that's good usually does cost a couple dollars at least. You don't have to buy it. I will show you everything that's in it for free here on the stream, but if you want to, that's how you can get it. Anyways, what he's talking about is he's going to go retrieve a camera that we installed along the beach to kind of give you access to look at it in the app. But I guess there's something wrong with it, and then he's either going to go try to fix it or move it to a different location with better internet reception. Lots of preparation went into this, not only on my side here, but you know, all the storm chasers. You know, it's a monumental. If you really think about it, all the logistics that goes behind something like this, it's a monumental effort, and that requires a lot of people to pull this off and make it as informative as it is. So huge shout out to Vince, Radar Omega, and everybody that's involved in this. And also, huge shout out to Jackie. She says, "Thanks so much for your all-day marathon. It's helping me keep multiple family members down in Southwest Florida with no internet access updated. And now today, they are updating me in Western North Carolina. That's awesome. Thanks for that. Teresa, thank you. Little Tina, thanks for becoming a member. And Bluebeard, thanks for becoming an Extreme Risk member. Super huge shout out to you. Looks like some major flooding's going on up here where Chris Jackson is. We're intermittently getting his feed. But I don't know. Once again, let's ask him what that is. Oops. Hold on. Okay, well, the reason we're not getting his feed is because he doesn't have service, it seems. So we're not even able to access him with communication. So as soon as that starts running again, we'll ask him if that's a freshwater or storm surge related flood there. Let's see here. Rar J, thank you. Fisher, thank you. You guys are awesome. The eye of Hurricane Ian is about to be over the U.S. for the second time here very shortly, if not already. I don't know how close we are. we're very close. I mean, we're very close to the center of circulation being over land. I just don't know the exact. I don't know if it's over yet. Yeah, a lot of people are asking if I can show the models, the forecast models. We will do that, I promise you, very soon. But we are literally minutes away from landfall here, so I want to try to keep that the focus until we're over that. But then we're going to get into forecasting how Hurricane Ian is going to affect everybody else. And by the way, it is going to have an impact on everybody all the way over to Kentucky, Ohio, Canada, the Northeast, Maine, eventually the United Kingdom probably, but it's going to be a much different situation than what we're seeing right now. And you'll see what I'm talking about whenever we go over those forecast models. Storm surge and flooding is still increasing in Wilmington, North Carolina. Look at all that water racing over the beaches and into the streets. I'm retweeting that. If you guys want to see it up close, it's on Twitter. My Twitter is at Ryan Hall, y'all, and this guy's Twitter is at Daver40. I don't know Daver. I don't know what's on his Twitter there. I know what's on mine, though. That's why I always try to put mine out there and just retweet the stuff. Trooper Bob says, please don't drive through a flooded roadway. You can't tell the depth of the water level or if the roadway is washed out underneath. There could have been previous construction and the construction barrels could have blown over or floated away. That's a good point. Not only could, because sometimes I think the turnaround don't drown saying works whenever you can see the water's moving, right? If you're like, man, the water's moving enough to where that could have definitely washed out the road, so I'm not going to drive over it. But a lot of times just water that's standing still or it doesn't look like it's moving very much, people will try to attempt to drive through that because, well, if it's not moving, there's not going to be enough force to wash out the road. Well, there could be something going on with the road under the water that you're not going to be able to see. So don't drive through flooded roadways no matter what. Please and thank you. Lucy Lee says we've got over 30,000 people watching, but only 13,000 likes. What the heck? I agree, Lucy. What the heck? Come on, guys. Hit that like button just like you would on a normal YouTube video so we can get the YouTube algorithm to promote us to more people who may need this vital information that we're trying to share here. Somebody's sitting down there in Georgetown, South Carolina thinking, buddy, it's windy outside. I ain't heard nothing about it, though. And they're scrolling through TikTok or YouTube, and we need to pop up in front of them and let them know, maybe what's coming down the line here. As we're seeing a lot more signs that this is getting worse and worse. Here's a video from Zach Louder, retweeting this one as well. High tide at the north end of Topsail Island, North Carolina. It looks like a lot of some of the bigger storm surge numbers are also starting to happen up there all the way in North Carolina, which shows you how far-reaching the impacts of the wind field of this storm are. Big time water inundation there in the streets of Topsail Island, North Carolina. See here. Oh, it looks like there is an update on the death toll from Hurricane Ian so far in Florida alone. In Florida alone, it's unconfirmed, and we're still counting, but 21 confirmed fatalities so far in Florida. And if I'm understanding this correctly, this is the most ever from any hurricane in the history of Florida as far as what I'm seeing. Direct deaths from hurricanes. It's more than Hurricane Andrew in 1992, which unfortunately took the life of 15 people. It's more than Ivan in 2004. More than Charlie. It's more than Michael. It's more than Irma. And once again, unfortunately, we're still counting. We don't know the damage estimate, which I believe right now Irma holds that record at $50 billion. We won't know that for some time, but that's just really heartbreaking, an unfortunate stat there that 21 people are confirmed perished as a direct result of Hurricane Ian in Florida. Mary Wells, thank you so much. I every time I look over and I see one, I try to shout out your name. Thank you. What is this now? Chris says he saw Dad's Prius in downtown Charleston, Florida. You know what? That looks really familiar to the truck that we used here in Kentucky during our flood relief. I don't think that's the same guy that helped us out, but that'd be something else if he's already down there. By the way, if you guys didn't know, during the historic flooding in eastern Kentucky, we did the same thing with the Y'all Squad, where we raised we sold a bunch of merch and we took all that money. We went into Walmart and we bought like $50,000 worth of groceries, and we filled up trucks like this and went up the hollers and, delivered stuff to people. I'll have a video about that at some point. I've been so focused on forecasting. As long as we can do the stuff, as long as we can help people, that's all that matters to me. I know it makes sense that we need to record it and put it on YouTube so we can promote it and help more people in the future. But like, there's so many things going on. I'm just trying to focus on doing the weather. That's my main thing right now. We need more video editors. If anybody's a video editor and wants to be a part of the team, send an application on the website, ryanhallyall.com. It's on there somewhere. I don't know where exactly it is. But here is a video of Myrtle Avenue, North Causeway. They're following the police department there is following a rescue. Things are getting rough. That is probably the most impressive storm surge footage I've seen so far. They're in a big truck, and they're door deep in some water here in Myrtle Avenue, North Causeway, over there in Myrtle Beach. So things are still continuing to go downhill as the storm is approaching landfall here in South Carolina. Cody, thanks for being a high risker. Thank you all so much. You're just now tuning in. This is live coverage of Hurricane Ian making landfall here very soon in southeastern portions of South Carolina. Some of the most severe impacts are just now starting to be felt in areas like Wilmington, North Carolina, and Myrtle Beach. But we're also watching a very serious situation unfold in Charleston, South Carolina, on the southern side of the storm, where usually you're not going to see a lot of storm surge, right? You've got the winds blowing out to sea. You got the winds blowing from land to sea, so it's pushing the waters back. So we're not seeing a lot of storm surge here, but what we are seeing is this stationary band of extremely heavy rain that's dumped over 10 inches of rain between Charleston and Ridgeville along the I-26 corridor here in South Carolina. That's, if it's not already causing significant flooding where you are, it could be just about to. So make sure you're ready to get to higher ground soon in that area, because that's a very significant situation unfolding. We also have just now some of the really strong winds from around the center of this hurricane making their way into places like Johnsonville, Conway, Kingstree, past Garden City Beach, Plantersville, Lake City, all these places. Just stay tuned. We'll let you know what's happening here, but I'm guessing that you guys are starting to see those 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. We're starting to see power outages expand as we go deeper into the state. And Florence, Sumter, and Manning, you're next in line. This big area of strong winds is approaching Florence and all these places within the next little bit. So make sure you are prepared now. You're rushing any sort of preparations you need to make to completion so that we're not stuck in the mud here whenever the power goes out or a tree goes down. It blocks you from getting out of the house or whatever it is. Prepare now. Daniel, huge shout out to you. Thank you very much. Kathy, thank you for becoming a member. Fonz, thank you for becoming a member. Once again, we got a crew of over 3,000 people that are members of the channel now. And being a member is just another way to support, but you get extra emotes in the chat. You get a little badge next to your name, and you get access to the members only live streams that we do sometimes whenever the weather's not too bad. I'll never, ever, 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 ever make you pay to watch severe weather coverage. This is always going to be 100% free as long as I'm alive. I don't care if I don't make a dime from it. It's going to be free for you, okay? But if you want to support the channel, we do members only live streams, sometimes educational, sometimes it's you guys are just helping me when I'm setting up new stuff. So thank you for being a part of the crew there. Yeah, a lot of people are asking me to cover the news. Let's see, a lot of people asking me to cover the situation in Ukraine. Unfortunately, I am not. I am not the person. I'm not qualified for that. I am all weather. I'm a one track. I have a one-track mind. We're weather. That's it. That's all we can do here. I appreciate you guys wanting to put your trust in me for everything, but this is strictly a weather channel. Let's see here. Cody Christopherson says, rather than buying merch where your profit margin is smaller, is there a way to just make a direct donation to the Y'all Squad Fund? Not necessarily. This is not a charity. I want to make that 100% clear. We call it the Y'all Fund because it's just it's a stack of cash that I put aside. I take away from the purchases, the profits during situations like this. I take all the profits, we set it to the side, and we spend those profits on helping people. I don't have a charity. I'm not the kind of person that would run a charity. I'm open to doing that. If there's anybody watching that has a lot of experience with 501c and all that, maybe we could work together. But there's no way to make a donation to it necessarily. If you want to support the channel, I think it's you get something in return. If you want a t-shirt, that says Ryan Hall on it or has the logo on it or says something about a storm on it, you can get that. And in return, on top of that, you're also helping people out. But at the top of the page on shopryanhall.com, there's a sticker. Okay. It don't cost a lot. There's not a whole lot of cost in making and shipping a sticker, but you can pick your price on it. And all the profits from that are going to go to our efforts. So that's the closest thing to what you're talking about. So if you're wanting to support what we do specifically, and you don't want a t-shirt, I totally get it. Get the sticker. That's the best way to do it. Chris Hall is in Charleston County, South Carolina. Let's get an update from him. Mr. Chris, making our rounds with the storm chasers. Looks like things might be calming down a little bit there. Still see a lot of rain, lots of flooding. What's going on? Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, Ryan, we're actually having some pretty significant wind gusts. The rain is trying to slack off a bit, but the winds seem like they're possibly getting a little bit stronger. Me and Brandon actually linked back up, and we're actually heading a little bit west to where the most rainfall has fell in the Charleston area. So I will provide updates here shortly, or Brandon will one.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. And let's talk to our other Chris as well, if we can. Hey, Chris, I know you're in a kind of low service area. Whenever you get a chance, get back with me. We're just going through and trying to get an update from all of our storm chasers. Let me know what you're seeing and if there's anything we can do to help you out, or if there's anything going on that we need to know about. That's Chris Jackson, local South Carolinian. Is that how you say that? What do you guys call yourself? Carolinians? Okay. I just want to make sure I'm saying that right. And then let's get an update from Brandon Kopic. Brandon, what's going on, man? I'm running out of words to say. Do you have any words? Tell us what's going on out there.
So as Chris kind of gave you an update, We're kind of convoying right now for safety's sake to check on people that may be stuck, and we just came upon an area with substantial flooding where multiple vehicles are stalled. We are currently traveling around the wrong side of the road to be able to get to these people safely and make sure they're all right.
Awesome.
And I'm currently on the south end of Myrtle's Inlet right now. I just had a tree actually fall right behind me, blocking my egress out of here. But I can still get out of here. I'm about to move some limbs out of the way. I'm down here in the Pawleys Island, Myrtle's Inlet area, and there's some pretty significant surge still pushing inland. Yeah, I'll be right back with you. I'm gonna move this tree out the road.
All right, that's Chris Jackson. Storm chasers are at it today, helping people out, trying to help people that are stuck in the floodwaters and moving trees and all that stuff. So super thankful to, and it's super awesome just to have them out there. Let's see here. Josh says, please like and share this stream, everyone. The All Squad does amazing work to help bring crucial information to vulnerable people in severe weather. This community helps saves lives, ease worries, and keeps communities informed. Please share, everyone. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. Josh is single-handedly keeping the lights on here with his unbelievable and unending support. Josh, you can be done. I just want to make that clear. You're great. I love you, and this is awesome. But you have done your part. Thank you very much. But everybody, we should show some love once again for Josh. Everybody say thank you, Josh, in the chat. If it wasn't for Josh and people like Josh, we couldn't do what we do in the capacity that we do it. It is snowing right now in Colorado. This is Copper Mountain. About an hour ago, 2 hours ago. Snowing in Colorado. How many of you guys are ready to talk more about snow and less about hurricanes? I know I am. All right, the lights behind me are green. That means it's time to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. There's actually a pretty impressive, what I imagine is either a waterspout or about to be a waterspout due south of KMHX, Morehead City radar. It's pretty far away from impacting land. It'll likely fizzle out before that point, but the National Weather Service there has issued a special marine warning for the waterspout, rather. And given its radar presentation, I'm pretty impressed by it, considering how we're about 1,000 feet above the ground sampling this storm, and it's nearly 100 miles per hour winds on one side of it that are being sampled. So definitely something to look at.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Another thing that we're looking at, guys, is water spouts and a lot of rotating supercells off the shore here in North Carolina that are trying to work their way into the mainland area and produce tornadoes. Thankfully, we haven't seen a lot of that yet. It's going to continue to be a possibility, though, as we go forward. So these are the two cells in question. One of them here is producing a whole lot of rotation. Wow. Yeah, there's almost certainly a big, nasty water spout. What did I just say? Water spout? Water spout. There's a big water spout here south of Indian Beach and Atlantic Beach and Emerald Isle that might try to come ashore at some point. So a lot of these have been weakening out before, coming onto land. Let's hope that happens again. But if not, you've been told to watch out. Watch out for that one. A big water spout potentially trying to become a tornado there near Indian Beach. So, and if you guys are following along in the Radar Omega app, that's going to be the KMFX radar. You can click on it there near Morehead City. Y'all making fun of me for the water spouts. Once we go for a long time here. If you're new here, we'll be live, all day. I don't know when we'll stop, but probably 10, 11 hours in. The longer we go, the more of those that will happen. So bear with me. Hopefully it lightens the mood a little bit in such a sad situation overall. You are allowed to make fun of me as much as you want. Yeah, look at that. That is really impressive. Obviously, nobody in Emerald Isle or Indian Beach or Pine Knoll Shore should go outside. But if there was somebody outside, they would probably, at some point within the next 20 minutes to 30 minutes, actually, you know what? You probably wouldn't be able to see that at all. The forward flank, the big precip shield is in front of it. So this one would, if this ends up coming ashore, it's going to surprise you last minute. So definitely stay inside up here in the Emerald Isle, Indian Beach, and Pine Knoll Shores area, just in case that's going to bring some impacts like a potential tornado to the area. Looks like flooding is getting worse here in Charleston County, South Carolina. Winds are picking up where Vince Welty is, which is a little bit to the north. Where is Vince exactly? Trying to find him. Oh, yeah, he's just a little bit north of everybody else in Charleston, near the Isle of Palms. So that's where Vince is right now. Bryce Shelton and Bryce Shelton and Chris Jackson, however, are north of that, near Surfside Beach. So that's what we're seeing from them. So let's look at all of our storm chasers at once here and try to keep up with them as we continue to monitor the developing situation with the potential waterspout and tornado over here. Very big shout out to Angela. Thanks for becoming a member. Pelony, Pat Street, Lizzie, thank you guys. Once again, if you want to send me pictures and videos today and you can do so safely, you can do that on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Thanks for sharing us on there as well. I see all the retweets and the shares on Facebook and stuff. You guys are awesome. We are monitoring a rotating supercell heading towards Emerald Isle, North Carolina. Currently no tornado warning, but y'all watch out just in case. Tropical storm force winds are being felt right now in Sumter, South Carolina. And it's been increasing at a steady pace for the past few hours. And now we're getting occasional gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Now over 125,000 people are without power in South Carolina. Once again, I do believe that number is going to continue to increase. Hopefully everybody that's experiencing a power outage has prepared for it beforehand. I want to go ahead and kind of go over this again. The yellows and the oranges, that's where we're seeing a lot of power outages. We're not seeing a lot in this part of South Carolina yet, but we will. So prepare now for power outages. Yeah, we'll pull up the map here in a second. If you want to see your blue dot on shopryanhall.com, go ahead and go over to the site. I'll pull it up here in a minute. Drink some water. Oh, thanks for the reminder. I'm actually going to drink a little bit of water while Andy gives us an update here. Go ahead, meteorologist Andy Hill.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about that possible but pretty likely waterspout going on south of Emerald Isle, Indian Beach. It's actually impressive. It's got a little ball of reflectivity that you can see there. That's what we use to look at precipitation. And it almost looks like it's detached from the main core of the cell. And what that reminds me of is Andover in Kansas, if y'all remember that one from late April this year. And what I think is going on there actually is because we're close enough to the radar site, there's still that little reflectivity ball there because I think that's actually spray that's being kicked up by the water spout. It doesn't show up on the correlation coefficient, which is what we usually look at for a debris signature, because in the case of spray being kicked up, that's all, evenly sized water droplets. That's what the correlation coefficient measures. So I think what we're actually seeing there is spray on the radar, which is pretty interesting to me. So I figured I'd point that out because you don't really see that all the time.
You really don't. And I'm glad that you brought that up. I'm very glad that you brought up the fact that it's more than likely spray, because I know we got some people in the chat that are trying to say this is a Sharknado, and then we're seeing a debris ball here with fish. And that's more than likely not what's going on there. But still, this is a good indication that we are very likely seeing a water spout, getting close now to Emerald Isle. So no warning yet, no tornado warning, no need to run to shelter, but just y'all watch out, get ready for it, just in case they decide to pull the trigger on that warning. Definitely some crazy rotation out here, so would not be surprised at all if we saw that come through pretty soon. Jacob Hall, thanks. Robert, thank you. Appreciate everybody. Chris Lowe. It's not a Sharknado.
Ryan, just want to give you a quick update on Chris and I. We are still at the area with stalled vehicles. We're trying to make sure no other vehicles go down here, waiting if they need any additional assistance from the people down there. We've got very strong gusts coming in. I've got branches hitting the vehicle right now. The water is rising quickly where we're at.
All right, Brandon, we're watching. It looks really intense. Just keep us updated. And if there's anything we can do, or if there's any information you can pass on to the viewers, just chime in anytime. So yeah, guys, things are getting really intense there in Charleston, South Carolina. This is another reason why it's important to not be driving right now. I mean, look at these guys. Those cars, there's people, that are probably in situations like this all up and down the eastern coast of South Carolina. You don't have to be in this situation. I promise you, we're not joking. We're not playing around. We're not just, pulling your leg when we say the flood's coming and you shouldn't drive through it. Like, these people were probably driving through a mostly dry road whenever the waters came across. It's going to keep happening. If you don't have to be on the roads, if you don't absolutely have to be on the roads,
Ryan, we've got a guy actually pushing the car right now, trying to get it out of the water.
Yeah, so once again, a very dangerous situation here. Thankfully, it looks like these guys are going to get out of it. But if you find yourself in a situation where you can't get out of it, once again, you're putting a ton of other people's lives at risk. If you don't have to be out there, we could avoid that. So once again, this is a live look at Charleston, South Carolina, where significant freshwater flooding is happening, meaning that rivers and creeks and streams are overflowing their banks, and drainage systems are being overwhelmed, and we're seeing a lot of flooding in that regard. But also, we're seeing a lot of storm surge and water inundation from the ocean in places north of here, so closer to Myrtle Beach, especially near Murrells Inlet, South Carolina. We've got water coming from the ocean out over onto the road. So water is inundating South Carolina from every angle right now. And we're going to watch as these people hopefully get out of this really bad situation here in Charleston, South Carolina. Let's see. Hey, Brandon, one more time. Do you know the street you're on? Some of the people are asking for a more specific location. Thank you, Virginia.
Yes, we are on State Route 17 right now, near the intersection of Bogard Street, as well as Kennedy.
All right. So there you go, guys. Avoid that. Well, honestly, avoid all of it. Stay away from any roads today in the Charleston, South Carolina area. Even if you think that there's not going to be a problem because you're far away from the ocean, as you can see, it don't matter. All right. Special marine warning just issued from the National Weather Service, and it has the waterspout possible tag on it. Steep waves. Seek safe harbor. Take protective actions. Wind greater than 34 knots. No hail expected, but this is that storm that's approaching Emerald Isle that more than likely had a water spout with it or continues to have one with it, and may be coming on to shore here very soon. So special marine warning there officially from the National Weather Service. That's what we're looking at. That goes on until 2 p.m. Eastern, by the way. Quick reminder that we do have a tornado watch for portions of South Carolina, all of eastern North Carolina, and portions of southeastern Virginia until 10 p.m. tonight. A couple tornadoes are going to be possible today. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more warnings, just looking at some of those supercells that we saw earlier, but thankfully a lot of them are kind of weakening a bit before making it too far inland. So that's a very good thing, and hopefully that continues to happen. But if it doesn't, you're under a watch, and make sure you heed all warnings from the National Weather Service. Wow. Very big shout out to Thunder Show 04 for the incredibly generous super chat. Once again, you don't have to do this, guys, but thank you. He says, someday I hope to study weather stuff more in depth. Keep up the great work that you guys do to help others. Thank you, Thunder. Carmen Ryder, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. Virginia Clark, thank you. Tranquil, thank you. And Haynes Carl, thank you so much. Significant flooding ongoing right now in Charleston, South Carolina. And then up here in Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, we're nearing 4 feet of storm surge. So I know that Myrtle Beach kind of went over the major flooding stage, but we're starting to approach the moderate flood stage all the way up there near Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina. So there's a big area that is being affected by flooding. Once again, fresh water and, from the ocean in terms of storm surge. Frank. Hey, can we get a quick refresh on Chris Jackson? Residents and pets at a residence on 300 block of Myrtle Avenue needed to be rescued by Midway Fire Department via their high water vehicle. Everyone is okay, but a scary situation. Check this out. Everyone's okay, but there was a rescue that had to be performed here on Myrtle Avenue. So thankfully, the local fire department there has their freshwater vehicle, or I'm sorry, high water vehicle at the ready to help these people out. Okay. All right. I'm going to take the mouse real quick, Frank, if you can hear me. Oh, never mind. You got it. All right. So we've just lost Chris Jackson's feed. I see. We're good. We're going to go back to looking at Brandon Kopic's feed, because once again, the flooding is just incredible here. And it looks like it's getting worse. It looks like there's more and more rain that's happening here. And that's going to continue to be the case as we go forward. Over 10 inches of rain has fallen in some of these places. We got a lot of people watching from the Carolinas that are sending me pictures and videos. Remember, guys, only do this if you can do so safely. This is Ocean Isle Beach in North Carolina. The surge is coming in. Thank you, Ty. Thanks for sending that in. I hope you're staying safe. Here's another video from Topsail Island, North Carolina. Surge is coming in from the Atlantic all the way up there in North Carolina, y'all. Very much displaced from the main center of low pressure, meaning that the wind field is very large here, and we're going to see a lot of impacts widespread. James Island, South Carolina, seeing a lot of kind of just backyard flooding here, as this is probably one of those places that has experienced over 6 or 7 inches of rain, and it's just going to keep coming down. Watch those water sources. Watch the creeks and streams. They're going to rise. They're going to jump up very quickly here. Gratitude Goddess says, Ian got us yesterday in Port Charlotte, Florida. Prayers to y'all. Yeah, we were there with you in Port Charlotte. That's pretty much where all of our storm chasers were. And that was a very unfortunate situation. Glad you're okay. Thank you, Brian. Here's the current conditions in Manning, South Carolina. Winds are really starting to pick up there in Clarendon County. So a lot of people are asking me to go outside and look at the Cirrus shield, which might be interesting. It might be something I try to do here in a minute, but I don't think I'm going to do that right now. But I should. Here, all the way up in Kentucky, I am underneath the overall circulation of the storm. I'm underneath the cloud cover from Hurricane Ian. You are too, if you are as far north as Baltimore, New York. Go outside if you're in Cleveland, Ohio. You're starting to see some of the clouds that are fanning out from Hurricane Ian. And this is going to impact the weather of everybody on the East Coast, all the way up into Canada. Like I said, we're going to talk about that with a little bit more depth in a moment. But for now, I just want to focus on our friends in the Carolinas because, you know, I just think it's important that we do that. I promise we're going to talk a lot about the future impacts. It's just the future impacts aren't going to be that crazy the farther inland, especially once you get out of North Carolina and South Carolina. Big wind in Litchfield Beach at 12:05 p.m. This is the eye wall. Take a look at this thing on satellite. Once again, continues to look less and less impressive, but still impressive enough to cause major problems as this thing goes up the coast. Once again, look at the overall direction of the winds here. We're bringing the sea onto land in a lot of North Carolina and places near Myrtle Beach. That's why we're seeing all the storm surge up here. We're not seeing a lot of storm surge in South Carolina and southern portions of, in portions of Georgia, because the flow is from land to sea. So that could change. That could change as the storm goes to the north. We might start seeing some of that, the water that's being pushed back right now come back in. But as of right now, freshwater flooding is the main threat in places like Charleston, South Carolina. 3D view of the storm here as seen from the Radar Omega app. The storm is getting a whole lot shorter. One of the things that we look for in the 3D view is those convective bursts and the height of the clouds. Really unique way of looking at it here. But you can see as the storm gets closer and closer to making its way fully on land, those convective bursts are going to stop happening for the most part. Chris Jackson's feed's still down. The pier has collapsed. The pier has collapsed in Pawleys Island. So this is a picture directly from the Pawleys Island police. And it looks like the pier has completely collapsed here. So that's pretty significant. Hopefully everybody in that area is okay. Obviously we don't, last I heard is that the road in and out of there was impassable. But hopefully everybody got out beforehand. But you can see that the pier is taking a big time beating here. Let's see what exactly. We're getting a lot of reports in here. I'm just trying to filter everything through. Make sure I'm not wasting your time, not repeating myself too much. Oh, here is another video from our friend Nick, who is seeing some wind really start to pick up in Ladston, South Carolina. Oh yeah, and that's not like incredibly far inland, but it's definitely not right on the coast. So you can see that the tropical storm force wind field is expanding all the way into places like Ladson. really intense imagery coming from this stationary webcam in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. You can see that the surge is still coming over the shore there. We're getting a lot of water inundation, and we're just really just seeing some pretty intense winds as the water continues to rise. Flooding continues to be a pretty bad issue also in Charleston, South Carolina, which is what we're looking at here. Oh. Sandy, thank you so much. Josh Shearing. I am probably saying that wrong. I'm sorry. But super huge shout out to you for the very generous contribution. He says, I love weather and I love to watch your work and passion. Thank you. Thank you, Josh. A lot of very generous Joshes in the community today. Thank you, guys. This is in North Charleston, South Carolina. Sullivan Hamilton sent this to me on Twitter. Thank you for sending this in. Hope you're safe. Looks like the rain's still coming down. Once again, places around here I've seen over 10 inches of rain, which is crazy. And it's still coming down at this moment. Still coming down. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. There it is. Here's a view of the upper cloud deck of Hurricane Ian, visible all the way from Cincinnati, Ohio. Ron sent this to me. So yeah, those clouds in the distance there, millions of people along the eastern coast of the U.S., especially back in the Ohio Valley and into the deep south, lots of people can see this right now, and probably are just not even noticing it. It's very unsuspecting. Doesn't look like anything special, but this is Hurricane Ian, visible once again from Cincinnati, Ohio. Very cool stuff. Thank you for sending that in. Once again, here's a broad view of the satellite as Hurricane Ian transfers into an extratropical cyclone, becomes a huge storm that kind of the energy that usually is focused into a small area in a hurricane, all of that energy is getting blown up and out through the rest of the area, therefore decreasing the overall impact in any one given area. So that's why in Baltimore, even though Hurricane Ian is right on top of you pretty much, you're not seeing much more than just a breeze and a drizzle. A lot of us that are going to be impacted by Hurricane Ian are only going to see breezes and drizzles. But some of us, even if we're inland in South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and into the southern portion of the Mid-Atlantic region, we'll see very gusty winds, strong enough to, maybe bring down power lines, and a lot of rain. Flash flooding is going to be a big problem tonight and even into tomorrow. Jojo says, I can see it from central Indiana. I believe you. The big storm. There's a lot of people that are probably going to be able to see this from a lot of different angles all over the country. Vehicles are stalled out due to flooding in Charleston, South Carolina, as a result of Hurricane Ian dropping an incredible amount of rain.
Chris, just letting you know, Brandon is out of the vehicle. He is going up to check on these people. There is somebody in this car. Somebody is in this car. I'm not sure what they're trying to do with this car. He's going to go up there and see what they're trying to do, because this car has about 5 minutes before it's floating.
All right. Chris Hall there, giving us an update on the situation in Charleston, South Carolina. What you're looking at is somebody stalled out here along this street. Highway 17 is what I think they called it, and Brandon's trying to help him out. He's trying to see what's going on. Brandon is the guy in the yellow jacket there. And now, when the lights turn purple, it means somebody else is wanting to talk to me. I believe that's Riley. Riley, what do you got for me, buddy?
Hey, Ryan. So I've seen a lot of questions on whether or not Bryce's stream is surge or freshwater flooding. Just spoke with Bryce, and he said that is surge, and it's slowly coming up.
Okay. Thank you very much, Riley. Glad to have you back. Riley was with us during the other Hurricane Ian footage or coverage. And what he does is basically just, talks to the storm chasers and people out there that are trying to, give us information. He condenses it for me and relays important stuff that maybe we're missing by not looking at the correct screen, or it's really nice to have Riley there as a person that connects me with all the people who are trying to interact with me. So we'll hear from him periodically throughout the day as we go forward. Yeah, that was an update there. Not a whole lot of new information from Chris Jackson. We're still not seeing his feed, but I'm sure we'll get it back shortly. Chris Holton, thanks for becoming a high risk member. Kendra, I'm looking at the chat. I'm trying to say hi to everybody. Let's see here. Ian clouds are visible in Lexington, Kentucky, according to Mr. Donald Garrison. How do those electric cars handle water up to the bottom of the car? I don't know. Are those electric cars? Is that a Prius or a Tesla? I didn't even pay attention. I don't think it is, but I don't know. I don't know. Don Walker says it from Lexington, Kentucky. I can see the cloud cover. Very cool. Is Charleston in the eye wall still? Good question. Let's move the radar over there to Charleston, South Carolina. Now, Charleston for a very long time was receiving a direct hit from a really strong band of rain here associated with the pretty much the eye wall or the outer eye wall of Hurricane Ian. It looks like the intense part of that has lifted and went away from Charleston, thank goodness. But it's still raining and the winds are still whipping around out there in Charleston right now. And the rain's going to continue for a while. Maybe it's not going to be as intense, but the rain is going to continue, meaning that situations like this are going to continue to be a problem as we go forward. It's a Ford? All right, yeah, that's a Ford. If you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. We're talking about Category 1 Hurricane Ian making landfall for the second time in the U.S. in South Carolina, somewhere near McClellanville, Georgetown, and Pawleys Island. Last update from the National Hurricane Center still puts this at a 85 mile an hour Category 1 hurricane with maximum gusts up to 105 miles per hour. The central low pressure, though, is at 977 millibars, which is lower, meaning that maybe we've seen a little bit of intensification here. But this is where the center, low pressure is. It's right here. And in a similar, in traditional Ian fashion, it has decided to slow down right at the last minute before it comes ashore. So we're not sure when that center of the storm's actually going to make landfall. But once again, it does look like the specific area where the center of the storm is going to go over is Simmonsville and Pawleys Island here in South Carolina. And it'll happen shortly. Just don't know exactly when. All right, we got Chris Jackson back. So we got all of our chasers transmitting video now. It's currently 2:10 p.m. Eastern time. And it's time for us to look at Chelsea's amazing compilation work that she does here on Twitter for me. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Just a reminder to stay hydrated and stretch your legs. Dylan, thanks for reminding me. I'll get up right here in a second. Zendex become an extreme risker. Patriot says, I've been a subscriber since fall, and I became a member this year. Very happy to share this amazing channel on Facebook. Thank you so much for all the support and love, y'all. Thunder Shadow, there's that big contribution from him. Call me Josh. Josh up here. Thank you guys for all the support. I'm once again hoping that I can showcase all of those super chats, but sometimes we will overlook one, but not as many thanks to Chelsea there. I appreciate it. Andy, are you good to give me a 5-minute breather here while I go stretch my legs and get a new water and all that good stuff?
Can do, Ryan.
All right, sounds good, guys.
Hey Ryan, I figured I'd give you a quick update. I'm not sure, I don't think that's an electric car, but I will tell you this, the white Jeep that you see currently going to Brandon and the folks that are stranded actually saw that they needed help through your stream. So he's out there now offering a 15,000 pound winch. So I figured you would like to know that as well, but they're actively working on trying to get her out or make a game plan.
Amazing. The power. Did something happen with my audio there? The power of having so many people watching it is really coming to show here, as the person in the white Jeep with a winch apparently heard about this through our stream and is going to go help these people out. So very awesome. Thank you guys for being, once again, upstanding citizens. I don't want to encourage anybody to go out and drive around in this, obviously, but that is cool. That is cool. All right, Andy, I'm going to hand it to you now and take it away.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Good to see you all of y'all, by the way. I've been here the whole time for the stream. I'm meteorologist Andy Hill, if you don't know me, working with Ryan behind the scenes here. Got my whole team of analysts behind me, too. We've been watching a lot of water spouts off the coast of the outer islands in North Carolina here. Currently under a 5% tornado risk today from the Storm Prediction Center. However, we've only seen one tornado warning, I believe, so far, but quite a few waterspouts have occurred, and those are usually issued special marine warnings for those. So been keeping track on that, but I also have the radar here for you. I'm controlling Ryan's PC right now, albeit a little bit laggly, but this is the best we can do. Again, something to note here is that I've been paying attention to Charleston area in particular because this area has had this very heavy, narrow band of rainfall set up over it and consistently pour rain down there. We've seen 7 to 10 inches widespread from Folly Beach up through downtown Charleston and to the northwest there where that is set up. We don't have a landfall of Hurricane Ian yet, actually. It has not made landfall yet per the National Hurricane Center. So if you're just joining us now, we still don't have landfall of Hurricane Ian. It's currently somewhere, the center of the circulation, which is what is used for the official landfall, is currently somewhere off the coast of Georgetown, down in here in these radar returns. Officially, it's the low-level circulation and the center of that overland that denotes landfall. We have seen, actually, I've been noting in the back end, there is a slight intensification of Hurricane Ian just before landfall. I don't know if it will get to Category 2 or not, but it is currently a Category 1 storm. So that is, or a Category 1 hurricane, rather. So a lot of the area will see a lot of the area to the northeast, including the PD region of South Carolina and the Piedmont of North Carolina, is going to get the brunt of the winds and the rainfall throughout the rest of today. So you can already see all these tropical storm, these icons up here are all tropical storm reports. So Sanford County in North Carolina already seeing 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts sustained. Trees uprooted and snapped in Thomasville and Davidson County, North Carolina. And then, like 40 mile per hour sustained winds, 45-mile-per-hour gusts. These are tropical storm force winds that are being reported from Charlotte east through Raleigh, down through Wilmington, and all the way east to Morehead City and Newport area. So a lot of y'all in North Carolina and eventually up into Virginia are going to get into the mess of, just a sort of a messy Saturday here, messy Friday and Saturday as Hurricane Ian moves off to the north. Now, I'm sure Ryan will do a full forecast for you once we have the time to, probably post landfall, to show you guys in the northeast where the remnants of Hurricane Ian by that point will go. So the remnants of Ian will bring a lot of precipitation, a lot of rainfall to the northeast, but not as gusty of winds. Just a dreary Saturday for most of y'all up there. All right, I am watching the chat, so if y'all want something in particular, I can do my best for that. But for now, I am mostly focused on our chasers being out ahead of landfall here, just to the southwest of Myrtle Beach area. And we've had some really interesting PTZ camera footage of in the Myrtle Beach area. That's where a lot of the strong winds are currently showing up, and there is this little heavier rainfall area here to the north of Georgetown that would support those heavy winds blowing through that we saw on the coast. This is around the Polly Island region where we saw storm surge flooding onshore. So definitely an area of interest there. There's also this new report just came out, just got added here. A portion of the Cherry Grove Pier has collapsed in North Myrtle Beach. So yeah, big impacts along the coast. Even though we showed you earlier, and you can also find this on the National Hurricane Center's website, a representation, a graphic of the storm surge along the coast, and it was only really a narrow strip, even with 4 to 7 feet in areas like Myrtle Beach. But even so, that narrow strip is showing, it's proving to be very impactful. So if you want to see the forecast, Ryan will do the forecast for you for the remnants of Ian as it goes to the northeastern states in New England. So make sure you stick around for that. He'll be back in a few minutes. He's going to stretch his legs. I have not stretched my legs yet. So again, every time I'm on here, I encourage y'all to do a wellness check with me for long events like these. So please be sure to get some water and take a mental break as well if you need it. All right, and as of 3 minutes ago, actually, I was just talking through it, but we do have official landfall of Hurricane Ian, the third major land, not major, but the third noteworthy landfall. The first being in Cuba, the western coast of Cuba, the second being near Fort Myers and the Punta Gorda area in Florida, and now we have our third landfall near Georgetown, South Carolina, confirmed from the National Hurricane Center. So we did just get that update from the National Hurricane Center. The third landfall of Hurricane Ian near Georgetown, South Carolina. Sound good, Ryan?
Sounds good. Thank you, Andy. Everybody say thank you to meteorologist Andy Hill as we go back to the radar.
Yep.
Make sure Are you still going?
I believe so.
Oh, there you go. You're back.
We're back. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sweet. Once again, if we do end up for whatever reason completely losing connection on the stream, you guys just refresh the page. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Turn notifications on. YouTube does a weird thing where if we lose connection for even a half a second, it ends the stream. We have to start a whole new one. So if you lose me and I'm going for more than 5 minutes, just go back to the channel. I'll start up a new stream or something, and we'll do it that way. So I don't know why it would happen. I don't know why we would lose connection, but it happens sometimes. So just bear with us. Once again, I'm doing this, from a computer in a house in Kentucky, so we got to work with the tools that we have. Hurricane Ian has made, officially, it has made landfall in Georgetown, near Georgetown, South Carolina. Okay. So that happened a couple of minutes ago. And I'm going to share with you the tweet. I'm going to actually retweet this so you guys can see it up close, personal too. If you want to share it around, it's official. For the last time, Hurricane Ian has made landfall in the United States, and surface observations indicate that the center of Hurricane Ian made landfall on September 30th at 2:05 p.m. near Georgetown, South Carolina, with maximum sustained winds of 85 miles per hour and an estimated minimum central pressure of 977 millibars. So the center of Hurricane Ian is over land, and now it will slowly perish as it moves off to the north and east. But while doing that, it is going to continue to cause problems. Storm surge along the east coast, especially north of the eye specifically, meaning from like Wilmington all the way up into southeastern portions of North Carolina. You guys are going to continue to deal with storm surges. The onshore flow is going to continue to be a problem. And then we're going to continue to see hurricane force and tropical storm force winds all the way up to, very far inland. So Florence, South Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, a lot of places in between there. Raleigh even. You guys are going to see gustier and gustier winds as the storm comes ashore. But just rest assured knowing that overall it's weakening. And the number one problem today that we're going to have, and the thing that we have to watch out for the most, is freshwater flooding, inland flooding. There's a lot of rain. There's a whole lot of rain and moisture associated with this thing, and it is going to cause just a plethora of problems in North Carolina and South Carolina as we continue to see that rain fall. Additionally, we have a tornado watch for the eastern part of North Carolina. The eastern part of North Carolina is under a tornado watch, and we have all kinds of potentially rotating supercells out here. But thankfully, what's happening is when these things make landfall, when these supercells are coming onto land, they're kind of congealing into this big mess of rain and kind of storms that are associated with that big calm ahead presentation of Hurricane Ian. So they're all kind of separated and available to produce tornadoes in a really efficient way, or water spouts when they're out to sea. But whenever they come onto land, look, they're all congealing together, not allowing for those intricate separate parts of the storm that would normally cause tornadoes to operate in the way that they would normally do so. So that's good news. If that continues to happen, that's going to lower our tornado risk. But we have to understand, we have to remember that at some point today, this may stop, and these isolated supercells will make it onto land by themselves and potentially produce tornadoes. You're just now tuning in. We're watching Hurricane Ian make landfall. It just made landfall near Georgetown, South Carolina, and now it's going to continue to move up the coast, bringing heavy rain and winds to everybody, pretty much millions of people all the way up the East Coast. We've got storm chasers on the ground in South Carolina giving us a firsthand look at some of the damage and some of the impacts that are happening here. I'm telling you, it's been flooding after flooding. That's all the pictures that we're getting. We're getting a lot of freshwater flooding, and then also a lot of storm surge flooding, especially now in North Carolina. So if you have pictures or videos that you would like to share with us, and you want me to show it on the stream and broadcast it here, please consider sending those to me on Twitter. At Ryan Hall Y'all is my handle on Twitter. You can just upload the photo, send it to me there, and I'll share it. If you don't have Twitter, I'm sorry. That's just the most efficient way we have of doing it right now. But look at this. Check this out. National Weather Service in Moorhead has this picture of a water spout just moments ago here near the Bogue Watch community. This water spout was captured by one of our co-workers just after 2 p.m. on Bogue Sound near the Bogue Watch community. We continued to watch the radar closely for tornado potential through the evening. So this might have actually been one of the storms that we were monitoring on radar that was rotating. So that's interesting. Ultimately, it didn't make it to land, I believe. We never saw a tornado, but that's obviously very close. And we're going to see a lot of those. We're going to see a lot of those water sparks today. I'll never hear the end of that one. The northern edge of Hurricane Ian's clouds are visible in Stowe, Ohio. The photo is taken looking westward. So all the way back in Ohio, we're seeing the edge of Hurricane Ian. How cool is that? How cool is that? All right. Lights of purple. That means we got an update from Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Speaking of updates from areas that aren't in the area of where the hurricane is now, if you look at our stationary cam, it's really interesting as you can see the water actually flowing sideways underneath the pier as it's moving towards the area of low pressure. And I think that really just gives a good picture of how strong the storm surge could be.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley, for that update. This is a stationary cam up here near the Sunset Beach Pier. And once again, is not a very common thing for us to see the water flowing this way under the pier. So really interesting to watch. We'll keep checking back in with that. Ooh, look at that big wave. You can tell that it's coming up. The storm surge is going to continue to get worse as these rain bands show us the directional flow of wind. And the more parallel, I guess, or the more perpendicular these lines are to the shoreline, the more impactful the storm surge is going to be. So right now, you can see that Wilmington is kind of in a rough spot. But as the storm's overall approach changes and the angle changes, we will see who gets the worst storm surge change over time. So very cool informational update there from Riley. Storms continuing all over South Carolina and North Carolina. You're starting to see some of the really heavy rain there in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Rockingham, you're starting to see it too. Sanford, Raleigh, it's not raining hard yet, but it's coming. Jacksonville, you just got a big storm. North Carolina is really getting ready to get in on some of the really, really heavy rain. That's going to unfortunately spark some of the flash flooding that we inevitably are going to have to deal with a lot of today. There are currently many water rescues ongoing in Georgetown and Brunswick. Lots of folks are calling in because they are trapped in their vehicles. Highway 17 is completely impassable in Georgetown, and local officials are begging people to stay off the roads. They're focused on structural water rescues at the moment. So there's a bunch of people also trapped in their homes and their businesses and stuff that, we got to get those people out of there. So get off of the road, man. Like, where do you got to drive to anyways in a hurricane? Come on now. We shouldn't be on the roads. Once again, all you're doing. I think sometimes people think of this stuff and they're like, well, it's my life. I can put my own life in danger. It's not going to hurt anybody. Yeah. Okay. But no, that's not true. Like when you start getting washed away, we have to come save you. And that just sucks, man. So don't do that. There's other people that need saving. They're only able to reach folks in their high water vehicles. And obviously there's a limited number of those. So I know there's a lot of people watching me right now. Stay off the roads. That's the best I can do. Hopefully you listen to me. If not, best of luck to you. But obviously everybody that's watching, if you have family members or friends down here, maybe you could help me in giving them a reminder not to be out there as well. Wow. Huge shout out to Joshua Olmstead with the huge, very generous contribution, the very generous super chat there. He says, thank you and your team for all you do during times like these. My family and I live near Lake Charles, Louisiana, and rode out Hurricane Laura in 2020. Our thoughts go out to all who are going through these natural disasters. It is truly rough to go through. Keep up the great work, y'all. Thank you, Josh. Thanks for the kind words, the uplifting story. I'm glad you made it through that. That was definitely a rough one to go through, I'm sure. And thank you for the incredibly generous support. That is... once again, you don't have to do that. Nobody watching, nobody has to do that. If you're just watching right now, if you're putting your trust in me, if I've got room on your TV screen today, that's enough. That's all I ask. And maybe like the video, share it so we can get vital information out to more people. That's all we need. The people that's out in the hurricane are probably after gas or something. Oh, there's a lot of you guys that are sending me pictures of the edge of Hurricane Ian. What a unique thing we have going on here, guys. Literally, we've got eyes and ears and reporters all across the country and the world that are able to send us these pictures. Just unbelievable. This is the edge of Hurricane Ian. So the center of it just made landfall in South Carolina. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. It's not more than 1,000 miles away from Columbus, Ohio. And this is the edge of it. That's how big this storm is. You can literally see the edge of Hurricane Ian from Columbus, Ohio. Thank you so much for sending this in. That is so cool. What a time to be alive, y'all. Isn't this cool? Isn't this crazy what we're doing here? Wow. Here's another one. I don't know where this one's from. Remember, if you guys send me a picture or a video, make sure to try to include the your location there. Wow. The edge of Hurricane Ian visible from Knoxville, Tennessee, too. So cool. So awesome. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We got an update here from Chris Jackson. Let's see what we got going on here. Chris is near the area of water rescues. He is confirming all the rescues are taking place via boat, as all the roads are impassable in the area of the rescues. Look at the waves on his stream. Wow. Okay, so all of these water rescues that we're hearing about are taking place right here where Chris Jackson is, and wow, you can see why it's happening. There's a lot of people up there in those streets that are trapped in their homes, in the upper floors of those buildings. And let's get an update from Mr. Jackson if he can hear us. Chris, we're watching live on YouTube right now, and people are just requesting some more information. If you got anything else that you can relay to us, your location and what's going on, we'd love to hear it just whenever you're ready.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm sitting in Garden City right now. I'm on Calhoun Drive, just down from, it's right across from Elizabeth Drive, facing the last probably half a mile or so before you get to the ocean. Of course, on my stream, you can see the storm surges. It's inundated probably a good quarter to a half mile inland, and you can see the waves out on the open ocean are absolutely massive, breaking out past the condominiums there on the right.
Wow. Okay. As update from professional storm chaser Chris Jackson, who is from South Carolina, giving us a firsthand look at the full impacts of Hurricane Ian here, where there are multiple water rescues ongoing right now. So we're going to keep tight on him for a second while we wait for updates there. Yeah, there's so many of you sending awesome pictures from around the country of your view of Hurricane Ian, from hundreds, if not over 1,000 miles away. Here's one a little bit closer up. This is from Lynn. This is in Myrtle Beach around 2:30, so about 5 minutes ago. See that the winds are still picking up, and there's a lot of storm surge still coming up into, beyond the beaches there, into the streets, and eventually into the parking lots and stuff like that. So we're going to continue to see that happen more and more as time goes on. It might end up looking something like this. If that directional flow of water lines up just right. Hopefully it doesn't. But this is definitely one of the hardest hit areas right now. Brian says, yeah, there's clouds all over the sky near Boston. This is a look at Boston right now. You see the skyline back there. Hurricane Ian cloud coverage north of Boston while my wife and kids are hunkered down in Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. She just texted me this. The ocean is so angry right now. Wow. So Brian is once again very far away from his wife and in Ocean Isle Beach, and they're experiencing the brunt of the hurricane while he is seeing the outer edge there in Boston. It seems like they're both watching this. So thank you guys once again for tuning in, and hope everything's all right. I'm sure everything's going to be fine, but we'll keep you updated throughout the entire duration of the event. Yes, the hurricane has made landfall. The hurricane has made landfall. In fact, it made landfall over 10 minutes ago near Georgetown, South Carolina, as a Category 1 hurricane with 85-mile-an-hour winds, 105-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and a central pressure of 977 millibar. That's the third and final landfall of Hurricane Ian. Storm, as soon as it becomes a tropical storm, which will be soon, it will no longer be a hurricane. It'll never be a hurricane again. It's just going to die out over land here. Thanks to everyone who is sending me pictures and videos right now. Y'all are awesome. And also huge shout out to everybody that's placed an order on shopryanhall.com. We have made, just during this stream, we have done tens of thousands of dollars in sales thanks to you guys. And we have a big old wad of cash that we're going to be able to go down and help these people out with. And if you want to stay, I don't think that we're going to be able to do anything right now unless you guys have any ideas. If anybody on the team has an idea of like something that we could do right now with some of this, I'm down. But otherwise, just stay tuned. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, subscribe here. You'll be able to see those dollars at work. As we, find people with unique stories and maybe people who are overlooked by bigger organizations who are, down there helping people out. We're going to try to find some people and really show them that the Y'all Squad shows up. Thank you guys. Once again, 100% of all profits from shopryanhall.com are going to go towards that over the next day or so. And we got stickers on there that you can pick your own price on. So there's a big profit margin. Ooh, let's see. What you're looking at is a live look at Chris Jackson's feed. He's looking at a place where a lot of water rescues are happening right now. And we haven't gotten any further update on exactly, how those are going. But we know that they are in progress. So we want to keep on this and show you everything that's going on as things continue to unfold. Wow. Louisville, Kentucky. This is one we haven't seen yet. Clouds can be seen now from Louisville, Kentucky on I-65. Thank you, Bobby. There it is. There's Hurricane Ian way in the distance over there in Louisville, Kentucky. The big storm, y'all. It is a huge storm that can be seen for hundreds and hundreds of miles away. The guy says your live stream and team is better than any news channel. Now, come on. You just playing nice. I know a lot of people have said that, and I appreciate that. I don't know where it's coming from. We definitely don't. I mean, I don't even put a suit on for y'all. I just throw whatever shirt on. There's not as much production effort, I guess, that goes into this, but I think that we all understand now that that's probably not the most important thing. What I think is great about what we do here is that this is a rapid fire information relay system, and there's no buffer between me and you, other than whatever lag there might be between the YouTube server and you. You're probably 30-40 seconds behind, maybe not even that much, to be honest, but as soon as the information comes to me, you guys get it. We don't have to wait on a producer. We don't have to wait on, let's call the sponsors. Let's make sure they're okay with us talking about this. We don't have to do that. And also, we just have a plethora of ways to get the information. We got direct contact with all the EMS people. We got fire departments watching. We got, and then thousands of you guys who are acting as kind of like pseudo reporters as well. So super cool thing that we've got going on here. I wouldn't say that it's better than the news. It's different. We do different things. There's room for all of us in this world. And no dang commercials. That's right. And speaking of that, here is a message from today's sponsors. I'm just joking. Oh boy. My wife's first tropical storm. She says it's weak sauce. My wife's first tropical storm. She says it's weak sauce, but she's from Texas. What a weirdo. Oh man, that's funny. I don't know where she's watching from. But more than likely it's going to get more intense as it gets closer to her. Just let her know that. Wear your own merchandise on the stream. That's a good idea. I need to wear it next time. I got all of them, obviously. Holy smokes. That's a good vantage point. We got Matthew sending in this picture. He says, I'm pretty sure you can see Hurricane Ian, the edge of it, looking south, 10 miles north of Detroit, Michigan. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. There it is. That's Hurricane Ian. And let me explain to you why you're able to see it. You see Detroit up there at the top? Well, the cloud cover is really not that far away from you there, near Akron, Ohio. That's what you're seeing there in that picture. So very cool stuff. Thank you for sending that in. And thanks to everybody who is playing along here. This is fun. Roy, thank you so much for the super chat. Looks like we got the Provision Company. Provision Company is completely flooded out there in Southport, North Carolina. So we're starting to see even more and more kind of storm surge stories come out of North Carolina. And one of the reasons for that is probably because of the overall orientation of the storm. Once again, we're looking at the flow of water, right? We're trying to find the winds that are going perpendicular to the shoreline are the ones that are taking the vast majority of the storm surge into land. So now a lot of those are pointing towards areas here in North Carolina. So Wilmington, all the way up to places like Beaufort or Beaufort. How is it, guys? And then, of course, areas up here near Oak Island and Sunset Beach are also getting in on that. And as we take a 3D view, a 3D look at the hurricane, you can see the moment that it made contact with land, really, it fell apart. Watch it. It's like trying its best, and then poop, it falls in on itself. Hurricanes are little babies, man. Obviously, they're big, nasty storms, and they can be nightmares. But the moment that something tries to interact with their balance, they just fall apart. And that could be wind shear, dry air, and then, of course, the interaction with land can tear them just completely apart. Thank goodness, though. Am I right? If those things just continued to strengthen over land, I don't know if Earth would be a habitable place at all. Let's get an update on the South Carolina power situation. And it does look like 180,000 people are now without power in South Carolina. The vast majority of those are coming from areas down here from Charleston, and places like that. Let me read off some other places. Looks like Charleston, Moncks Corner, Jamestown, Georgetown, Plantersville, all the way up there to Garden City Beach. These are where most of the power outages are happening. Beaufort, okay, thank you. And that's where we've got getting close to 200,000 people without power now in this vicinity here. And then, of course, you're looking at a live view of some really impressive storm surge there in South Carolina, too. This is from Chris Jackson. I don't know where Zach came from. Kel Girl says, hey, I was gifted a membership. Thank you. Yeah, that's a thing that people can do now, and people like Amy are doing it. You gifted 10 Ryan Hall y'all memberships, and that's randomly going to be dispersed throughout people in the chat. So everybody say thank you to Amy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh boy, we got a new tornado warning that just came out for Beaufort County and Pamlico County. I'll get that here in a second. But brand new tornado warning, and of course, we have we have got that alert before anything else, so it's taken me a second to get that information to you. But as soon as I get the graphic on there, we will relay that to you. Here it is. All right, let's go over to Twitter. New tornado warning, and we're going to look at it now. It's crazy how fast that system is. Okay, tornado warning for Aurora, Vandermeer, and Florence. So this is the area that we've been talking about, that we've been telling you to watch out for. We finally have an actual tornado warning now, and I'm going to show you on radar what that looks like. Everybody in the pink box, in the purple polygon there, is under a tornado warning. This includes Aurora, Vandermeer, and Florence. Take shelter immediately. It looks like the tornado's somewhere right here. Somewhere right in that area. It's hard to tell from radar if there's a tornado down right now, but the same thing that we've been seeing all day, there's an area of rotation right underneath a hook echo. And, you know, this is coming from a storm that was actually probably producing a big water spout earlier. There it is. The greens and the reds really close to each other indicate areas of increased rotation. It's kind of let up a little bit, but it's enough to still promote the idea that we might be seeing a tornado here. So there you go. Florence, you're next in line, then Vandermeer. That's going to be Beaufort and Pamlico County in North Carolina. Yeah. All right, guys. This is probably, we're going on our 22nd or 23rd hour of coverage here for Hurricane Ian. That's a lot of talking. That's a lot of strain on the vocal cords there. But we're going to get through it. I'll be all right. I've done this before. Hey, I take breaks when the weather's calm. But yeah, there you go. Tornado warning for Florence, Vandermeer, and Aurora. You're going to want to take shelter for this one, as the rotation does indicate that we could see a tornado here. And you want to get into the most interior room of your home, and you want to hunker down and just get ready for a potential tornado. We don't have a confirmed tornado here, but we do have a radar indicated one. So just in case, we want to make sure that we're getting into our safe spot right now. Okay, so Beaufort, South Carolina, Beaufort, North Carolina. Those are the differences. Beaufort, South Carolina, Beaufort when it's in North Carolina. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate the help. Obviously, I'm not from the area. I will butcher your town name. It's part of the fun. It's part of the, the show here. Everybody always makes fun of me for that. But I try to be respectful, and I try to learn as we go along. By the time we're done with this stream, I want to feel like a local down here. And I'll know the geography like the back of my hand. We got more and more storm surge. It looks like the ocean is pouring into Myrtle Beach, South Carolina now. With the latest look at Hurricane Ian's impact on South Carolina, you can see the water is coming in. So as soon as it gets over that high point, it's going to flood the streets back there pretty quickly. So anybody that's on a low level floor of a building needs to get to higher ground immediately. Thank you guys for sending in all your pictures and videos. I'm receiving a lot. You can tell that a lot of people are being impacted by the storm by the amount of pictures and videos. that are being sent to me right now on Twitter. I appreciate every single one of you guys. And I wish that we had a better way of getting that to you other than just through Twitter, or for you to be able to send me stuff. But it's just the best way. I'm all about easiness. I'm all about not making things too complicated. Yeah, we could probably set up a website. We could probably set up a somebody that's monitoring our email inbox. We've tried that before, but it's just not as efficient as just being able to flip right on over to Twitter, where we can see that it's flooding over here in where is this? He says, I've lived on the corner of President and Line for 5 years, but this is the most water I've ever seen. So some really significant storm surges happening here in portions of North Carolina and South Carolina tonight, more like this afternoon. It's 3 p.m. I feel like we've been doing this for a while. We've been running now for some time, and it's currently 3 p.m. and we're going to keep going until we're either not needed anymore or until my voice completely goes out. Here's a view of Charleston, South Carolina. There's a guy kayaking, coming down the street. Better than a car, I guess. Better than a car. Tyler Crawford, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. Billy Bean says, Ryan, the second you said hurricanes are little babies, my power went out in Columbia, South Carolina. Don't pick on Ian. Thanks for all you do. You know what? As soon as I said that, I realized that I probably I shouldn't have. We definitely don't want to provoke Mother Nature, especially that we know what Hurricane Ian has been capable of. But it is true. Whenever the slightest inconvenience happens to one of these tropical systems, they just fall apart very quickly. They just fall apart extremely quickly, which is good news. Very good news. We do have a tornado warning for Beaufort and Pamlico counties in North Carolina. Take shelter immediately if you are in Florence, Vandermeer, or Aurora in North Carolina. We still don't have any sort of confirmation that there's an actual tornado down, but there is a very convincing area of rotation right near Florence. You see the green here indicates parts of the storm, hydrometeors or water in the air moving towards the radar, right? And then the red shows stuff moving away from the radar. What does that do? We've got counterclockwise rotation here. Somewhere in here, there's enough rotation to promote the idea that we've got a mesocyclone, or maybe we might even have a tornado. So that's why we're telling you to get to shelter in Vandermeer and Mesick in Beaufort County, North Carolina. So take shelter now, and we'll let you know if there's any updates on that. But right now, that's pretty much all we have for you on that. We've got some really important viewer questions coming in. And comments. Michael Wheat says, just remember, the suit doesn't make the man makes the suit. For your comment about the clothes you wear. And then Karen right after that says, I see you threw on a shirt, but are you wearing pants? That's a secret. If you guys don't know, it's a running joke on the channel that I'm keeping that completely sealed up. You only ever see me from this angle, right? You only ever see me from here up usually. So for all you know, I don't even have anything else. All right. So I'm going to do a leg reveal at 1 million subscribers. So if you want to see those, if you want to figure out if I'm wearing pants during the streams, you'll have to subscribe to the channel. Whenever we cross 1 million, we will reveal that. So, once again, we like to lighten the mood every once in a while during situations like this where there's serious stuff going on. Once again, we did see a water spout earlier, and this is directly from the National Weather Service. This is what we're worried about happening today as we go forward. Like these water spouts, as they come closer to shore, a lot of times they're weakening, and then they're kind of like not being water spouts anymore. They're not turning into tornadoes and carrying it onto land. That we're afraid that could stop happening here soon, and we're going to start to see these water spouts turn into land tornadoes and give us a bunch of problems. So if that's the case, you've been warned here first. Okay, we're all under a tornado watch in eastern North Carolina. We've got one tornado warning right now, but multiple could be issued as we continue to watch these water spouts over the ocean try to make their way onto land. Looks like we got rotten trees coming down up and down Rock Hill, South Carolina. Thank you very much, Brittany, for sending this in. Thank you very much, Brittany. That's a big tree there that's come down in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Somebody said, do you check Instagram? Yeah, that one's kind of easy too. So I can do Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I prefer Twitter, but my name on all social media platforms is going to be Ryan Hall, y'all. You should be able to search that and find me anywhere, including TikTok, which we're also live on right now. Hello, TikTok crew. They get a behind the scenes look here. They don't get the graphics. They're just looking at all the computers. TikTok, if you want to see what's really going on here, it's on YouTube. Sometimes I forget that they're over there. But yeah, if you guys don't know, I got 1.5 million followers on TikTok. I think that I know a lot of people look down on TikTok as a place, not everybody likes it. And once again, whenever I promote the idea of using these social media platforms, I'm not 100% happy about the platforms. I understand the problems with them. I understand why people don't like them and stuff. But man, have I been able to reach a lot of people and help a lot of people through stuff like TikTok. So many kids, so many, young adults and even older adults that don't pay attention to the news anymore are scrolling through TikTok for several hours a day. And whenever I pop up, it gets them to pay attention to the weather. And that's the whole point behind it. So TikTok's been a big help for the overall mission here. And of course, we've got Barry Bones watching today. The most weather enthusiastic dog on earth. This dog is our biggest fan. He's been here since day one. Every time we're live, we get a video from Barry Bones, and he is glued to the coverage, just like he is right now. And as you can see, this dog is not playing around. This dog really cares. He's concerned, and he knows what I'm talking about. Barry, it's going to be all right. We're all going to get through this. Calm down, but stay tuned, because I know that you're not you're not just going to go to sleep while we're on the air. Barry is the most concerned and weather enthusiastic dog I've ever seen, and we love him to death. I just retweeted him. He's got his own account. The whole account is just for the dog. So if you guys want to go follow Barry Bones on Twitter, you can do that. It's on my Twitter there. So super awesome. Love that dog. See here. Pickle says, it always amazes me how much a weakened system can cover. Keep it up, Ryan. Yeah, even though this is obviously a significantly weaker system overall than what it was whenever it made landfall in Florida, technically this is impacting a lot more people. We're going to see a lot of people without power. We're going to see flooding for a lot of people. We're going to see strong winds and down trees for millions and millions of people all up and down the East Coast. And when the lights turn green, it's time to talk to Andy. So let's hear what you've got to say, Andy. Go ahead.
Hi, Ryan. There's a couple of interesting storms actually in the Outer Banks in the eastern North Carolina vicinity. One is just off the coast of Swan Quarter, which is to the east of our current active tornado warning in Hyde County. The storm is in Hyde County. The active tornado warning is in Pamlico County. And there's also another supercell that's on land now just to the east of Pantego, which I know is where our storm chaser David Lilly is. So two interesting areas of rotation going on over there that are currently not warned. But I believe David has just run outside because I was just talking to him to see what's going on with that one.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill giving us an inside look at what's going on with the weather analysts behind the scenes who are keeping an eye on this storm near Swan Quarter and Fairfield and all these places. No tornado warning on this, but y'all watch out in Fairfield as if that continues to, produce rotation, they will likely issue a warning, and then it'll be time to take shelter. So don't be scared, be prepared, and know what you're going to do when that warning inevitably comes through. Lots of these nader beans out here today, lots of these curved noodles, lots of these just kind of storms that look like they could produce a tornado. Thankfully, they've been doing it over the ocean for the most part so far. An update on this storm, the one tornado warning that we do have right now for Beaufort and Pamlico counties in North Carolina. We still have enough rotation here to maybe be concerned about maybe we have a tornado here. So I'm hoping that everybody downstream towards Aurora is still in their safe spot. This is a radar indicated warning. We don't have a confirmation. We don't have proof that there's a tornado in there, but we think there might be. So take shelter immediately. It looks like most of our storm chasers are technically in the eye of the storm right now. That's why things are kind of calming down a little bit. This one's got a big one too, so it might be a while before the winds pick back up, which is a good thing. Oh, I can't not share this. This is awesome. Ditto. That's got to be one of the cutest cats I've ever seen. Ditto and I are tuned in from Norfolk, Virginia. Well, hi, and I'm so glad that you guys have tuned in, and we'll be with you throughout this entire thing. All right. Wow, beautiful cat. See here. Caden says that we're starting to feel it here in Richfield, North Carolina. Winds and rain sting enough to knock my umbrella out of my hand, and localized flooding is happening. Power is confirmed out in Albemarle, North Carolina, which is 10 minutes to our east. Aiden, thank you so much for that report. Amazing. Amazing. This is what I'm talking about. We've got thousands of reporters out there across the U.S. Sending us awesome stuff like that. That's very much appreciated. Here's a look at Wilmington, North Carolina from Christian Elliott. Once again, please don't worry about getting these videos and pictures unless you can do so safely, but it looks like things are starting to ramp up there in Wilmington. This is one of the places where we've seen a lot of the storm surge, especially to the south and east of there. But yeah, that is what it's looking like right now in Wilmington. What's it looking like back towards Charleston, South Carolina? This is near Folly Beach. Storm chaser Chris Hall is really looking at a lot of, debris, a lot of tree limbs and stuff down in the roads there as the eye is now over here. So things are starting to calm down a little bit. But lots of debris, lots of down trees. It looks like a down power line here and there. But for the most part, this is not the utter devastation that we saw in Southwest Florida, which is great. It's good news. It's still going to take a while to clean up, though. And we feel for y'all who are having to go through this. I do enjoy the weather. I've been passionate about it, obsessed with it my whole life. I'm fascinated by hurricanes, tornadoes, and all that stuff. But I do hate the fact that people have to be subject to their awesome power. I used to feel guilty about being excited about when a hurricane or a tornado was coming. And sometimes, in my youth, I would even root the tornado on. But now doing this, I see the real negative impact it has on so many people, and I just can't do that anymore. But the passion is still there, still absolutely enthralled, and just love weather, everything about it, tracking it, communicating it, being in it. Nothing I love more than being out in a good thunderstorm. So that's where Ryan Hall y'all comes from, is just for whatever reason since birth I've just been a big weather dork, and that's why we're all here today, because I'm just a huge that's why we're all gathered here on this YouTube stream, because I am for whatever reason a big YouTube or a weather dork. So here's a look at some floodwaters that Chris and Brandon are probably not going to go through. Hopefully they're not going to go through it. Let's get an update from them. Chris, where you guys at? What's this road? It looks like it might be impassable.
This is East Cooper Avenue, I think. I really can't tell. There's a road sign in front of me. What does that road sign say, Brant? What road are we on? 9th Street and East Cooper. 9th Street at East Cooper is currently where we're at. Spoke to a neighbor, said nobody is trapped, so that is some good news if any comes out of this. We actually traveled down here. Radar showed nearly 8 to 10 inches of rain down here, but things just, the main back roads, like you're seeing here, are mainly impassable. But other than that, some tree damage, a little bit of debris in the road, and flooding.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Turn around. Don't drown. If you see water like that, don't drive through it, y'all. Here's an update on the power outages in Florida. Looks like we're still at 1.8 million people without power in Florida. If you guys watched, we covered this hurricane live as it made landfall down there near Cayo Costa. And it really seems like a worst case scenario for some of those communities. We've heard that maybe over 21 people have died as a direct result of this storm. Obviously, thousands and thousands of homes and businesses were completely destroyed. And it just really looks like a really sad and bad situation that's going to take a very long time to recover from. And we're going to do everything we can to assist with that. As soon as this is over, it looks like the weather, for the most part, across the U.S. for the next week or so, and don't hold me to this because this stuff changes, but like it looks like right now, my preliminary forecast is that the weather's going to be kind of calm and quiet after this hurricane gets done doing its thing here. So we're going to be able to spend some time focusing on helping the people of Florida, which is something we also like to do after the storm's over, as much as we can. Obviously, we can't make as big of a difference as some of the other bigger organizations, but we're going to try to find some unique, impactful stories and some situations that people are in that maybe the other organizations are overlooking, and we're going to try our best to do everything we can. Thanks to y'all's awesome generosity. Once again, huge shout out to the thousands of you who have placed orders and all that stuff. You guys are awesome. Update on power outages in South Carolina. We're over 200,000 now. Over 200,000 power customers without power. And it's growing. It's spreading inland too. These counties over here, you guys are like, haha, not going to get me. Nope, you're wrong. It'll probably go out eventually. The center of circulation just made landfall, and it's going to continue to go up like this way. And the winds, although they are going to get weaker as they go out from there, they are going to be strong enough to cause trees to fall and power lines to get knocked down and stuff. So there will be more power outages. So prepare for power outages, even if you live farther inland in South Carolina and also in North Carolina. But we're hoping that they're not going to last very long. We've got a lot of the electric crews watching us right now, and they have assured us that they are ready for anything out there, trying their best to, get the power back on it as fast as possible. So hopefully we don't have to deal with any prolonged power outages here. But just in case, get ready for them. Lots of rain and flooding in Summerville, South Carolina. Oops. Who zoomed in? There we go. This is from Spaghetti Hands. Interesting username, and thank you so much for sending in that report. Lots of ponding going on back there. And of course, I show one cat. On the stream, and now every pet owner that's watching is sending in their pets. And of course, I'm not going to be able to help but show every once in a while one of them. because I mean, it's a nice way to uplift the mood once again during an otherwise sad situation. Thank you guys once again. I'm telling you, I think it's official. I think that we definitely have more people. I used to say this as a joke. Like, if you count the dogs and the cats and all the pets that are watching, we are the most watched weather outlet out there. But now I don't even think we need that, which is once again awesome. Thanks to you guys. But you know, if you do count all the pets that are watching, our numbers are way higher than even what you see during some of this hurricane coverage. So Lindsay Roberts has an interesting point of view here in Cleveland, Ohio. So you see the satellite here. This is the outer edge of Hurricane Ian. You can see this probably in Detroit, all the way in central Indiana, through Louisville, Kentucky. I don't know if you can see it in Nashville, but you could definitely see it in Knoxville. You might be able to see it in Atlanta too. And this is what it looks like currently from Cleveland, Ohio. Very interesting stuff. Once again, Cleveland, Ohio. You can see the top. You can see the outer edge of this hurricane. And it just made landfall in South Carolina, well, hundreds of miles away. That's just crazy, man. Clayton, thank you for the support. Crazy, thank you. Says, I live in Anderson. Can you tell me if I need to prep for anything besides power outages? Crazy, no, I don't think so. Flash flooding, if you live in a flood-prone area, that's probably like the only thing that you really need to kind of maybe pay extra close attention to. But I think the heavy rain and the winds are going to be it, and the power outages. So, yeah. Andy, go ahead.
Hi, Ryan. Hope I didn't just lag there. The last few frames of our tornado warning have looked really quite clear to me. So if you want to take a look at those last few frames, it's the only active tornado warning. It looked like it was probably trying to get on the ground there for a bit there. Unfortunately, I blue screened again, so I couldn't tell you immediately, but I got on it as soon as I could.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Guys, that was meteorologist Andy Hill telling us to zoom in on this area of rotation inside of our tornado warning for Beaufort County, North Carolina. I want to stress this. Again, everybody in this county needs to be taking shelter. We don't know if there's a tornado down, but it looks like something might be trying to come together here. The reds next to the greens indicate that we've got enough rotation that one could be coming down. So we want everybody in their safe spots, and we're going to watch this one closely as we go forward. The more intense the green and the red are, the more quickly the clouds are moving in this general area, and the closer they come to each other, the tighter that rotation is. So we've got in a very close proximity here. Well, it's getting closer. We've got winds blowing towards the radar and away from the radar, indicating that we have counterclockwise rotation. That's how we know that a tornado could possibly happen here. So if you live downstream from that, please take shelter. The latest mesoscale discussion says that the tornado threat may be shifting north. So we'll take a look at that here in a second. But first, I want to bring our Radar Omega app up here. Make sure I've turned on warnings. I want to make sure that we can see all of our weather alerts. Really easy to do that in the app here. I'm going to turn that on. I'll probably turn tropical off just so we can focus on the naders here. Oops. Give me just a second. All weather alerts on, tropical off. Okay. All weather alerts on. Okay. So this is our tornado warning. Some of the smaller communities that may be close to this potential developing tornado, they're going to include South Creek, Vinegar Hill, Reed's Chapel, and then all the way up there to where Highway 306 parallels the Pamlico River. All right. So not only Aurora, not only do you need to take shelter, but we need to be taking shelter in Vinegar Hill, Spring Creek, and South Creek as well. If you guys know where the TG Slimes pond number 1 is, that's around where we think this tornado might be coming together. Look at that. Latest scan also looks a little bit more impressive there too. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this. Oh yeah, almost certainly something happening there. So let's get to shelter immediately. Let's go fast and let's not think about it. We'll see. JG says, I'm going to Charleston for a vacation on Thursday in the French Quarter. Should we cancel or should we be good? What is today? I don't even know what day of the week it is. Friday. So you're going a week from now. It should be okay. Obviously there's going to be some cleanup still going on. But the floodwaters obviously will have receded, and the power should certainly be back on by then. So that's my take on it. I think you should be all right. Obviously check with the place you're staying, and yeah. But as far as the weather goes, this storm's definitely going to be out of there by then, if that's what you're asking. 55th Avenue and Cherry Grove is underwater. A lot of these houses the lower levels of them are being inundated by water here, as you can see. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is this supposed to happen? Is this supposed to happen? The Ferris wheel. Obviously the theme park here is closed. But the Ferris wheel is moving down here. I guess this is in North Carolina. Wow. I don't know if that's supposed to be happening or not. Yeah, I think that those things have brakes, right? Like whenever you just close them up for the night, like they lock them in place. I don't know, but I'm personally very glad I am not on that Ferris wheel. That would be quite the terrifying experience right there. They probably disengaged the brakes so it doesn't get damaged. Yeah, I can see that too. Okay, so yeah, mesoscale discussion says that the tornado threat is shifting a little bit farther north, so a little bit more into northeastern North Carolina. We'll talk more about that here in a second. But one of our team members is telling me that they're getting all kinds of requests and questions now about pets and our merch store. So once again, merch, all the profits are going towards helping people who are been negatively impacted by severe weather, including this hurricane. And we've got a new thing. We now have bandanas for your pets in our store. We've got 3 designs, 3 colors, and 3 sizes on our site with more designs to come. So make sure y'all are subscribed to our newsletter so that you get notified. So hopefully our mods can put a link to that in the chat where you can get those. But yeah, 100% of all profits go during the next 24 hours go to our relief efforts. And now we got bandanas for your pets. Thanks for doing that, guys. That's awesome. And yeah, that's that. We sold a lot of merch, and that's great because I'm going to be able to give Brandon or Chris or whoever it is that decides to go back to Florida. I might even go down there as well, depending on what and all it looks like. But we're going to be able to give them a big wad of cash and just be like, hey, help people, make it happen, son. Help putting people in hotels if their insurance doesn't cover it. We're getting to the point where we might even be able to replace somebody's car if that needs to happen. Like seriously, like we just want to just go do good things for people. So we're able to do that thanks to y'all and your pets now, in areas like this, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. And this is some of the aftermath there from the devastating impacts of Hurricane Ian. There in, I think, Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel Island, Marco Island. Well, not Marco Island, but areas just north of there, and Naples. Those were some of the hardest hit areas for sure by Hurricane Ian. The Wheel of Wind. How strong was it at second landfall? It was a Category 1. Category 1 at the second landfall. 85 mile an hour sustained winds, 977 millibar central low pressure. Speaking of pets, we got another one here. Since you're showing pets, Bella says howdy from Arkansas. Hello, Bella. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we are broadcasting live the third landfall of Hurricane Ian, the second in the U.S. and the final, as Category 1 Hurricane Ian is causing a lot of problems in South Carolina and North Carolina, including this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning
A new
has been
tornado
issued.
warning was just issued as a continuation of this storm of the warning here. Yeah, look at this. It still looks like there's likely a tornado either developing or getting ready to be on the ground here. And now we've got places like Bath in the path. So if you're in Bath, take shelter immediately. This is also going to include places like Bayview, Gaylord, Rest Haven, Hawkins Landing, White Post, Everett's Crossroads, Beckwith, and all the way up to Odin Mill. So this is actually coming into a slightly more populated area. So I think we need to kind of hone in on this for a little while and see what's going to happen. A lot of times these will let up. A lot of times these will kind of, go away pretty quickly, especially in a tropical system. But just in case it doesn't, we're going to zoom in on this and make sure everybody ahead of this knows what's coming for them. I'm going to look for Bayview, North Carolina. I'm going to zoom in here. Yeah, so Bayview and Gaylord here are right along the Hamilco River. And once again, if we've got a tornado down here, it's somewhere around there. Now, once again, everything happens so quickly. The last couple of frames looks like maybe the rotations let up a little bit, but it doesn't matter. We could still have a tornado here, and we want everybody in Beaufort County to take shelter immediately. That almost certainly at some point, very briefly, at least produced a funnel cloud. That's a lot of rotation there. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and hopefully everybody is getting in their safe spots now. That if you're in the purple polygon, in the words of James Spann, respect the polygon. Get into shelter until they allow that warning to disappear, until they allow it to expire. A huge shout out to Jonna Laird for becoming a high-risk member. Mike Porter, thanks for the support. He says, here's a new t-shirt idea. Y'all weather dorks. What? Y'all weather dorks, determined and reconciling knowledge. Hey, we'll do it. We'll slap it on a shirt. If whatever we can do to get some more stuff down to these people that need it, we'll make it happen. That is a good one, though. Weather dorks. We got to coin that one. Thank you. And all in the squad for your coverage and for your, the amazing work you're doing for people in need. Thank you so much, Mike. Brian Cody gifted 5 Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. Congratulations to the people who got those. Lori Marer, thanks for your support. And Dorian, thanks for your support. He says, please let everyone know, if they have a GM vehicle with Wi-Fi capability, OnStar is giving free unlimited Wi-Fi for 30 days. Wow. To anyone affected by Ian, it will turn the car into a Wi-Fi hotspot. That is nuts. That is cool. That is super cool. So anybody with a GM vehicle that has Wi-Fi capability, OnStar is giving you free Wi-Fi for 30 days if you're affected by Ian. Going to turn your car into a hotspot. That is super useful. Spread the word on that. Weather weirdos. I like that one too. Talk about a conversation starter. Imagine wearing a shirt that says, I'm a weather weirdo. Do what? We do have one on the site already that says weather weenie. Weather Weenies and Weather Daddy. Two very complex inside jokes here. I don't know if we can get into right now, but very interesting. They're cool shirts, nevertheless.
You can go ahead and place all units in service. OR3, if you could just continue watching that boat.
Yeah, we're going to remain cut off to the house. No more gas. They're going to have their property.
Chris Hall is saying that myself and Brandon Kopic are safe. We are en route to North Charleston, South Carolina. At least we're going to try, and we're going to see if we can help anywhere. Ryan, a significant flooding is ongoing across Folly Beach and portions of downtown Charleston. Thanks for the update, Chris. We've seen a lot of that flooding through their cameras, and it looks like Chris Jackson is also looking at a lot of flooding here near Surfside Beach, South Carolina. As you know, he's also kind of in the eye of the storm here as things have calmed down a little bit. But look at all that water still inundating the streets in portions of South Carolina. Weather mommy, yeah, we honestly we need that. We need somebody like in the background that's just constantly making new shirts and putting them on. Like if somebody comes up with a good idea, like make it happen, son. Obviously, the way we do that is everything's made to order. We don't like to, you know, waste stuff, and everything's specifically made for you. So that is something that we could do. 36 minutes ago. Wow. Storm surge in Myrtle's Inlet. The pictures are from Norma. My goodness. I'm retweeting that one if you want. It's on my Twitter there. It's also coming from WX Caitlin Wright. Really intense storm surge there as seen from Myrtle's Inlet, which is one of the areas that we've seen most of these, storm reports come in from regarding storm surge. Maggie says, thanks for all your hard work and letting us know what's going on and helping out. Thank you for your support. Debbie has become an extreme risk member. Thank you. We still have a tornado warning for Beaufort County, North Carolina. We got anybody in Beaufort? Take shelter now. And of course we got I'm a sucker for him. I got to show him. Aggie says hi. Hi, Aggie. Wow. Once again, we love all of our weather puppies and cats and all of them. I think somebody sent us a picture of a horse watching the stream at one time during a stream last year. I'm trying to think of the most. Oh, here we go. Now, yeah, those are going to start coming in now. Meet our newest pet fan. This is a 2-day-old tortoise. A 2-day-old tortoise that needs a weather-related name. Thanks for keeping us informed. That is so awesome. Yeah, we'll have to think of a good name for the weather tortoise there. That's nuts. Here is a video from Myrtle Beach. My parents are on vacation. They are right off the beach from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Thanks for sending that in. You can tell that, it's still pretty, gnarly out there. Still pretty gnarly. I see a lot of name suggestions for the turtle. Ian, I'm seeing a lot of Ians. Call it Ian. That's always going to have a story with it. Bombogenesis. Yeah, that's a good turtle name. Stormy.
That is Mr. Meteorologist Turtle. See you, Ryan.
Mr. Meteorologist Turtle. Yeah. There is there's a never-ending amount of good suggestions coming in here. Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina, from Jim Cantori's friend Elizabeth. So the water is still coming in all the way up there in Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina. Look at here. We're all coming together to name a newly born baby turtle. How cool is that? So my people are telling me that Weather Mommy is going to be a shirt available on the site here soon. And this happens a lot too. You're starting to see us appear on the TV monitors at Walmart. There's me and Andy there on the TV monitors at Walmart. Somebody goes through and does this pretty often. Hey, it's one way of getting the word out, especially for stuff like this. We got a tornado warning for Beaufort County, North Carolina. Hopefully everybody's taking shelter. But the good news is the most recent scans do look like the tornado in question has dissipated, or it doesn't look as I guess it doesn't look as concerning, but we still want you to be in your safe spot. Certainly want you to stay in your safe spot until that warning's allowed to expire. And yes, I'm going to retweet the turtle. Everybody's like, where's the turtle? I retweeted him. And once again, we're feeling the impacts of Hurricane Ian, even far displaced from the center, including Raleigh, North Carolina, where Paisley is out on a walk right now in Raleigh, North Carolina. You can see that the rain's coming down, but it doesn't look like the wind is too intense just yet. Understand that if you are in Raleigh, if you are in an area like that's downstream from the storm, conditions will get more intense overnight, but they're not going to get like bad. We are going to probably get some tropical storm force wind gusts all the way up into places like Raleigh, Florence, Columbia, South Carolina, Charlotte. But the main threat, the main thing that we've got to worry about are the freshwater flooding concerns and all the heavy rain that we're going to be getting associated with this. The hurricane, the monster storm that is Hurricane Ian is quickly dying. Thankfully. The Nader turtle. Love it. I like Ian. If it was my turtle, I'd name him Ian. Jim Can Tortoise. That's a good one. Oh boy. Jim Can Tortoise. I'm also being reminded that it has been an hour since I have drank water. So. Take care of that one. Andy's getting a drink of water too. I see him up there on the monitor. And you guys, if you guys need to get a drink of water, go ahead. It's a reminder for everybody. Here we are in North Myrtle Beach. The worst of it is now in North Myrtle Beach, according to Dennis Webb. Thanks for sending this in. This is a look at just moments ago what some of the conditions look like down there. And I'm actually going to take the radar back down that way, and we're going to go through this and look at everything that's going on. I think we can kind of, we can use this radar here. Let's come and take a look once again. North Myrtle Beach. It makes sense that you're starting to see some of the worst of the weather now, because the storm has made landfall. The center of circulation is somewhere down
Tornado
here,
warning canceled.
near Georgetown and Myrtle Beach. On the northern side, we're seeing a lot of the outer eye walls trying to produce more precipitation, and therefore allowing more of those winds to kind of mix down to the surface and present themselves more. Similar to what we saw earlier in Charleston with that big rain band, we're starting to see something similar, a similar feature pop up over here. So get ready in North Myrtle Beach. We're going to continue to see the winds crank up. We're going to continue to see them get worse and stronger in places like Marion, Mullins, Greensea, Tabor City, and then in south portions of North Carolina near Naples Crossing, Guideway, Whiteville, Brunswick, Lake Waccamaw, Big Curve, and Honey Pond. Get ready. Some of the stronger winds are getting ready to come up into your area right now. You're probably getting some really gusty conditions in Johnsonville and Kingstree and Florence, but you're not getting in on the worst of it right now. It will probably get a little bit more intense as time goes on. But yeah, that's what we're dealing with right now. Tornado warning has been allowed to expire, as you saw. And right now we've got a tornado watch for a big area in eastern North Carolina. But I think that for the most part, right now, we're not looking at any imminent tornado threat. That could change very quickly, though. Shelter. Shelter's a good name for the baby turtle. I like that one, too. Jim Can Tortoise is one of the better ones. Ian's good. Spart. Shellnado, Shelf Cloud. Man, you guys are really creative. Yeah, the storm is going to continue to go inland and affect even more people farther away from the ocean. We are mostly concerned about flooding. We are mostly concerned about flash flooding and river flooding in for most people. But there are going to be gusty winds all the way up the East Coast, Boston, New York. You guys are going to feel it. But it's just not going to be, it's really not going to be anything significant. It's going to be like a weak nor'easter for you guys. But with no snow, just rain. The cross at Berlin, UMC, and Myrtle's Inlet as the Eye of Ian was pushing onto the shore. The video was captured by Charlene Blanton there. Wow. All right, we got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. The storm to the northwest of Fairfield, North Carolina, or north of Swan Quarter, I think you remember it. That one looks like it's now developed a good tight rotation that's lasted 3 or 4 frames, so about 5 or 6 minutes now for the radar scans. So that one's worth a look at. Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, with the update and redirection of focus down here to this potential new concerning area that we have to look at. That could be promoting a tornado here near Kickney. Moving up towards Creswell. So if you're in North Carolina in this area, you're not under a warning, but you could be very soon, as this is coming together. A lot of times we're looking at these rotational areas and they're kind of falling apart as they come ashore, but this one actually is coming together in some fashion, kind of reorganizing here as it gets closer and closer to places like Creswell. Once again, North Carolina, no warning, but y'all watch out. Y'all watch out. There might be one issued here very soon. Let's get an update from Chris Jackson. Hey, Chris, just looking for an update. What are we looking at there in front of you? Chris Jackson is a local storm chaser from South Carolina, currently in Myrtle Beach. I see emergency vehicles in front of him. I don't know if he's in the vehicle or not. If he's outside the vehicle, he didn't hear me. But you can see that there's something going on there, and it's right next to the beach. So I really hope it wasn't somebody trying to play around and needing rescued now out there on the beach. Lights are purple, so Riley's going to tell us something. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I was actually just talking to Chris, so he accidentally sent a message to me, but there is a water rescue going on, and he will provide us updates as we get them.
Okay, thank you very much. So there is a water rescue going on right now at the beach. Don't want to make too many assumptions, but I'm telling you, if there's one of them people out there playing around, that's just really unfortunate. Oh, look at this. Now that's a family photo right there. Nellie, Charlie, Banana, and Bella. And my daughter watches you every minute you are live. She likes to fall asleep to your videos sometimes. Now that's cute. That's awesome. Bella and the whole crew here, thank you for tuning in. Seriously, thank you for tuning in. And I hope that your enthusiasm for weather and all this stuff continues into adulthood and you pursue it. I am the perfect example that literally anybody, can do something like this if you really want to. So if you like what I'm doing, you could do it too one day. Currently looking through Twitter once again, just trying to find some more, interesting tidbits of information to share. A lot of it is flooding. Here is surge flooding into the first floor of the home in Pawleys Island. The video is from Nikki Walters. So Pawleys Island is one of the places that has definitely seen some of the worst impacts from this storm surge. And we're continuing to see that get more and more, coverage here. Oh, Myrtle Beach Police. I'm going to retweet this one. Myrtle Beach Police. Don't drive through flooded roadways. Take another route and stay safe. This is 3rd Avenue South on Ocean Boulevard. There's no reason to take this risk. Look at that. Myrtle Beach is really also starting to get a lot worse, it seems. As this was 2 hours ago, but we've seen similar, situations unfold all around Myrtle Beach where people are driving through waters like this. You can't be doing that, y'all. Can't be doing that. Deanne Christopher says, just keep on keeping on. Love your mission. Thank you. Appreciate you. Somebody said, why would you be out in the ocean when this is happening? Great question. Great question. It's a question that I never thought we would have to ask. But every single time something like this happens, somebody ends up getting hurt or dies as a result of doing something that most people would think is, for the most part, harmless. If you live in a place like this, it's a storm, right? But you just don't understand all the risks. You don't understand all the intricacies of the storm. And when the people are telling you not to get in the water, it's not because they're just trying to be your boss. It's not because of anything other than there are things that can happen very quickly that you don't understand and you will not be able to get out of. So, and then it unfortunately leads to situations like this where vital rescue, teams are needed in a situation that could have been avoided. I don't know exactly what's happening here, but I'm just assuming because we're at the beach, somebody went out there to try to go surfing or play in the water or something, and it led to this. So hopefully they're okay. Obviously, we hope that they're okay. Thanks for being a part of the show, everybody that's sending me pictures and videos. Appreciate y'all. Really do enjoy seeing everybody's, pictures and kind of, whether it's of the weather or of your pets or of your, family sitting around watching the show. That it's rewarding to see more than just, a moving chat or, numbers on the screen, that the amount of people that are watching and that we're able to help out with this stuff. So that's awesome. Thank y'all. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching live coverage of Hurricane Ian as it has made its 3rd and final landfall near Georgetown, South Carolina. Hurricane conditions are continuing to be felt all around North and South Carolina. As you can see here, we're watching a developing situation where there's a water rescue ongoing near Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We don't know the details on that yet. Yeah, Riley, if we can move Chris to 1, we could switch the Chris's. That'd be great. And we got an update from Andy. Let's hear it. Go
Hi,
ahead, Andy.
Ryan. This one doesn't look, this cell doesn't look amazing yet on radar, but I do think it has the largest potential. This is just due west of the KMHX radar, Morehead City radar. It's now moving off of Emerald Isle and more inland. But what Ian has done, the outer bands of Ian have actually shifted the axis of lower level cape, what we like to call 3 cape. So the energy available in the lowest part of the atmosphere. And just in the last few frames, if you want to play a loop of this supercell in particular, as it moved on shore, I noticed that it really had clean inflow wrapping around it and the velocities that showed up. So if it does do something, that's why I expect it. The meso analysis is actually showing it quite well, why we're beginning to see these supercells last as they go a little further inland compared to a few hours ago when the moment they reached the shore, they were kind of fizzling out. So it's cool to see that in real time.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill updating us on another storm to watch here just west of Newport and Havelock. This one, watch the loop here. Notice how the storm is obviously kind of straightened out at this point. Watch how it looks like it's rearing up there as I put it into motion. You see how it's kind of got that little bit of a bend to it, and the inflow of the storm is, like he said, kind of wide open and available to potentially try to do something here. We're looking at the velocity. Like he said, it doesn't look amazing. It doesn't look like the most imminent tornado ever. However, we're going to watch this one closely, and if you live downstream from it, watch out. Maysville, Pollexville, New Bern. This is a storm that we're all going to have to be watching very closely as we go forward. And there's more out here in the ocean that are going to try to make it inland as Hurricane Ian continues to swirl around. We've been lucky for a while that a lot of these supercells are just kind of running into this big wall of rain, pretty much. That's keeping them from maintaining their discreteness and, producing tornadoes for the most part. But as this section of the hurricane here comes onto land, I think we're going to start to see more and more problems on the tornado side. So as soon as the tornado warning is issued, you'll see it pop up here, more than likely before you see it pop up anywhere else. And we will zoom in on that and let you know exactly what's going on and what to expect. Even though Hurricane Ian, for the most part, is looking the most unimpressive that it's ever looked, it's still producing widespread impacts across the U.S. And if I zoom out here, I'm going to switch in the Radar Omega app, which I know a lot of you guys are following along on your tablets and phones. I'm going to switch to the CONUS, the continental U.S. View of the satellite, and just to kind of get us a more broad view of what's going on here. You can see how massive this storm is. It's as big as the entire eastern half of the U.S. I'm going to switch over to long wave IR just to kind of highlight it a little bit better. You're seeing cloud cover from Hurricane Ian all the way up there in Canada now, officially in Toronto and Ottawa. You're just about to be underneath clouds from Hurricane Ian. And you've been under them all day in Washington, Philadelphia. It's raining there now. You're getting ready to start seeing them in places like Fredericton and way up there, even in Quebec. Like you guys are going to be getting some impacts from Hurricane Ian. But for the most part, the most significant impacts are going to be felt right in this area. And that's going to be from flash flooding, isolated tornadoes, and of course, gusty winds that are going to continue all the way through the rest of the night. So once we get done with the major flooding and the coastal flooding and the winds, well, I would say 10 p.m. tonight. Really, this is just going to become a nuisance for most of everybody. It's not going to be a big deal as we go forward. I know a lot of people are tuning in from up north and places like New York City and Boston. Once again, imagine a nor'easter on the weaker side with no snow. That's pretty much what this is going to be like for you guys. But we will look at some of the forecast models in just a bit and go over it more in depth. I know a lot of people are looking for that. Carrie Fredrickson with a very generous super chat, and then boom, right there, as soon as I was looking over there, another very generous super chat comes up, and I of course want to highlight that. That's you know, one of the higher ones. Thank you so much, by the way, to everybody who's supporting and showing love today. This is Dita Von Pink. Ryan, 2 FEW reporters, command center officials neglect mentioning pets should be evacuated with families not left behind to drown or starve. I worked in animal rescue in Harvey, Irma, and Michael, and most thought they'd return in a day or two. Please consider adding pet announcements to all future disasters. Thank you for all you do. Dita, thank you so much for that reminder. Yes, it is very important that we remember our pets in these situations. I think sometimes in a scary last minute situation, sometimes people maybe might forget. So it's important that we don't do that and we remember our pets and I try to throw that reminder out as much as possible. But thank you for the very generous contribution there, and we'll make sure that information gets out. I'll tell you one thing: Josephine's not forgetting her pets. Josephine, you can tell this one right here is locked onto those animals. All the dogs are watching Ryan Hall, y'all. We still have power in Georgetown, South Carolina. Rain and winds are subsiding, so they are literally underneath or they were at one point underneath the eye of the storm as it was making landfall, and they will continue to subside as time goes on. And things are going to get better, not worse, for a lot of our coastal areas. Now they're going to start getting worse a little bit farther inland, and the winds are going to start picking up, and we're going to start seeing more of that flooding. And of course, we're going to start seeing more of that tornado threat that we're monitoring very closely in our tornado watch that is in effect over there on the east coast of North Carolina. Absolutely. Take your pets with you. Got any information on the northern neck of Virginia? Really, the only places I think are going to have any, notable impacts from Hurricane Ian in Virginia are probably going to be in southern Virginia. Southwestern Virginia is under the gun for some flooding rains. South Central Virginia is also under the gun for some flooding rains and some gusty winds. Southeastern Virginia is probably going to be in our, tornado zone at some point this evening as that front right quadrant of the storm makes it over there the later we go into the night. Turn around, don't drown. Yes, do not drive through flooded roadways, please. Oh, wow. Here's a picture of the Myrtle Beach Fire Department performing a rescue. This is happening now. Myrtle Beach Fire and Rescue. You can see they're having to use the ladder here to get to what looks like a motel or some sort of apartment building near a theme park there. So yeah, rescues are currently ongoing still in Myrtle Beach, even though conditions overall are improving. Oops. That's the pavilion. Okay. I've actually been to Myrtle Beach quite a bit. I'm not 100% familiar with the area, but I was there just a couple months ago. Myrtle Beach is the beach for Eastern Kentuckians. That's where we go. So even though I might mispronounce some town names, this whole area down here is my home away from home at least 1 week a year sometimes. Not every year. I think I went 5 years or so there without going, but I went this past year. Let's see here. Yeah, I've been to Folly Beach, Myrtle Beach, all of them up and down there. It's just the ones within driving distance. We currently have no tornado warnings. We currently have 0 tornado warnings. We have the tornado watch, but we have no warnings. A home, however, is engulfed in flames. This is about an hour ago, so I don't know if we have a more significant update on this, but a home was engulfed in flames across the marsh from Pelican Inn on Pawleys Island. The photo was taken by Wendy Grooms there, so not sure what caused the fire, but that more than likely on some level was weather related. It is for parts of West Virginia too. Yeah, I know. A lot of us. That's just where you go. We got an update from Riley, so go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I just got word from Chris Jackson that the reason there was so many emergency responders on shore is there's a boat that has washed up on shore. There's a picture of that boat in stream text. They have not been able to confirm if that boat was occupied or unoccupied, and we will get more updates as we learn more.
Awesome. Thank you, Riley, for that update, that information. I'm going to show you the photo that we're talking about. So thank goodness we didn't just have somebody out there playing in the water that got hurt. It looks like this is an unfortunate situation where maybe we've got somebody that's in the boat here, but we don't know for sure. A boat has washed onto shore near Williams Street. Do not go near the boat. It is extremely dangerous. The information we have is that no one is on board, but do not go near the boat. What in the heck's in the boat? Riley, do we know what's in the boat? Why is it so dangerous?
Okay, so I do not know what's in the boat, but I can tell that that's a shrimping boat. And the one concern I have from looking at it is you can tell that it has the booms out and it looks like it had the net deployed, but that's all we know.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Riley. They are really adamant about telling you not to go near the boat. So if you're out here, don't go near this boat, man. I don't know what would compel you to run towards that boat right now, but don't do it. So yeah, we got another video coming in from Myrtle Beach of some of that storm surge coming in, and we're going to continue to see that unfold. We're going to see more videos come in from different time periods as we go forward. But I believe the worst of it is over in that area. We're going to continue to see it, but conditions are going to get better rather than worse. Let's see here. Another incredibly generous person here. I just have to shout out. Let's see here. Crew Dog says, thanks for keeping Florida and South Carolina safe, for being the best weather team around that I've seen in years. The y'all crew makes all others look like amateurs. Watching from Lexington, South Carolina, and spreading y'all around. Alex George. Thank you so much, Alex. Everybody say thank you to Alex and Dida and Carrie and all these people who are just being absolutely generous today and super nice, by the way. I don't know if it's true or not, but some of the things you all say just make all of us on the team here feel like we're just awesome people. So thank you for that little bit of a confidence boost there. And it looks like everybody is talking about shrimp in the chat. I'm trying to find some questions to answer here. Once again, you don't have to do a super chat. You don't have to pay to talk to me. It's just YouTube does a really, really good job at making those stand out. So they just catch my attention there. Daniel Swift says, I'm a professional, and he's 100% correct. So Riley must be correct about the situation with the shrimp boat there. Free shrimp. Lieutenant Dan, you guys are funny. But yeah, that's what's going on with the boat. Myrtle is our home away from home too, from Illinois. Awesome. What is this? Schmoof. Thank you, Ryan, for all you do. Thank you for your support. Beverly Swamp, thank you. You guys, seriously, thanks for all the love. And we'll check back in with that here in just a second. But let's go back and look at our storm chasers right now. Try my best to look at the chat as often as possible. And obviously during the big Category 4 landfall, we weren't able to do that a whole lot. But this one, as things calm down a little bit, we'll be able to answer more questions as we go forward. I'm going to pull up another image here. That Andy is sending me because he's mind blown by it. The uncanny similarity of Charlie's 2004 and Ian's landfall location. Oh, that is crazy. So Hurricane Charlie back in 2004 is one of the storms that everybody down here remembers and was kind of comparing this one to beforehand. This is Charlie's eye. This is Ian's eye. So Ian was much bigger than Charlie in terms of size, obviously. But Charlie made landfall up here in South Carolina at almost the same exact area that Ian did. So this storm's really weird. the uncanny similarity between those two things. I'm retweeting that one too. Ian and Charlie both made official landfall in the exact same location. Exact same location. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. I mean, that's so crazy. What are the odds of that, honestly? What are the odds of that? Oh, I got Riley up. I forgot to hit my Riley button. That's nuts. All right, so we're going to continue to cover this storm here. If you're just now tuning in, I try to reiterate this at the top of every hour. It's 4:04 p.m. on the East Coast. We're watching Hurricane Ian fall apart after it has made landfall in near Myrtle Beach, just right next to Georgetown. And now it's completely on land and it's falling apart. There are still several risk factors that we have to cover as we go into the afternoon and evening, including flash flooding and the isolated tornado threat. We have a tornado watch across a lot of eastern North Carolina. We're going to keep up with that as long as we need to. And we have a team of storm chasers out there right now, keeping an eye on everything and helping people out when they need it. We've seen them move trees, help people out of flooded roadway situations. Our storm chasers are some of the nicest people on earth. And they're not out there just to get video and you know, the adrenaline of being out in the storm. They are also there to help. So anything that I can do to assist them with that, I'm going to do. And I can only do that because of you guys. You guys are, enabling me to do the good things that I do through your contributions and stuff. So right now, some of the strongest winds are heading up towards Chadburn. Okay, if you're in North Carolina and you're in Whiteville, Chadburn, and Fair Bluff, get ready. Some really strong tropical storm force winds are getting ready to come through. But it looks like the storm is really starting to speed up, which is really good news. And of course, we got everybody sending pictures of their pets and the family sitting around watching the show. Thank you guys for the support once again, including Lana. Lana says it's Ryan Hall, y'all time. Love the content and appreciate you above and beyond. Thank you, Lana. We are once again trying to compile the most obscure pets that we've seen watching the show. Right now, I think it's a horse. We got a turtle earlier, so if there are any other sort of household pets that are watching that maybe we haven't seen before, make sure you send those on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. So obviously the storm is making landfall. The hurricane's coming onto shore here. From here, the threat is really tornadoes and flash flooding. That's the main thing. You're seeing rain all the way up there into portions of Virginia, North Carolina, West Virginia, and even farther north than that. But that's it. That's what it is. You know, it's rain. And if you live in a flood-prone area, you need to watch those creeks and streams. But otherwise, this is not going to be a nightmare of a storm like it was for so many people, for anyone else. So we're going to keep a close eye on this as we go through the evening. But hopefully, Ian's going to calm down a little bit and go farther, as it goes deeper into land. We are starting to get beautiful cloud coverage in northeast Georgia. Gorgeous from the mountain looking into the valley. Thank you for your continued coverage. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of you guys are seeing this storm. Once again, you can see it from Cincinnati, Louisville, Lexington, probably Nashville, Atlanta, Knoxville. Yeah, there's a lot of places you can see this from. Even though it's the center of it's way down there in Myrtle Beach. I'm retweeting important piece of information from Florida. The disaster distress helpline is now open and taking calls. I retweeted this, okay? So if you guys want to see this, if you want to share this, if you want to help me get the word out about this, we got a lot of people watching, and we can really make a difference here by all coming together and spreading the word. But the Florida Division Emergency Management is saying that the disaster distress helpline is open and it's taking calls. This national helpline provides crisis support to disaster victims and first responders that are experiencing emotional distress. To reach the helpline, call these numbers. So that's what we're dealing with there. Could this affect the Midwest? Not really. I mean, it will, in a sense, this storm will affect everyone in some way. The weather patterns around the world will feel the effect of the energy exerted by Hurricane Ian, but not directly. It's not going to like rain or anything directly because of Hurricane Ian. I still see turtle names coming through the comments. Isobar, that's a good one. Yeah, I think Jim Can, Tortoise, and Ian are my favorites. Oh, here we go. She's watching because I'm watching, and she does everything I do. Love that. Jim Cam Tortoise sounds like an idea for a shirt. I don't know. I don't know if that's too close to Jim Cantori. Yeah, maybe he needs to do that one. I don't know. We might run into some IP problems there. Jim Can Tortoise is a part of Team Y'all, but Cantori still works for the Weather Channel for some reason. I don't know. I think he's probably going to come over to Team Y'all at some point. More pictures and videos coming in from Myrtle's Inlet. Ed says, I've been in these backyards in Myrtle's Inlet, and usually you're walking up to large, beautiful lawns. Not today. The marsh has swallowed them up. This video is from Jeanette Miller. Sargon says, will it affect Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? Yes, it'll rain a little bit. It'll get a little breezy. Nothing too substantial. And let's see here. Allison with the 15,000 CRC. I don't know what that is, but according to YouTube, it's around $20 US. Says, I've been watching from Southwest Costa Rica. Wow. To keep tabs on conditions for family and friends without power in Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, Naples, and the South Carolina, North Carolina coast. It's heartbreaking footage, but so far everyone is safe. Allison, thank you so much for the support, and I'm glad that we can keep you updated. By the way, as things calm down with Hurricane Ian in North Carolina and South Carolina, we are going to also continue to relay news and updates for Florida. I know we still have a lot of people in Florida and people who have family members in Florida who are probably tuning into this coverage for that. Obviously, we want to focus on the areas that are experiencing the biggest problems now, because my specialty is nowcasting. And, you know, that's what we're doing. So we'll cover everything before we end the stream. I'm getting reports that 15,000 CRC is 23 USD. So thank you for the very generous contribution there. Deb is now a moderate risker. The Duke of New York with another big one. Thanks for all you do to keep us safe. And then Brittany Gilbert is now a slight risk member. So thank you guys. Somebody in the chat is saying, is New Jersey going to be okay? Is New Jersey going to be okay? Yeah, you guys are going to be all right. You're fine. The whole state of New Jersey is going to be just fine in terms of the impacts of Hurricane Ian. Southern Pennsylvania and all of Pennsylvania is also going to be A-okay. It's going to rain. It's going to get a little windy. That's about it. When a hurricane like Ian becomes extra tropical, the energy, there's still just as much, if not more energy in this storm as a whole than there was even when it was at its strongest point down there in Florida. But look at how far and wide it reaches. It's no longer compact and closed up into a small area like you get in a tropical cyclone. It's far out, so the more area that the energy and the cloud cover and the wind field kind of covers, the less intense it is for each area inside of it. So there's, you know, everybody's going to feel some impacts on the East Coast from this storm, but it's not going to be extremely bad unless you are in North Carolina, South Carolina, southern portions of Virginia, where we do expect to see maybe some isolated tornadoes, some flooding, and some power outages. Luna says, maybe you should send money to food trucks so they can cook for those being rescued. I'm sure they are very hungry. I'm 100% open to that. If there's a way that we can figure out how to do that, even like right now, live on the air, if we can like mobilize a group of food trucks somehow, and like I can help make that happen with the resources that we have, I'm down to do it. I just don't know. Once again, we'll need to work on that together to make that happen. If there's somebody that's like the head of food truck, you know, the community group or whatever that's watching, let's make it happen. I'm down. Once again, thanks to you guys, we have tens of thousands of dollars just sitting around waiting to go towards these people. We're just waiting to find the right way to make it work. Baltimore's going to be fine. It's wrapping up in Wilmington. Final winds are working through now. That's great to hear. See here. How's Charlotte, North Carolina going to be? It's going to be great. It's going to be fine. It's going to rain a lot. It's going to get pretty windy. There might be some isolated power outages, but it's not going to be anything too bad. What about the Appalachian Mountains in East Tennessee? Same thing. It's going to rain. There's going to be a couple days of dreary cloud cover. But for the most part, we're going to be fine. No really severe impacts expected for us at all. There's another cutie. Augusta says, we've been watching live since 11 a.m. from Lexington, South Carolina. We got a lot of people tuning in from Lexington, South Carolina. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm once again honored to be trusted to guide you through this situation. I know it's stressful for a lot of people. A lot of people who tune in tend to, it seems like they have, storm anxiety and stuff like that. So we're just trying to help, ease tensions and just get vital information out to as many people as possible. Wow, Andrew Cardendale. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but he sent me an incredible video here of our boat that nobody's supposed to go near. If you are in Myrtle Beach right now and you can see this boat, the Myrtle Beach police have told me to tell you specifically, in all caps, do not go near this boat. There's something about this boat that is especially dangerous, so please don't go near it. But this is an awesome view of it, as seen from one of our viewers right now who seems to be in a hotel at Myrtle Beach. The boat has washed up to shore. That's from Andrew. Once again, I retweeted that.
I'm not able to copy your video.
Sorry, I just saw something on Twitter. I probably shouldn't share, but it just left me speechless for a second. Let's see here. Another update from Summerville, South Carolina. Flooding in my old neighborhood in Summerville, South Carolina. This is 9 minutes ago from Austin. Thank you. Thank you for sending that in. Looks like it's still coming down good there, too. Oh. Beautiful. Bruce and Twinkle Toes love to know what's coming to their neck of the woods in Jellicoe, Tennessee. Love it. We've got, I'm telling you, we got the most diverse, viewer base here out of anybody. That is quite the picture. Thank you for sending that in. Thank you so much.
A new tornado warning
Just in
has been issued.
time for us to get serious again. We've got a tornado warning for Craven and Jones County, North Carolina. Craven and Jones County, North Carolina. I'm going to show you the graphic on that first. Then we're going to go over to radar. And we are going to analyze that up for you up close. This includes Bath and Bayview again. Here's the graphic. Tornado warning for Bayview and Bath, North Carolina until 3:45 p.m. Eastern. That's for Creighton and Jones County. Please take shelter immediately. Almost 3,000 people are in the direct path of this storm where a tornado could be included. So hopefully everybody's getting to shelter. And if you know anybody in this area, please let them know what's going on by maybe sending them a text message or sharing the stream or the tweet, whatever it is that you want to do, because that does look like a pretty interesting area of some rotation that could be producing a tornado as it moves right up towards the Fort Barnwell and Cove City area. Please take shelter. A tornado could be imminent here. So let's not take any chances and let's get through it. Get into the lowest and most interior room of your home. cover your head and bring your phone with you, bring your tablet with you, bring something to get some information, and we'll let you know when it's time to come out. You'll see your county disappear from the ticker down on the bottom next to the hurricane warning indicator. It's starting to flood in Virginia Beach, according to some of our viewers. And also, once again, we've got a tornado warning, so I'm going to try to stay honed in on that. I know everybody's wanting to show their pets off and stuff, but you know, we're going to try to stick with the tornado warnings. But real quick, you know, we do have Craig's Fish watching there, so we've got Craig's Fish watching. Thank you very much for tuning in. And our tornado warning once again is for Creighton and Jones County. Creighton and Jones County. Take shelter now. We don't have a confirmed report. We don't have any eyes on this thing, but a tornado could be coming here very soon. Within the next little bit. Yeah, trying to absorb some information here. Man, once again, some of the videos that we're seeing on Twitter is a lot of it is still people going through the rubble and looking at the damage down there in Fort Myers Beach. This is the common sight as you're driving into Fort Myers Beach. Utter devastation. Boats everywhere. Businesses gone. I'm struggling to find the words to describe the damage that's been done. That is, yeah, it's just heartbreaking to see. Heartbreaking to see. A lot of debris in the road still there near Myrtle Beach, and still got a lot of flooding going on here in Charleston, South Carolina. The conditions have improved in like incredibly. Like the conditions are like things are looking all right. The most intense thing that that's going on right now is this tornado warning, which is for Creighton and Jones County in North Carolina. If you're in those counties, especially if you're in Cove City, Wintergreen, or Fort Barnwell, please take shelter immediately. City of Myrtle Beach is sending out an update saying we are aware of a fishing trawler washed ashore near William Street. As the police department says, do not go near the boat. Coast Guard rescued the people on board. So apparently there were people on board, and the Coast Guard has rescued them. Okay, news here. Tampa, the TPA airport has fully reopened. Flights resumed, and we are grateful to be able to serve the community again. So we announced earlier that it would be closed, and looks like it's ready to go down there in Tampa. Yep, it's wrapping up down there in Wilmington, North Carolina. All of the coastal areas should start to see conditions rapidly get better as we go through the next little bit. Like I said, Hurricane Ian is, it's a strong storm, and it will continue to cause impacts all the way up into the coast, into the interior areas, but its interaction with land is going to, for the most part, kill it. Andrew Dockery is saying, I know we have a few people asking about Surfside Beach. Here's a view of Wackamal Drive from Allie Carnes. So it looks like a lot of the flooding, a lot of the the surf-related flooding, the sea-related flooding, a lot of that is still happening where we have southwest to northwest flow from the shore, but that will also subside substantially with time. The hurricane is no longer this big monster storm, but it's still huge. The wind field has broadened substantially, and this will cause issues well inland, specifically in South Carolina and North Carolina, but also in Virginia. So we're going to keep you updated on that as time goes on. But hopefully after today, you guys won't need me anymore for a while. For a little while. I'll be back. Unfortunately, there's always going to be another storm. But hopefully, the good news is they're not all, as bad as this one. This one's been especially bad. How bad do you think it's going to get in Greensboro, North Carolina? I don't think it's going to get that bad at all. The number one thing you got to watch out for in Greensboro is if you live in a flood-prone area, make sure that you're ready to go if they issue a flood warning. Other than that, I think you'll be all right down there. Nicole Lauren, once again, with some more heartbreaking photos from Fort Myers Beach. I mean, look at this place, man. Completely, just obliterated. It looks, it looks bad. Just not a lot to say, not a lot of words. You can tell this was a tourist area. It was probably a very lively, always kind of full of people. And now it'll take a while before it gets back to that. Flash flood warning has been issued for Virginia Beach and Norfolk, Virginia. So move to higher ground immediately if you guys are up there. I know we got a lot of people watching in that area, but literally the whole place is under a flash flood warning, 1.3 million people. So make sure you heed that and get to higher ground if you're in a flood-prone area. And we've got an update from Riley. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I just spoke with Chris. He was actually able to get in contact with one of his friends from the Coast Guard. So it seems like there was 4 people on that boat last night when it had engine issues. So the Coast Guard actually rescued them last night, and then their boat has just been adrift since then.
Okay. Thank you very much for the update. And here's an up-close picture of that boat. And once again, this has been a developing situation for a while now. We saw the emergency crews, we saw the rescue effort ongoing, or what we thought was a rescue effort, and then we saw the police show up. We saw the boat. We saw the police pretty much screaming at us, telling us not to go near the boat. Now everything's coming together. We know what's happening with the boat here. This is the shrimp boat that got beached in front of the Mystic Sea Hotel in Myrtle Beach. Quite the situation. This is a live view of continued flooding in Charleston, South Carolina from Chris Hall. Let's get an update from Chris. Chris, buddy, is it over? What y'all's plan for the rest of the day?
Yeah, things are, actually, I think my stream just went down. Things are calming down here. Things are actually going back to semi-normal. Folks are walking the streets, riding their bikes, jogging. Floodwaters are actually receding from our current location. We actually have law enforcement coming on the back. But other than that, a lot of things are already receding, so.
Amazing. Thank you for the update, Chris Hall. It looks like Hurricane Ian has definitely caused a lot of damage down here. And it'll continue to do so as it goes on up into South Carolina and North Carolina. But every minute it gets weaker and weaker, and things are looking better and better. And I love to see it. You love to see it. And hopefully we continue seeing it. Right now, the most important thing that's happening is there is a tornado warning for Craven County. Craven County in North Carolina, but the velocity, the radar doesn't look very impressive anymore. So I can't pinpoint where the tornado might be. Let's just assume that the entire county is under the gun, and let's all get to shelter. Let's get there quick. Once again, Chris and I are not brothers. We are both from Kentucky. We're brothers we're atmospheric brothers. We're both weather dorks. And we have the same last name. Very common name here in Kentucky, and I've noticed. Once again, it has been an hour since you drank water. So somebody on the team is telling me, once again, it has been an hour since you drank water. Your wife put me up to this, and you and you now have your own timer on my stream deck. That's Riley, by the way. He's telling me to drink water. Thanks for the reminder. I forget. I do. For those of you who may not know, my wife is a school teacher. She's probably watching with the class right now. Actually, no. No, it's 4:30. She's out. She's out. They're out. I don't know where she is. But she's probably watching. Ryan, is it heading to Pennsylvania? Yes. But it will not be much of anything by the time it gets there. Some really interesting information here from Craig Crease. Since 2001, the I names have been especially infamous. Ian will be the 11th. So they are obviously they're going to retire the name Ian from our rotating list of names that we use to name these storms. Ian will be the 11th to be retired in a 22-year period. Iris, Isidore, Isabel, Ivan, Ike, Iger, Irene, Ingrid, Irma, Ida, and now Ian will be added to that infamous list of I names that for some reason, whenever these storms take on the I name more than any other letter, they become very significant and memorable and damaging hurricanes for the U.S. It's currently 4:35 p.m. Eastern, and we are covering Hurricane Ian, or what's left of it, as it does look like. I don't believe it's technically a hurricane anymore, but it will continue to cause hurricane-like problems for the next little bit, right around the center of the core, with strong winds down to power lines and trees and flooding rains. And then really from there, the only thing that we've got to worry about is the flooding rains and the isolated tornado threat. Here's an update on power. Electricity. We are up to 215,000 people now without power in South Carolina, and we're starting to see those numbers increase in North Carolina. North Carolina's got 113,000 people without power. Together, they've got almost 350,000 people without power right now between the Carolinas. I'll try to find out some information here.
I wish that shack.
Sorry. By the way, thanks once again. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. It's unbelievable the amount of the amount of positive response we've gotten during our coverage here. I'm very glad that you guys are liking what we're doing, and we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep doing it. We've been going for 5 hours, which once again I think makes this our 23rd or 24th hour of Hurricane Ian coverage, something like that. And we're going to go on a little bit longer here until it feels like we're no longer needed. I think one of the main things that we're going to watch for is we're going to continue to watch the coast and watch how the waters recede. And we're going to pay attention to the flooding situation. And I really want to stick around just in case we get some bad situation maybe that unfolds with the tornado threat. Because I definitely want to be here for the tornado warnings that they start rolling in. Let's see here. It's raining here in Newport News, Virginia, but these geese are loving it. Great job, Ryan. I love it. They don't mind. They don't mind that the storm has a name. Don't mean nothing to them. It's just a rainstorm for the geese. I love it. That's awesome. I'm really not that tired. No, I'm not. Thankfully, we've been able to rest in between, some of the more, strenuous periods of coverage here. But so I'm good. And the thing is like we always get to, rest, I guess, when weather's quiet. And we had a pretty good period of not so bad weather leading up to this. So we're good to go. Don't you worry about us. Once again, it's a bird, it's a plane.
There are a few brave people out there. Oh, it's a storm chaser, storm seeker out there. So there are a few brave people out there.
I'll never get tired of that. I love that. Yeah, Katrina did not start with the letter I. Not all of the worst storms start with the I, just a lot of them, more than any other letter. There's more retired storms that start with the letter I than K. And every other letter.
Yes, sir. We just got another tree downfall for 14719 Ocean Highway that's Salvation Army. Caller stating the tree is down, blocking the
And every single other one. I'm gonna real quick. Since the wife is off work, I'm gonna have a phone call with her and figure out what she's doing, where my child is, and figure out what we're doing for dinner. So you got me real quick, Andy?
Yep, right here for you, Ryan.
Awesome. Guys, I'm going to give the wheel to meteorologist Andy Hill here, and let's all show him some love and support. We could ask questions. I don't know if you've got anything to talk about or not, Andy, but I'll be gone for 5-7 minutes, something like that, while I figure out the plan. But I'm going to hand it to him now, guys. I'll be right back.
All right, guys. Good to see you all on the tail end of Hurricane Ian's third significant landfall in the third one being in South Carolina. The next National Hurricane Center analysis should come out at about 5 p.m. Eastern, so in about 20 minutes or so from now, and more than likely then it will tell us that Ian is no longer a hurricane and is now a tropical storm. And then I think after that it's going to weaken more rapidly. It's definitely a tropical storm still, but as it moves inland into the North Carolina Piedmont area, I expect it to weaken rapidly into a tropical depression and then into a remnants of Ian. And like Ryan said, you know, after that you don't really have much to worry about. You know, as it goes up into the northeast, it's really just going to bring you a dreary Saturday, a dreary weekend, if you will, with, you know, maybe some breezy or brisk winds from time to time, but mostly rain is what you got to worry about. So beyond that, yeah, I don't expect much to go awry there for all of you in the northeast who may be out ahead of the last dredges of Ian, so to speak. So if you're wondering about the 3 landfalls, first one's Cuba. Second one was in Southwest Florida. Technically, there were 2 there, and the third one is in George. What was it? Georgetown, George City. Lots of Georges out there. Georgetown, South Carolina was the third one, and I don't know if you were here. You may not have been here when Ryan showed it, but there was a good tweet. I tweeted it, or I quote tweeted it. I put my reaction there. I reacted to it of how Hurricane Charlie in 2004 and Hurricane Ian both landfalled basically in the exact same spot in Southwest Florida, and also in the same exact spot in South Carolina in Georgeville. And I quite honestly, I sat there like looking at it. I was like, how does that even happen? Same category, same exact wind speed, 1 millibar pressure difference, which is minuscule for the Florida landfall, and then in the same spot in South Carolina. How does that happen? Seriously, just take a minute to think about that. It's so unlikely. The tornado risk actually might be maximized in the next few hours. Right now, it's pretty difficult to get tornadoes because the lower levels are too stable. So we need the warm air to come off the Atlantic Ocean further inland to sustain the tropical supercells that we're seeing further inland, such that they have a longer lifespan to potentially put down a tornado. And so that will happen over the next few hours until sunset, in which we lose the energy from the sun to heat things up there. What are the odds on that? Astronomical. But you're not Hurricane Ian, so I wouldn't recommend buying a lottery ticket. If you were Hurricane Ian, then I would recommend buying a lottery ticket. But you're not. So we're not the lucky ones, I think, in this case. Nobody was lucky because of that. Columbia, South Carolina, you guys are not going to get tornadoes out of this. You are out of the tornado risk altogether. I am watching chat, though, by the way. Thank you guys for watching the stream for so long. Ryan will be back soon. It's checking in on where his kid is. And very interesting. Got to reconnect with the fam when you're doing 25 hours of Hurricane Ian coverage over the last 3 days. Yes, Carly is spearheading her own channel. Carly is fantastic. I still love Carly and am close friends with her. You'll see me show up on her channel if she ever wants to collab with me. I'm happy to do it. So I recommend that. She's also doing grad school, so she's busy as is, right? How is Western Virginia looking? Rainy. When it moves in, it'll be rainy. I don't think it'll be much worse than that, but you'll see some breezy winds. Charlotte tornado risk pretty minimal, pretty much non-zero, or basically 0. I would not say Charlotte is in a good tornado, or is not a good place for tornadoes right now. It's not going to happen. It's all the Storm Prediction Center is my backup for that, of course. If you want sources, I am a meteorologist too, so I can say that. But the Storm Prediction Center has the highlighted tornado risk much restricted to the coast of North Carolina and the outer banks, and also extreme southeastern Virginia. So maybe in areas around Virginia Beach and Norfolk could see a marginal tornado risk later tonight. But I personally think it'll probably be constricted to the outer banks. hope you're all doing well, by the way. Make sure, I mean, how long have we been going today? I think we just passed 6 hours today. So that's over 24 hours total over the last 3 days of Hurricane Ian coverage. And we got the National Hurricane Center update a little earlier than I expected. So Ian is a post-tropical cyclone now, which basically means it's got tropical storm force winds, but it is now no longer a tropical system. Rather, it's extratropical. And actually, I can go over that real quick because a lot of people ask about that. The difference between tropical and subtropical and extratropical. Why is there so many different tropicals? What's going on? Well, a tropical storm it's like vertically stacked throughout the atmosphere, and the upper levels are warm. That's unusual in the mid latitudes. And what that means is that all the strong winds are contained right in the core. That's why the strongest winds in a hurricane are generally right around the eye. And when it moves north enough and it interacts with an upper level air pattern or a cold front, whatever it's interacting with, it'll transition to extratropical. And a fancy word for that, if you want to take one home, is baroclinic. So baroclinicity or baroclinity, either one works. Just means that it's extratropical. It means that the wind field is disconnected from the center. It can stretch all the way out, and the storm actually tilts with height. The center of it. So it's no longer vertically stacked. It can become vertically stacked later, but when it transitions into an extratropical cyclone, it becomes distorted with height. And that's actually how mid-latitude cyclones, like your nor'easters, that's actually how they get their strength, the power of the storm, is that disconnection with height. There's a lot of complex physics that go into that. Trust me, I did 4 years of that. You don't want to hear about that. I'm just here to tell you what each word means. Yeah, just in case you wondered. So fun science lesson as we head into the weekend. Sorry, I didn't mean to give you more school, but sometimes the weather weenies need to be satiated as well. Central Virginia, you guys are going to be rainy, pretty blustery as well. There are some 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts actually in the Norfolk area, and that'll kind of move inland and lose a bit of its strength as it moves inland because it'll encounter a lot more friction over the land. So probably some blustery winds. It's going to sound like maybe some small branches hitting your window, your kitchen window or so forth overnight, but it really shouldn't be that bad. You've definitely, if you've lived in the area in Central Virginia and the Piedmont, you've been through worse storms. That's what I'll say about it. You looking good there, Ryan? You good?
I'm good to go.
Sweet. I talked their ears off with meteorology, so you might need to reiterate some of the stuff I said. I talked about tropical versus extratropical. You might need to say that in a way that they'll understand. Really nail it in.
All right, thank you, Andy, as always, with the knowledge and the insight that we all know and love. Hey, listen, I'm sure they loved every minute of it, and I don't think that you do too bad of a job of like putting it into. I mean, obviously, yeah, like you just you know what you're talking about, and like that's the most important part. You're explaining it in a way that you were taught, and I think that everybody here gets the gist of what you're talking about there. The thing is that the bottom line is, the storm's going away. So that's good. That's the good news. Like, to really make the most simple thing out of it, this storm is going away. There's still going to be some people that get some flooding. There's going to be some strong winds, some more power outages. But for the most part, Hurricane Ian is over. So that is a very, very good thing. And it's a thing that we should celebrate. But at the same time, we should, be weary of, some of the leftover impacts that we are going to see from, this storm. One of those could be a tornadic activity. Okay, we could see some tornadic supercells out here in eastern North Carolina specifically. I don't know, exactly, how soon the next tornado warning will come. I don't know, how, important it is that we kind of zoom in on all of these supercells. Of course, we've got people watching it, but we definitely do need to be weather aware if you're under that tornado watch until 10 p.m. tonight. It goes all the way till 10 p.m. So that's one of the things that we're watching. Flooding is ongoing in Virginia Beach and Norfolk. But things, once again, here and pretty much everywhere else, things are just going to continue to get better as time goes on. That's awesome. Great. What a journey it has been. What an incredible timeline of events here with Hurricane Ian. It's been the only thing on my mind, I feel like, for the most part, for the past, I don't even know, man. Let me go look at my channel here and see when we started making videos about it. Technically, 12 days ago, we started hinting at what would eventually become Ian. We started doing daily updates on it 8 days ago. So every day for the past 8 days, we have either made a video or did a live stream covering Hurricane Ian. And I mean, the live streams, obviously you see that, we're here for hours and hours on end, 8 to 10 hours or 11 hours straight, covering the weather. But the videos actually probably take a similar amount of time, at least for me, to complete from start to finish. So there's a lot of work went into this, and I just hope that we did a good job. I hope that we did a good job of getting the word out. And once the thing actually happened, we relayed that information as quickly as possible. Looks to me like overall 4, 5, 6, 7. Overall on YouTube, between all of the content that we produced around Hurricane Ian, is about 8 million views, and then on TikTok it's 15 million. So we reached a lot of people, potentially over 10 million people, individual people, with our warnings and information significantly ahead of time in some cases. So hopefully, hopefully we're doing something right here, and I'm glad that you guys are on board and you've decided to become a part of the team. We got so many new members and subscribers to the channel. We're going to be, once again, we're going to be here all the time. Like, this is what I do. Okay, this is what I do, and I'm going to do it as long as I possibly can. As long as you guys show up. As long as you guys show up and you keep wanting to watch, we will be here for you during these big events. Now, I'm going to leave you alone when the forecast is sunny and 75. I ain't going to force you to care about the weather all the time. But when things get real, we're here. Let's see here. What's for dinner? So the weather wife has put together some ribs, corn on the cob, stuffing, and broccoli. That's what's for dinner. I think I'm fine right now. I think I can actually wait until we end the broadcast to go for dinner. And that's awesome. Andy, go ahead.
Ryan, you gotta look at the Myrtle Beach cam you got there. There's a rainbow on it. Oh, make them turn it back, though. You're losing it.
Oh,
There was a full rainbow on that thing.
the full rainbow, and they moved it away from the rainbow.
You can still see some of it there.
Yeah.
It's kind of tough to see. It's like the colors are washed out, but yeah, it's there.
Right. Well, who's operating this cam? I bet somebody that's watching knows. Tell them to point it back towards the rainbow. Come on, send them a text. Call them. This is important. How cool is that, though? This is Myrtle Beach. Seriously, one of the places that was just being absolutely, nailed by Hurricane Ian not too long ago. And now the sun's coming out and we've got a rainbow, and it's a beautiful situation there. Of course, there is some damage. We're still getting a lot of reports of trees down. A lot of homes were flooded in the Myrtle Beach area. Power's out in a lot of places, but for the most part, the city, the whole area down here has fared pretty well compared to, I guess, what could have happened based on what we saw from the first U.S. landfall from Hurricane Ian. This must be like an automated pan and zoom thing. I don't know. But we got another update.
Hey, Ryan, you got a copy.
From Brandon and Riley. I'm going to let you go first, Riley. What you got for me?
I was just going to point out there that Christopher Jackson is in North Myrtle Beach. And if you look at his stream, the weather is almost completely different. There's still surge coming up, and the waves are huge.
All right. Thank you so much, Riley. Let's go check out Chris Jackson, once again, who's in just a little bit farther to the north. And he's still inside of some of the more treacherous conditions there with the storm surge and the winds. Now let's check in with Mr. Kopic. Hello, Brandon. What's up?
So I just wanted to let you know, today yet again was another prime example of, another prime example of how far the channel reaches. When we were helping the guy that was in the flooded car earlier today, when I was out with him, a guy that showed up, I heard something that sounded weird, and it was a guy listening to the broadcast live. He had your channel live, and he asked for my phone number so we could keep in touch to help with rescues. I shook his hand, gave him my number, said my name, and he's like, oh my gosh, I'm watching the channel right now. So you guys are definitely making a difference out there, so don't forget that.
Amazing. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Brandon, for that update. The reach is, it's crazy. I mean, I definitely never, we've been doing this now for a little bit over a year and a half, and at times I felt it. I felt it like, oh, wow, this is working. We're getting in front of a lot of people. A lot of people are, but nothing like this. Like, this has been the most, crazy thing ever. Like the millions of people that we've had tuning in. We had 100,000 people watching at one time the other day. That is unheard of. Even for like somebody who's like a famous person, or like Fox News, CNN, all these places were on YouTube too, and there wasn't that many people watching them. So like, I don't know, it's crazy. It's kind of crazy to think about. But the reach is good. The reach is good because things like that happen, and we're able to communicate and get messages out quickly and help people out. So that's good. Let's see. What else? I was going to show you guys something else. Couple different things, actually. Oh, yeah. Let's go to the models. Let's go to the forecast models and look at the future of Hurricane Ian and what we can expect later. So people like me and pretty much anybody who lives in this area, once again, we're just going to have a dreary couple of days thanks to this daggone hurricane. Once again, it's kind of exploding up and out in a way that's kind of dissipating, but it's going to take a long time. That central area of low pressure is going to kind of stall there right over the Appalachian Mountains. So basically what we were looking at here is an infrared satellite simulation of what it could look like in the future. It might be, let's see here. It might be Monday before a lot of us see sunlight again, thanks to this massive cloud cover that's going to be over us. The good news is after tonight, I don't think that anything, anything significant at all is going to happen as a result of this. But yeah, let me fix that. Okay, but it's still going to lead to just some nasty weather. I think literally anything significant at all is no longer going to be possible after 9 a.m. tomorrow. After 9 a.m. tomorrow, it's going to be a breezy rainstorm for everybody involved. Leading up to that point, we still have to watch all the way through, maybe like 10 p.m. tonight. We have to watch these storms for the potential for isolated, severe weather and tornadoes. And then we have to continue to watch those for really heavy rain and maybe some other severe weather aspects as they go into Delaware and southern New Jersey. But then once those are done with, by 9, 10 a.m. tomorrow, it's nothing. I mean, it's done. It's over. And thankfully, like I was talking about earlier, I don't see anything in the near future that we have to worry about for other weather threats. Now, I haven't been looking at this a lot.
Flash flood warning for Charleston allowed to expire.
But last I checked, there was nothing much going on. Look, after Ian gets out of here, the vast majority of the U.S. is looking at zonal flow and dry weather for a little while. There we are on Tuesday. No reasons to go live through Tuesday. We do get a little bit of a cold front with actually a pretty significant cold blast coming in maybe next week, Thursday, October 6th. This has been pretty consistent. That'll bring probably our first kind of taste of winter into a lot of the Great Lakes and New England regions. But man, I'm telling you, nothing beyond that. We do have to continue to watch the tropics. We have to watch the tropics, but for the most part, there's not a whole lot going on there either. Let me switch over to web for you. There you go. We do have an African easterly wave that's trying to do something over here off the coast of Africa, but it's not. I mean, it's just not. It's too far away for us to care about it too much. So we're not going to talk about it very much until it gets closer to the U.S. If it gets closer at all. A lot of storms like this are going to end up recurving. But if it does decide to stay a little bit farther south, it could impact the U.S. But that's a long time from now. Worry is a payment on a debt you may never owe, if that makes sense. Especially this far out. If you're worried about something like that, there's a very good chance that we'll never, ever have to, you would never even had to think about it. So I'll let you know when it's time to worry. Ian has made landfall, and it's now a post-tropical cyclone. The danger of life-threatening storm surge does continue this evening along the coast of the Carolinas in the storm surge warning areas, but please understand that we are now expecting only 2 to 4 foot surge rather than the original 4 to 7 foot forecast. Trees are falling in Southeast Virginia. There's a power outage and a tree is down on a school bus. Yeah, you will continue to see the winds increase in and around the center of this storm. And remember, the center of it's like right here, but the wind field is much larger. You're probably seeing up to tropical storm force winds in an area like this, whereas some of the stronger winds are right here. This is going to continue all the way up until it dies out completely, but we're going to see gusty winds and potentially, down trees and power lines all up and down, especially in this area through the rest of the evening. Now, once the storm runs up against the Appalachian Mountains, that's going to take away a lot of the surface winds, especially for the other side. I don't expect a lot of very strong winds in Ohio, most of Kentucky, West Virginia, and stuff. But there will be some. There will be some winds, just not anything too extraordinary associated with that. Here's a look at the edge of Ian from Columbus, Ohio, from Christine. Thank you so much for sending that in. Very interesting stuff that we're seeing Ian that far away. Oh, look, one of our viewers is doing what the police have just screamed at everybody to not do, and she's walking towards the boat. Lynn says the shrimp boat rescue Myrtle Beach. So she's right here walking up towards the boat, but it looks to me like there's a lot of people near the boat now. So I'm definitely not encouraging anybody to go towards this boat. But it looks to me like maybe the danger is no longer as substantial as it was originally. Thank you, Lynn, for sending that in. Yeah, a big crowd of people show up at the boat like, Ryan Hall said it was all right now. No. Oh, wow. Here's a look at the river.
Do not approach the shrimp boat. IT is leaking gas.
There you go. Do not approach the shrimp boat. It is leaking gas. Please get away from that boat. There was a lot of people near the boat. You know, as another one of those things, like I didn't think you had to tell people not to do that. But man, I feel like what it is if when you say don't do something, people just want to do it. Maybe the trick is just to not even talk about it. Instead of saying don't go, just ignore it, and people won't go. I think that's the key. Anyways, we've got some river flooding in Suffolk, Virginia. Thank you for sending that in. And the rain's going to keep coming down. I suspect we're going to see a lot of flooding in central North Carolina too. Hope the rain lets up a lot before it gets up against the Appalachian Mountains. Obviously, those mountains tend to wring out the moisture from systems like this, and on the side that whichever side takes the impact, it causes flooding. But I don't think that that's going to be a huge issue in the actual like spine of the mountains during this one. Yeah, if you went through and you said, and you never mentioned the boat, nobody would be out there right now. This is 2 hours ago, but here's some of the flooding in Carolina Beach, North Carolina. Once again, want to thank everybody who is kind of helping out and with spreading the word and doing stuff on the on Twitter. Like the way that you guys come together and help me out with stuff is so unique. We've got Corey out here designing t-shirts for me. I love them, by the way. What do you guys think about them? Forecast y'all, for y'all cast. I love it. Very good stuff. We'll have to get you on the design side or something. Once again, should have just named the channel y'all. I did not expect this channel to do what it's done when I made it, though. That's for sure. Here's a look from Brandon Kopick's hometown. You can see Hurricane Ian now visible in northwestern Ohio. Clouds from Hurricane Ian. There they are. Brandon Kopick's from Ohio.
On Rosedale Road, is that going to be the correct location?
Yes, sir. If you give me a second, I'll be clear this so you can go take that one.
We're turning on Rosedale now.
Oh, here we go. This is cool. A rainbow after Hurricane Ian. Andrew Dockery. By the way, how many of you guys know Andrew Dockery? I think he's the local weather guy at one of the stations down there, WMBF, I think.
Ryan, I just have to say before you go off air, I am at almost 30 hours of live streaming.
Brandon
That's how
Kopic's
we do on the Y'all Squad.
Brandon Kopic has been live streaming for 30 hours straight. I've got 25 hours inconsistently live. He's been going for 30 hours straight. That's nuts. Anyways, Andrew Dockery, if you guys know him, if he's like your local weather guy, he used to be mine. He actually transferred from the local station here in Kentucky, where I live, to wherever he is now, I believe in Myrtle Beach. But he actually started working at WYMT right after I left. So I don't know him. I just know him as like the guy that was, I think he was chief meteorologist here for a while. You heard him. That's how the Y'all Squad does it. Andy, if you can hear me, just looking for what you think about the near future here. What are we looking at? What do you think about the tornado situation, and how much longer do you think we should wait to see if anything's going to kind of kick up out here? Obviously, guys, if Andy, no matter what Andy says or no matter what I decide to do, whether we're live on the air or not, there's always a possibility of severe weather. So take heed of warnings and watches. But I'm just interested in what Andy's got to say. So go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Basically, like I mentioned before, you may not have been there for that though, because you were distracted. The tornado threat actually might maximize over the next couple of hours before sundown, and we lose the energy of the sun heating things up, because we're really relying on that lower atmosphere cape, the 3 cape in particular, to move inland. So because it's so stable inland right now, because everything is just rainy and completely saturated, we need the warmer Atlantic air to make its way inland, which it has been doing, and that's why we've seen some supercells last a little bit longer inland before dying off and losing any tornado threat. Particularly around the Outer Banks in North Carolina. But that being said, all of the candidates that are out here have been pretty weak in the last hour or so. We haven't had a new tornado warning for any of them. Some of them over the Outer Banks proper have been the ones that have looked best, but I mean, it'll of course bite me back, and I'll just cover by saying, you got to heed the warnings if they do come through. Pay attention to those if you know somebody or are in these areas in the Outer Banks, even all the way possibly into the Virginia Beach and Norfolk area. I expect the tornado threat there to be much lower overall, because it's just too stable of an atmosphere there for right now. But that could change as the more suitable air mass moves in time. But yeah, that being said, I don't expect much more than that. The Storm Prediction Center's 2 or 5% risk areas were right on point today.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy, for the update. And so we're going to stick around here for a little while longer while we just wait and see what happens with the potential tornado situation over here. And in the meantime, we're just going to keep doing what we do here, relaying information. I now have a little bit more time to, look at chat and stuff. So if anybody has any questions specifically that I haven't already answered and isn't about what's the weather going to be like in my area, I'm very open to answer them. And the only reason why I don't want to do a county by county, city by city, weather outlook thing is because the answer is the same for pretty much everyone outside of North Carolina and South Carolina. It's going to rain. If you're in the tornado watch, which includes portions of North Carolina and South Carolina and a tiny part of Virginia, we're going to watch that. If you are in the tropical storm watch, there's going to be some stronger winds, but everywhere else in the entire world that will be impacted by Hurricane Ian, it's just going to rain. So, yeah. Let's see here. Jack says, Ryan, take a nap. You can't tell me what to do. Will we get a weather studio tour? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I should, I don't know if I could do that right now, or if I should make a video, like a fancy video about it. I don't know. Because like there's a lot. There's a lot to talk about. If I wanted to show the setup up and how everything happens, I would want to do it right. So I might make a video. I think it would be a good video too. This is like a crazy thing that I don't think that people understand everything that's going on in front of me here. What you guys don't see is just nuts, and it's literally specifically built for broadcasting the weather on YouTube. That's why it's so unique. So yeah, well, maybe I'll do a video on that at some point. Is the studio in your home? Yes, it is in a home. So here where I live, office space is not very readily available, and the ones that are don't have good internet. So basically, I kicked my family out of my house and said, I'm using this to track the weather now. And that's what I do. I'm currently in the living room. This is the fireplace. Where I am sitting used to be where the living room couch sat. That was the living room TV. The kitchen's over there. the bedroom, the master bedroom, is now an office. And it sounds ridiculous, I know, but it was the most efficient thing to do for my given situation. And don't worry, I got the family a different house. But yeah, I started out doing this here upstairs in an extra bedroom. And it turned into something where it like I have a kid, I have a young child, and whenever I would ring the tornado alarm in the middle of the night, he would wake up. Whenever I would try to stream for 15, or 12 hours straight or something with him next door, it wasn't working. So I needed to get either office space or something else. And this is what happened. This is what worked out. Everybody's like, wait, what? Until I said that I got them another house. Of course. That fireplace is going to tie in nice during your snowstorm coverage. Yeah. Actually, no, it's not. It's not in operation anymore. It's now a hub for all the wiring for the lights and the display back there. Lots of lighting back there. Once again, this is what it looks like with the orange when the news comes through. This is the community. Whenever Riley comes through, this is what it looks like. This is the Andes. So that took a while to set up, but it was all worth it. Because it definitely is, it's working, and it helps. It helps a lot during the coverage. Did you do that, Andy?
I did.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't know if I hit a button or what. Go ahead.
No, it's cursed to be forever green. No, I thought actually that right now is not a bad idea for chat to ask Ryan and I, any burning questions you've got relating to what we do. Now that Hurricane Ian is mostly a non-threat besides some good flooding potential, and you'll hear some breezy conditions and rustling leaves out your windows if you're in this area in the Piedmont and Virginia and so forth.
A new tornado
Um,
warning has been issued.
Uh-oh.
Never mind.
We'll do that after we take a look at this tornado warning that just came out for North Carolina. This is what we expected would happen. It's why we're hanging out. So let's zoom in on it. Let's check it out here. First, let me give you the graphic. I like showing that first before we get into the radar. And then I will show you why the warning was issued and who needs to be looking out and all that good stuff. Just bear with me here. Here you go. Tornado warning until 5:45 p.m. Eastern. Radar indicated pea-sized hail is possible with this storm, and this is up here near Weeksville and Silo in North Carolina. That's going to be for Cameron and Pasquotank. Cameron, Pasquotank, and Currituck counties, I think. You know what I'm talking about, all right? Sorry if I mispronounced it, but Weeksville and Silo are in the path of this storm. I'm going to switch radar sites here, and we will zoom in on it and tell you what we think about it and what could happen here. Once again, we're going to see a lot of these tonight. We're going to see a lot of tornado warnings, and not all of them are going to 100%, mean that there's a tornado on the ground. This one's radar indicated. There's enough rotation here to say, okay, maybe there could be a tornado. So we, as a precaution, we're all going to take shelter in Weeksville and Shiloh. So please take shelter immediately if you are in any of those counties or communities. We will let you know if it looks like anything more serious is happening with that. Lisa Shell, thank you so much for asking about that. She said Yallometer sticks, when are they going to be available again? Hold on, give me just a second. I'll pull that up. This is a fun thing that we do for snow. Like whenever we do blizzards and stuff, we live cover those. And one of the things that people love, and I love, and everybody loves to do, is send in pictures of snow, right? If it's snowing and we're covering a live blizzard or snowstorm, everybody sends in pictures of the snow. And on shopryanhall.com, which right now all the proceeds are going to help the people in Florida and if in the Carolinas if they need it. But in the future here, we're going to release the Yallometer 2.0. So what the Yallometer is the original one is just a big stick, a weatherproof stick that looks really fancy that you can use to measure the snow. Okay. Now we sold out of all of those. I made 1,000 of them. And I was like, maybe that'll get us through the winter, but no, we sold them out. We sold out of them in like a day. So we're making a 2.0, which is made out of a thicker and sturdier material, and they come in different sizes. And we'll have these within a week or two. We'll make a video about it. But basically, it's just a fun way to get everybody together and involved. Once again, you take a picture of the snow, and I promise you, there's no better way to do it. Then with one of these, we have different sizes now, once again, or we will have different sizes. We're going to have the Yallometer Mini, which only goes up to 12 inches. A lot of people in the South probably will only need one of these. We also have the Yallometer Regular 2.0, which goes up to 30 inches, and then the Yallometer Extra for those of you up north who are probably going to need to measure those snow drifts and stuff. So another cool thing that we're doing with this is whenever We do live coverage of snow. It's not all. It's a lot of times when we do live coverage with snow, it's fun, right? When we do hurricanes and tornadoes, it's serious business. We're providing life saving information, and during a blizzard, a lot of times we have to do that too. But for the most part, we have a little bit more fun with it. And one of the things that we do, or we're going to do in the future for our winter coverage this year, is if you send in a picture of you measuring the snow with any kind of ruler, no matter what you're using it, but if you send in a picture of you measuring snow, whether you have one of these or not, we're going to, enter you into a pot, and at the end of the stream, we're just going to give you like $1,000 or something. So obviously these are going to be, they're going to look better. They're going to stand out more. And it's just going to, whenever we're going through and showing everything, it's just going to be better to have the Yolometer sticks. So super excited to release those. And you guys have a super early sneak peek at them. I don't think anybody else has seen those yet. So except for people on the team. So there you go. Thanks for asking about that, by the way, and I hope that I answered your question. We still have a tornado warning here in North Carolina, but it really doesn't look too impressive to me right now. That doesn't mean that you should disregard it. It just means that you've got to trust the National Weather Service like I do, and we got to get to our shelters, and we'll let you know when it's time to come out. We need a Yala rain gauge. Yeah, I know. The Yala meters are kind of easy to produce because I know I'm neighbors with a guy that like prints those political signs that you see everywhere. And that's the material that the meters are made out of. So it's a little bit thicker than the ones you would normally see on the side of the road. So I don't know how you would do a rain gauge with that, but we'll try it. Well, I'm sure we'll diversify as time goes on if y'all want it. Connor, thank you so much for the super chat. Justin Andrews, let's see here. Thank you, JB Gibson. Thanks for becoming a member. And Disaster Survivors Guide says, I wish y'all would have been around with us for Hurricane Michael. We may have had more notice and more help. Many of us are still rebuilding with the fourth anniversary 10 days away. I'm thankful others have had you this week. Hey, listen, I wish I was here then too. I'm telling you right now, I just didn't know. I didn't know that it was as needed or as wanted as it is, or I would have been here earlier. This is my dream. This is what I've always wanted to do. Once again, super huge shout out to Chelsea, who is keeping track of every single super chat and compiling them into these awesome images. Water Spart. You know what? We do need a Water Spart t-shirt. That's funny. That's definitely that is going to be on the site soon. Oh, by the way, if you care about the Yolometers and all that stuff, and you want to know when they come out, subscribe to our newsletter. It's at the bottom of the website, shopryanhall.com. We'll send out a big email whenever these new shirts and Yolometer, sticks, snow, whatever come out, and you'll be the first ones to know. I'm going to get more than 1,000 this time, so hopefully we don't sell out in a day, but we'll probably sell out quickly, especially if we start forecasting snow and start talking about it and stuff. So 42 inches isn't enough. Listen, I can't go any bigger than that. That's shipping that is already is such a logistical nightmare. That's as big as we'll be able to go, unless we figure out a way to send you 2 parts and then you like assemble it at home or something. But I don't know. Cody, thanks for becoming a high risker. How about a rain gauge? I'll tell you what, everybody's asking about that. I will look into that. I will look into trying to get us a Yala gauge, a Yala rain gauge or something like that. It's just, it's whenever it's time to like make merch, Like, obviously, I'm passionate about the weather and like making videos and stuff. I understand it's important that we do the merch and we do everything that we can in that regard, but it's not like my, it's not like the first thing on my mind every day. So a lot of times I just forget that we need to, we need to look into, you know, figuring out how to do a rain gauge and we need to do this and that. But I will try to make sure that we remember to get it on there. Make the sticks foldable. That, yeah, that's an option. I just don't know how to do that. They aren't foldable, so I don't know how to make them foldable. I mean, I'm sure I could figure it out, but how do you replicate that 5,000-10,000 times or whatever? It's hard enough to have to cut them all out and stuff. Remember, this is a very small local effort. We don't have a factory making these things. Oh, the National Hurricane Center is live.
Storm force winds. You
That's
can see
interesting.
Just huge at
Let's
this
tune
point with the blue area tropical storm warnings spread over pretty much all of the coast of North Carolina, and then residual winds here over South Carolina as well. This is all going to spread quickly to the north. So if you're watching us from central North Carolina, things are going to go downhill really quickly in the next few hours. And with that, the risk shifts to more of a flood, inland flood risk from the heavy rain. So everything in this red area here, this red area in this graphic, has a high risk of flooding type rains. I mean, heavy rains that create flooding. So Charlotte, all the way up to Roanoke, Raleigh, and then eastern North Carolina has a high risk of flooding rain potential overnight. And as that rain saturates the soil, and then these tropical storm force winds spread inland, the potential exists to topple trees, to take out power lines. And with the sun going down, sometimes it's not evident that the roads are blocked. There's trees in the road, or there's ponding in the road. So it's going to be really dangerous to move about tonight in North Carolina and portions of South Carolina. I really want to urge you to get wherever it is you're going to go and just stay there, because we inadvertently
I think
lose
this is
a
the
lot of people
director
after
of the
these
National
storms,
Hurricane
due
Center.
to just driving into roads and tree limbs down and that sort of stuff. So really be careful tonight. Don't fall victim to it's just a tropical storm. These tropical storm force conditions can be quite difficult. The other risk, too, is we have a risk of tornadoes over eastern North Carolina. So Elizabeth City, Morehead City, Wilmington, basically I-95 east down to all the Outer Banks and portions of southeast Virginia has a risk of tornadoes.
I agree with everything
overnight.
you're saying.
So again, don't take this lightly just because it has weakened to tropical storm force winds. I've seen a lot of these over time catch a lot of people off guard, so really be careful. Not a good evening to be driving around. Once the sun goes down, the conditions could be quite dangerous. That is it from the National Hurricane Center. This could perhaps be our last update for Ian, but we will be here the rest of the season to provide you updates if any new threats emerge.
I think that's awesome. I don't think the Storm Prediction Center does that. They should. That was cool. I think one of the things that would be nice, one of the things that would help so much, is if, just like that, these organizations that issue the forecasts presented them as well. A lot of times it's, the National Weather Service, the SPC, the WPC, the NHC, whatever, issue the forecasts, and then the guy on your TV just says it to you, puts his own spin on it, or puts his own color on it, puts his own this or that on it, and then gives it to you. And sometimes the real message gets lost somewhere in that translation. So whenever you see something from your local weather guy, and then you see something from the National Hurricane Center on Twitter, a graphic or whatever, and you think it's different, really it's the same thing. It's just it's a bad communication thing, I think. So I like that. I think that should be happening more. Getting the information directly from the source is always good. Always good. Put a sticker on a rain gauge. I just need to find a place to get like 1,000 rain gauges and put a sticker on it. No, if I do something like that, I'm going to want it to be cool. I'm going to want it to be like better than that. I could do that, but I'll find something. Don't you guys worry. It might take me 2 years, but I'll find something. Still have a tornado warning in North Carolina. Hopefully everybody in Shiloh and Weeksville, North Carolina is still sheltering. But we have no reason to kind of zoom in on it and hyper focus right now because there's nothing to look at there. We are kind of far from the radar site, so there could be something going on. And so that's why we want you in your safe spot. Tara on Twitter says you can call the rain gauge the Ryanometer. I get where you like the play on the Ryan part of Ryan Hall, y'all. Ryanometer. It just doesn't have much of a ring to it. I like it. It'll be put on the whiteboard. But I think we need to discuss that further before we come to a final decision. At least you're putting something out there. I haven't heard any other ideas, so that's awesome. Do you have any storm chasers in North Carolina? No. All of our storm chasers are in South Carolina right now. They were there to intercept Hurricane Ian. Well, I guess we technically do. One of the people that helps us out is in North Carolina, and he storm chases sometimes. I don't know if he's doing anything today. Oh wow, here's an interesting look at the power outage situation. Wow, it's just unreal, man. In Florida, we still have 1.6 million people without power. In South Carolina, we have 187,000. In North Carolina, we have 161,000. And in Virginia, we have 15,000, totaling over 2 million customers are currently without power in the U.S. or in the southeast U.S. due to Hurricane Ian. So it looks like we were over 200K. We were over 200K in South Carolina not too long ago. So that's getting better. That's good. That's very good. Kinsey, which is one of the people that helps us make merch and helps us on the website, has a dog. Her dog's name is Mia. Mia is sleeping on the job while Mom was working hard on the stream with Ryan Hall, y'all. And she told me to remind you guys that there are dog bandanas in the store now. Once again, shopryanhall.com. All the profits, all the proceeds go towards helping people out who are negatively impacted by severe weather, including this hurricane. And these people could be in the Carolinas if we can find people that need it. But more specifically, there will be a lot of our efforts going towards Florida, I believe. So thank you all for all the support. Once again, we have
tornado warning canceled.
I don't have the exact numbers yet, but we got a lot of resources thanks to y'all. We got tens of thousands of dollars to go down there and do our thing, and we're going to do it thanks to y'all. The more, obviously, more is better, but I think even with what we've got now, we're going to be able to make a difference. So go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, there's currently a mini or like a pebble-sized hailstorm going through Grand Junction, Colorado right now. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning to the north of that too. Wow.
All right, thank you. I forgot that places outside of the southeast U.S. existed, to be honest. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've zoomed out. So let's do that real quick. let's go over here to western portions of Colorado, where we have pea-sized hail and a severe thunderstorm warning. It's the only severe thunderstorm warning in the United States right now. 60-mile-an-hour winds and maybe up to quarter-size hail is possible. Hail damage to vehicles, and you can expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. What are the odds that somebody in Garfield County, Colorado is watching right now? I don't know. But if you are, hey, there you go. If you're not, if you know somebody that lives in Garfield, let them know. A little bit of hail, a little bit of storm on the way right now. If you're just now tuning in, we are wrapping up an incredible run of Hurricane Ian footage. Why do I keep saying footage? Coverage. We've been going, over the past week or so, we've been going nonstop. Actually, for the past 12 days, we've been going nonstop, providing forecasts and then nowcasts and then news and, all kinds of casts for this. And it's almost over. It's almost over. Well, technically it's over on the content production side. We're still going to have a lot of work and planning ahead of us to figure out how we're going to use the money that you guys have kind of allowed us to accumulate to help people. And I think that's going to be a rewarding process. Last time we did this, we got together a bunch of military trucks and all-terrain vehicles and loaded them up with $50,000 worth of groceries and sent them up hollers in eastern Kentucky to people who were negatively impacted by those historic floods. This time, I don't know exactly what we're going to do, but we'll do something. I don't know if we need that. I mean, there's already the National Guard, there's so many organizations already in place down there in Florida. I don't know if they'll need our help with something like that. It was a little different in Kentucky. But we're going to do something cool with it. And somebody's life or multiple people's lives are going to be made significantly better thanks to y'all. I like a y'all meter myself. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys are excited about the y'all meters. I promise they'll be up soon. And you'll get an email about it as long as you are subscribed. And subscribe to the YouTube channel because I'll talk about it in the video as soon as they're back. What's our run time? How long have we been gone? Getting ready to know here in a minute. Go ahead, Andy.
7 hours, Ryan.
7 hours. Okay.
Yeah, and we did get interrupted by the tornado warning.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna do some of that. Yeah. So it's a good way. It's a good way to wind down. I think is asking the chat what y'all have questions for us. What questions y'all have for us?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, you can't make that up.
That's cursed. Every time you try to do that now. Okay, so we got another tornado warning that was just issued. And we're going to dive in there and check it out. Believe it's probably another precautionary tornado warning on this storm that we've been watching. Let me show you the graphic. And then we'll go to the radar. Back to the radar. Here it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, so it's the same storm. Shiloh, Camden, and now Shawboro is under a tornado warning now. This no longer includes Weeksville, so Weeksville you can come out of your safe spot, but Shiloh you got to stay in there. Shawboro and Camden in North Carolina, now you've got to get there. And it's still in those same counties that I really don't want to try to even pronounce again. Because I know I got it right last time, and I'm afraid I'll mess it up this time. But it's Camden, and then those other counties, which you can see down in the ticker down below. All right, so there's your polygon. Everybody in this tornado warning needs to take this seriously, and you need to take shelter immediately. We don't have the ability to pinpoint where the tornado is or where it might be because there's just not a lot of radar evidence. We don't have any storm chasers here, and there's no reports coming in telling us that there's a tornado. However, there is some rotation near Shiloh, and it's moving up towards Shawboro. So better safe
A
than
new
sorry.
tornado watch has been issued.
Better safe than sorry, and just go ahead and get to your safe spot, and we'll let you know when it's time to come out. A new tornado watch just came out as well. I think we can check that out here in a minute if I can get the information on it. As always, we're a little bit ahead. A little bit ahead of time. Here's damage from Durham, North Carolina. Durham, North Carolina. Big tree down up there near Raleigh. Thank you, TRG Eternal Tornado, for sending that in. Once again, I do want to kind of hit on that point again, that even though we're wrapping up our coverage of Hurricane Ian and we're probably not going to be, online too much longer, that does not mean that this is over. We're going to see gusty winds and isolated tornadoes and flash flooding all the way up through inland into North Carolina and Virginia tonight. Please pay attention to your local weather, officials, and just know for the most part on a broad scale, the thing is falling apart, and that's good. But we still have some impacts that we have to deal with from Hurricane Ian. So right there is where some of that rotation might be. So once again, I want everybody in Shiloh and Camden and Shawboro to take shelter now, and we'll just update you on that. I'll leave the radar up, and we'll update you on that as updates come in. But Andy, if you want to try to do that now, you can try to finish your sentence here if if you want to.
There's no way, right? There's no way that happens again. Okay. No, I'm not trying to summon any tornadoes. I promise. I'm not trying to wreak havoc here. Okay. So what I was going to say was that no. Wow. Okay. I was gonna say that, chat, you're free to I think it would be a great idea to ask Ryan and I, questions about our, stuff like intro to weather and why we love it. There are a lot of people here that were not around and are new to the channel, since the last time that we did anything like this. And this is as good of an opportunity as any to do a sort of, get to know the main figures on the stream sort of thing in the weather world. Because,
A new tour, just kidding, smiley face.
What is that?
Somebody's playing a prank on us.
Okay, thanks, Riley. Yeah, you're the real one right now. Thanks, Riley. Okay, so as I was saying, I would love to see questions in chat. Whatever you can think of that's related to what do you want to know about the weather from us, essentially. Like we've got weather backgrounds, so feel free to fire away in the chat. What would you like to hear from us? I'll try to pick some out. Ryan, you can pick some out, and we'll just go back and forth. This is as good of a situation to do this as any, because we've got like a minor tornado threat still, and we've still got a ton of people, and we can really actually effectively relay some knowledge in this and inspire some people too. That's one of the most important things I think that goes unsaid a lot about these broadcasts, is inspiring new meteorologists or people who just want to have a general enthusiasm in the weather.
Absolutely. I saw one that I think you're good at answering, and somebody asked how me and you, like, how are you here? Like, how did we meet? How did this happen? So go ahead with that one.
Yeah, I can do that. I found Ryan last December, literally right at the new year. I don't know how I found him. I think YouTube just recommended one of his videos to me. And I, being the observant individual, I like to pick and see everything about a person. You know, if suddenly there's this person who's got a couple 100,000 subs on YouTube doing the weather, well, I was already a meteorologist by that time. I graduated in 2021, so I have also been a content creator for a good 5 years on Twitch at that point. And you know, you kind of just when you see someone succeeding putting the two together, I of course was going to pick everything out about it. And I found out that on his website, he had, you know, volunteer applications. And I actually applied to be a YouTube mod. I was like, oh, I'm good with moderating chats. I've been doing it forever. So I applied to be a YouTube mod, but just to make sure I fit in, because I assumed he had some team of like 20 meteorologists. And like, I was like, oh man, this is going to be super competitive with all these people subbing to his channel. And so I gave my background and, you know, my degree and my research that I was doing that's now published. And eventually, I think it was Frank. Frank relayed my application up to him, and he's like, "Can you do can you do a lot more than what you applied for?" I was like, "Oh, what do you mean?" You know, like you should be the lead weather relay. I'm thinking up this position. I'm like, I mean, I can do that, but I applied to volunteer for your chat. He's like, no, I think you'd be good at doing this, and now I'm here. So sometimes it's just all about giving your background. I thought I was gonna have to fit in, but really, actually, I was the person who stood out in this case.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that he you know, wanted to be a moderator. We looked at the application, noticed, you know, he's a meteorologist, and the thing that stood out to me big time was, you know, he's got a Twitch. You know, he does Twitch. He does this on a different level than, you know, what you would normally expect from somebody with, you know, with a meteorology degree. It's a unique thing, and I think that it works out great. I think that we could have, you know, we could probably open up applications and have, you know, the normal person that you would, you know, like with a broadcast, you know, journalism degree or a broadcast meteorology degree to be a part of this. But I just don't think that would be the right thing. You know what I mean? I think Andy, with his expertise and then his, you know, he just understands how the internet works. He knows how these live streams work. It's different than a TV broadcast. And he just, I think it works well. So that's how we came to be. And that's the whole story right there. Ryan, let's see here. Okay. My question, is this normal or abnormal in the USA this season? I guess if you're talking about Hurricane Ian, for the most part, it is normal that we see a hurricane in this time of year. The only thing that's abnormal is just the strength and size of it. But we will see abnormal, you know, hurricanes on a, you know, that will continue to happen as time goes on. But overall, if you zoom out and look at everything in a broad scale, no, there's nothing abnormal about this hurricane season other than it's been a La Nina year. We were supposed to have a really overactive hurricane season, kind of like last year and the year before. And even though Hurricane Ian has been, you know, obviously a really bad, you know, situation for the U.S., overall, the hurricane season hasn't been like significantly above average. So that's the only thing I can think of there. Andy, are you seeing anything we need to answer?
Yeah, I've seen plenty. So someone said 5 minutes for one question, so we might rapid fire a few here. How old am I? 24. Turn 25 next month. Do I have a Twitch? Everything you can find is on my Twitter. I'm not gonna sell out though. It's not my place to do that right now. Sub to Ryan's channel, by the way. It's right down there. Let's see, what else am I rapid firing here? I went to University of North Carolina, Asheville. A few people asked that. That's also on my Twitter. And then someone wanted to know how you got into weather, Ryan. Of course, we got to do that one.
I don't know. Like I have the most boring answer to this. I've answered it a million times. I don't know. I don't remember a time where I just wasn't a weather dork. It's just always been that way. Yeah, you can ask my kindergarten and first grade teachers if that was me. Yeah, I was always looking at the clouds and like that's all I cared about. I don't know why. But yeah, that's mine. And by the way, if anybody does want to follow Andy on it, the mods are putting it in the chat there. meteorologist Andy Hill with his Twitter link there, and all of his other stuff's in there. Let's see. What about you, Andy? Was there a specific event or moment that made you super interested in weather?
No, we're terrible. Like there's so many people. I learned in undergrad that I thought it was ridiculous, but people switch their majors like 6 or 7 times during those 4 years. I'm like, man, how do you finish a degree when you do that? We're awful examples of someone who's like confused and conflicted because I've been into weather and that's all I wanted to do since I was 4. I set my sights on it and never faltered. And you sound like it was the same way, like you just never stopped on the weather. uh, there was never any uncertainty with either of us. So that doesn't really encapsulate a lot of viewers who may be like, oh, do I want to do this? Or maybe I'm just now getting into this. Like, I feel like I'm not a good example for that. But I hope that at the same time, Ryan and I can also be really inspirational to, maybe help that decision because there are a ton of resources. There are many ways that meteorology can be for you in any capacity because a lot of people, of course, struggle with the math. So I just wanted to put that out there because yeah, that I was happy you led into that as well. That was a good question. We've got one from Ben. It says weather question. It's Friday night and Ian's finally dying down. What do you get for dinner? Mozzarella sticks. Easy. Uh, Missy with $20. Thank you, Missy. What's your favorite bands? Honestly, I don't know. I listen to music in bursts sometimes. I just got new headphones actually. You might remember the blue ones; those aren't here anymore. But I don't really care what genre music is as long as I like it. What about you, Ryan?
I'm pretty much the same way. I like all kinds of music. My favorite bands are probably Radiohead and an Icelandic folk band called Sigaros. But I also like really like boring flatline modern country like Florida Georgia Line and Taylor Swift. So I can go pretty much any direction there. But I see a couple good ones here. What's your pick off of the McDonald's menu?
Oh, oh man, I like hash browns. I know that's a weird answer, but I mean McDonald's is all right. I'm not a fast food snob though. Like
Right.
I'll eat it if the time's right.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I'll go for the McChicken.
Okay. All right. I got a classic.
Yeah.
Jordan, member for 8 months, says, "What was your most impactful live stream?" That title now goes to Hurricane Ian.
Yeah.
Yeah. You watched almost the entire stream from the December 10th Mayfield tornado outbreak. How did that impact you? I'm sure you got a deep answer for that one.
I was distracted. Can you repeat it? I was reading a different question. What was it?
How did the Mayfield stream impact you? It was a pivotal point.
Yeah, it was. That's so I think probably one of the reasons why Andy found me after December is because before December I wasn't really doing much to be found, and one of the reasons why is because I didn't realize the overall importance of what this channel was doing until that we were live for a very long time during the Western Kentucky tornado outbreak, and I mean. I couldn't tell you how many people had sent comments and messages and letters. I have a P.O. box and just like handwritten letters from people who said things like, I don't watch the news, it was late at night, the Weather Channel, wasn't doing anything or whatever the case may be. Whenever I heard that there might be a tornado, because of the day and age that we live in, my first instinct wasn't to turn on the TV. That's never my first instinct. It was to get on Facebook and see what everybody's saying. And what everybody was saying was they were sharing your feed. So I pulled you up. You effectively, basically explained what was going on, and I got to shelter, or I left. Some people, because the Mayfield tornado was so prolific and large, and we knew that it was going to last a while, we were able to issue kind of not warnings, but like watch out messages for people. I mean, I'm talking hours ahead of the Supercell. People drove out of the town that they were in and because they were watching me, and when they came back, their house was gone. And they, according to them, once again, they probably wouldn't have found out until too late if it wasn't for the virality and the community like sharing the stream. So after that, hearing those stories and kind of understanding the real impact of the streams, I really buckled down and we started creating more content, and I started hiring a bunch of people, and we started just making sure we took it seriously so that the next time there's a Mayfield
Tornado
or something
warning
like that,
canceled.
We will be able to handle it more efficiently than I did then. I think we did a good job with the Mayfield tornado coverage, but I think now if something like that was to happen again, we would do an even better job, and we would cover it and help those people even more effectively than we did back then. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's great. And you saying that and that you changed like how you were structuring things based on that stream, it feels really weird to know that I'm almost here because of that tornado. Like just the way one event like that, even though it stretched for many miles, changes so many things in so many lives and so many paths. I can't hardly imagine that. Um, that's hard to put into perspective, that it's just that one single tornado, that that one inflow band, that one supercell. All right, a few questions from the donations. Want to make sure I get to these because what software do you use for reflectivity and velocity? We recommend Radar Omega, one of the best things to have in your toolkit. However, on the stream we also show Gibbs and Ridge, GR2A, and we've also used WSV3 before. We may stop using that though. But Radar Omega is going to be your go-to if you want to purchase a useful tool. Like it's just something, to me, having a radar that shows data that's not like smoothed to oblivion and is just straight to the point. It's the data you get from the radar, basically. That's just a really valuable thing to have in a toolkit. Once you can understand it a bit and learn it enough to know what's what, and use us as backup sources just if you need to, then that's invaluable in my opinion.
Yeah, and I want to quickly touch on the radar data, straight out of the from the source. One of the things I see sometimes is maybe people who have never had a radar app, like a professional one that actually is like used for, in the way that we would use it, or the way that we hope that you guys can learn from us to use yours. It looks ugly. And one of the things, some of the comments I see sometimes when somebody who's new to that opens up Radar Omega for the first time, I'll see a message, or I think I've seen like even a reply to some of Radar Omega's posts being like, I bought this app and the daggone radar is more blurry than my free one. And I just want you to know that is a good thing. You're getting more detail. You're getting more information from the pixelated version than the smooth version. The smooth version is a lie. It's painted up. It's distorted to make it look better, but it's not real. It's good enough, don't get me wrong, but if you really want to high def, look at reflectivity, the best way to do that is the way that Radar Omega kind of presents it to you right out of the box.
Absolutely. Yep, very well put. God is in control, not far from Raleigh, and the wind is blowing every direction. There is no nadir risk that I would say is anywhere near Raleigh. It's really just not going to reach that far inland. The atmosphere is too stable, so there is a minimal chance, but primarily your winds are coming from the remnants of the post-tropical cyclone Ian right now. You're still going to have powerful winds. You don't want to be driving at night, as the National Hurricane Center director so well put. So definitely a night to hunker down as we get into the weekend.
By the way, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. That's why we're not zoomed in on that one anymore. I got a good one here for you, Andy. Let me see here. Oh crap! I've lost it. It's going too fast. Okay. So Kathleen says, how do you deal with all the fame, knowing that thousands, maybe millions of people love you and watch you? Well, how do you deal with it, Andy?
That is odd. I don't know. I don't think I've really actually come to terms with it, especially after yesterday. Like I've streamed in front of large audiences before Ryan's channel a few times, even up to like 90,000 viewers at once. If you've ever heard of Games Done Quick, I was on there once. And but you know, when we hit 103,000 with Ian on Wednesday, I did have a moment where, you know, there were things starting to happen, you know, steps after that that were starting to happen. Impressions were so large that people were going to take notice. So really, I'm in the phase of just I'm not dealing with it. Like I wouldn't say I'm dealing with it, but I'm just kind of seeing what all happens. Honestly, I don't feel like it's fame actually just being in it. I still feel like I'm doing what I have been doing with this job, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, same here. I don't think about it much, and something that's kind of crazy that I realized the other day is I'm so, like, obviously when the weather gets real quiet, and we're not constantly producing content and stuff, I have a life outside of the YouTube channel and the live streams and stuff. But sometimes I do forget about that, especially during like you know, runs of really like intense weather coverage. I haven't been out, you know, of either the weather house or my actual house in 12 days. Like, this has been what I've done. And the other day, for the dinner or something, we ordered DoorDash, and I went outside to accept the order from the person, and they was like, "Oh, can I take a picture with you?" And I just didn't remember until that moment that my real life and this kind of coincide sometimes. Usually I'm weather, yeah, I'm weather guy when I'm here, and I'm just regular old, you know, Ryan Hall dad at home, and like I don't have to think about it too much because it keeps me so busy. I'm hardly ever interacting with anybody other than you guys through the screen. So yeah, but it's cool. I like it, and something that is a cool opportunity that I'm going to start taking advantage of here soon is going around and doing talks. I'm going to be a speaker at a emergency management conference, going around to a bunch of schools, talking to kids, hopefully inspiring them and doing cool stuff like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. If I were to ever teach, it would be meteorology, but yeah, I'd have to go for a PhD to do that. And I was like, well, I mean, I was actually accepted into a PhD program right here in University of Minnesota for the Land and Atmospheric Science program. And but they put me on uh, essentially like a rollover because they didn't have any funding. I was right out of a bachelor degree into a PhD program. I was ready to go, but they didn't have any funding for me. And then in that, you know, in that rollover year, I actually am now employed with this. And I'm like, well, I got my research published, which is the whole reason I was going to do a PhD, was to continue that and extend upon that research. But now I'm like, well, I really like what I do. And if it's just the start of a new branch of meteorology and the you know, the job, the sphere of meteorology and live streaming, I kind of like you know, spearheading that in a sense in this way.
Absolutely.
I forgot where I was going with that or what even started that, but hopefully that was that was useful info.
While you're finding another question, I do want to show off Matt's setup here. He's sending in his weather monitoring station, which is very impressive. He got it looks like he's got Radar Omega on one of those screens. He's got our stream pulled up. He's got all the weather monitoring stuff. So very cool, Matt. Thanks for sharing that with us. We always like to, I always like to see that stuff. That's very, very awesome. Have you found another one, Andy?
Yeah, he's got the same exact chair as I do. Actually, I'm sitting in a secret lab Titan right now.
Awesome.
I thought that was funny. Your setup is very similar to mine, but you actually have more screens than I do. I have 4 monitors. That's what I'm working with, and it's enough. I'd say a 5th one right up here is not a bad idea. Okay, so the next one is, of course, Riley wants to know who my favorite coworker is and why. And that just changes every day, my friend. It depends on how nice someone is on any given day to me or who makes me laugh the most that day. So feel free to compete amongst yourselves. Why not? Because yeah, I can't. You can't put me on the spot like that. Come on. When you get to see my setup, I'll take another picture of it sometime. And also, an important thing is RSN says this type of content is important as you continue to grow. Please stay connected and free with your personality among your audience. And I 100% agree with that, which is why, despite 2 tornado warnings interrupting me trying to start this,
Andy's correct answer to who his favorite coworker is Brandon Kopic, Stormseeker 3.
Did you hear that?
Kind of.
He said your favorite coworker is him. That's the only correct answer.
Of course. Yeah, Brandon, I know you're listening to this. I heard you have a snarky response earlier too. But we still haven't gone on a chase together. My only issue is that I do have mild IBS. I feel like a terrible chase partner. I'm like, oh gosh, we have to go to the bathroom. What if we're in the middle of a field in rural Minnesota trying to chase a tornado and there's nowhere to go? Oh man, I rue the day that happens. But I'll do it anyways. Cause guess what, guys? Neither Ryan nor I have ever seen a tornado in person. We still haven't. Neither of us have. So don't know when that's going to change, but a few people actually asked that, what's our favorite storm we saw? I'm like, well,
well, I don't think I'll ever see one at this point. I think that I mean I might, but the more and more we focus on this side of the YouTube channel, the less opportunities I see in the future of me going chasing ever. Because it almost seems like anytime there is a possibility of a tornado, it just always makes more sense for me to stay here and do this. But I think we did a really good job trying it out, doing the remote stream things with you and, kind of at the helm. So there's definitely an opportunity, but there's less than what I originally thought there would be when I thought I was just going to be Mr. Storm Chaser. Which was also one of the original directions that I thought the channel would go when I first started it. And, I'm not too mad. I'm not upset by that or anything. I love storm chasing. I like being out there. But it's just another crazy thing that has evolved from the channel I never saw coming. It was this being the main thing. So that's cool. Are you seeing any other ones?
Yeah, plenty, but they're kind of going in one ear and out the other. All right, I'm looking though. Good meteorology advice for what was that? Students. Good meteorology for meteorology majors. Advice for meteorology majors is well, it's so dependent on the program you're in, what's available to you. But like the first thing I did was put everything I've got toward getting a scholarship so that I could avoid as much student debt as possible because it's not cheap. And that was I got really lucky too. I mean, I am physically disabled, so like I was able to essentially write out my story of being impacted but still being able to do all this to the best of my ability, and I'm super happy that I did. But so you take what's most important to you and what you persevere through, and then you can go for scholarships just like that. If it's the course content that's getting to you, like the math, a lot of people do complain about the math. It just, I mean, everyone is different. There's no way I can speak for y'all. It just requires some time, or it requires some key to unlock, and that could be bouncing ideas off of someone else, whether it's a tutor or whoever, or it could just be you trying to look at it a different way, finding the right YouTube resource for learning the topics in any given math curriculum. It is hard. Okay, I did not do perfectly. I failed one of my finals in sophomore year for partial differential equations. But even so, like I still pull through all that, and I graduated magna cum laude, which means 3.75 GPA or greater for the Americans. I don't know what that translates into otherwise, but like it what that means, like I'm just trying to put in perspective. There's so many ways in college to show that you care about what you want to go for. Essentially, like the classes that are way more difficult, they can get curved, your grades can get curved, so you benefit heavily from that and you can still make it. So it's not about being the best, and it's not about tunnel visioning and focusing on one thing trying to make it right. It's about looking at what you're really trying to do. I think that's the best answer I could give for meteorology majors. That might be too much. I don't know.
Speaking of, people were wanting to see Andy's setup and mine. I've got a picture of mine pulled up. I think Andy doesn't have one of his, but this is what's in front of me right now in the living room here of the weather house. Eight monitors, 2 separate computers. One computer runs 3 or the 4 in the middle, and the other computer runs the exterior computers. This is the computer that Andy controls. This is the one that Frank controls. This is the one that Kenzie controls. And they control them remotely. It's like we have an office, like we have an office full of people, but they're all here remotely. So, which is kind of cool. Let's see here. Can you teach us how to use Radar Omega more efficiently? That is definitely something that we're working on. One of the things that I want to do is, obviously I want to make this video, and I've been saying that for months, and I'm sorry it hasn't happened, but one of the things that I think that I'm doing well, and what we're trying to do more, is kind of teach you as we go. Like every time that I'm live and we're using Radar Omega, you guys can do the same exact thing that I'm doing. Just click the same buttons, and you can learn as you go along. It's a very intuitive app and software. There's no, it's not very complex. It's just overwhelming because of the amount of features and customization that you can get on there. So we'll work on a more in-depth Radar Omega thing, but there's not a lot more than I can tell you right now other than what I've already told you, like how to find your location, how to look at the radar versus satellite and change between velocity and regular reflectivity. So we'll work on that. I promise. We'll have something at some point that will always serve as a point of reference for people who want to learn more about how to use this. So yeah, Andy, you see anything else?
Yep, plenty of it. Keep it coming, you guys. Really great questions. Love doing this back and forth with y'all. So a couple back to the point of the current storm we're watching. We're watching the remnants or the post-tropical cyclone transition of Ian. If you're in Virginia, you're not going to get tornadoes unless you're right on the beach, Norfolk, Virginia Beach. You have a small chance of seeing some weak tornadoes, though I don't expect anything to actually touch down as the atmosphere is pretty stable there. Otherwise, all other portions of the Piedmont and Virginia are going to see some flooding risks and some, gusty winds. You'll hear it blowing outside through your window if you're in the Piedmont throughout the night. So it's just a night for hunkering down. Get some hot chocolate. If you have any hot chocolate or a warm, comfortable drink, now's the night for it. You're getting into the weekend. Get a comfortable drink if you're able to, and just wind down.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see. There's a lot more. Do you see any?
I could probably find one real quick. Do you not have one to go off of? Somebody did ask another question about Omega. Is it a one-time purchase or monthly subscription? This is a common misconception for some reason, but it is only a one-time purchase to get the necessities. So there's a couple radar apps in the App Store that cost money. Radar Omega, you pay one time and you get more features than any of those.
You're right, Ryan. You got a copy. It's kind of urgent.
But you can pay monthly for more stuff that's not necessary. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, you got a visual on Chris's stream.
Hold on, let me pull it up here. Yes, I do. What are these guys doing?
Uh-oh.
We're trying to make sure the quality is good for the shot.
There they are.
Hold on.
We're trying to make sure the quality's good. They're setting something up. Something bad is getting ready.
I see him smiling. I saw him smile.
Oh God, I got my finger hovering over the scene changer. Riley, do you got something? What's up?
Yeah, I was just going to say that they just issued a large flash flood warning with a considerable tag for almost the entire middle of North Carolina.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that does include Raleigh, Durham area.
All right.
Or basically only Raleigh. Durham is not in that. It's just outside of it. But yeah, Raleigh, Fayetteville is now, did you say that was considerable? Yeah, flash flood considerable. So
stand by.
A ton of rainfall there in the Piedmont as expected.
All right. So, yeah, that's once again, guys, that's what we've been talking about all day. We'll continue to see those kinds of, conditions ensue throughout the evening and into the night tonight. If you live in a flood prone area, please take it seriously and don't sleep on Hurricane Ian just yet. I'd say that there will be some more tornado warnings tonight. Some more severe, thunderstorms and winds and power outages and all that stuff. So, I'm just waiting to see what is getting ready to happen here on on this stream. I don't know exactly.
That's a good question. There is in the 5-day forecast from the National Hurricane Center, there is a 60% chance. So we've got the orange bubble, the upper end of it actually, for the next African easterly wave to develop off the coast. That's very far away from any skillful forecast in its track and or intensity, but we'll definitely at least be keeping an eye on that for whatever that turns into. The next name will be Julia for the Atlantic Basin. Okay, what is that?
I don't know. I don't know. Yep, we do have 666,000 subscribers. We need to get 100,000 more real quick. Not 100,000, but at least 1,000 more real quick. And if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that button. Will we feel the effects of Ian over here in the UK? And if so, how soon? You won't. I mean, you will technically, but not in any super notable way. Am I right about that, Andy?
In the UK, yeah, you'll feel mostly what happens with Ian and the eventual
All right, Ryan, for the extra 1,000 subscribers, I need you to take my live stream full right now.
All right. Okay, we're looking. Oh boy.
Couple seconds here.
I think this is his. It says it's his. I don't know. Every other one is frozen, so this is the one. Yeah. Watching.
Oh, I might be in the way.
Okay. We'll move you for a second. I don't know what's happening. Is he just going to stand there in the water? Is he just going to jump in or something? I think he's going to do something that is what? Wait, what? He literally just jumped into the water. I think he tried to do the worm.
Water worm. He has been awake for like 32 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is true. Oh my god. That's how you stay awake and stream for 32 hours. You've been doing that multiple times throughout this whole thing, haven't you?
Oh, there's no sewer overflow, right?
I don't know. I definitely would not recommend that.
No, we do not endorse this content.
Chat's loving it though. That was awesome. They said do it again. I bet he will too. Okay. For anybody who's just now tuning in, I understand this is probably different than what you expected when you clicked on the video. We are wrapping up our coverage of Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian is no longer a hurricane. And it is eventually just going to be nothing.
You said do it again. I got a copy. You ready?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. But we're just kind of
take it full.
We've all seen and been through and heard about a lot of.
This is what zero sleep gets you. This is Chris, but this is what zero sleep gets you. He's getting ready to do it. So.
We've all been through a lot of negativity, and we're just trying to lighten the mood a little bit before we wrap it up. And also, we're all pretty sleep deprived and tired, including Brandon, who's.
Well, here we go.
Been awake for 30-something hours here. My goodness. He's just going straight down in it. I don't know. I don't know what compels him to do that. I definitely didn't tell him to do that. But.
He said, was that good enough?
Yeah. Yeah, tell him to go somewhere and take a shower. Lord goodness. and tell him to go to sleep.
One thing's for sure. I don't want to ride in the Storm Seeker number 4 until it's been power washed inside.
Right. That's awesome. Brandon, once again, was in the middle of the catastrophic hurricane in Florida. Helped a lot of people out during the flooding. Drove all the way up here to all the way up here to South Carolina to intercept the hurricane again. And now he's just gone nuts. He's gone crazy. He needs to go to sleep. But we love it. We're here for it. And I think it's a great way to sort of wrap the coverage up. Andy, have you found any more questions or anything that we should look
I love you guys.
Keep sending them in chat. We're still here. I mean, Ryan's like, oh, let's wrap it up. And then our best, podcast style thing ever happened when we didn't wrap it up for 3 hours. Not saying 3 hours, but we actually gained viewers during this. So
right.
This is good. Like
somebody
I
better
this, right?
nip that and put it on Twitter.
Yeah, somebody clip that and put it on Twitter for us.
It's going all over Twitter. Yeah,
okay.
It's going all over. This is what I want to play. I like watching this stuff though. Like I'm glad to see a lot of you like watching this sort of stuff too. I actually took it here, relevant to the first podcast. Actually, I can talk about. I was the whole reason the first time we did this. Ryan went out chasing local, and he was just driving back, and we had some chasers, including Brandon, in our call, and I just decided to keep it going and roll with it. Honestly, I was scared I was going to lose my job. I thought I overstepped. I didn't know how strict Ryan was going to be, and I cried that night. I did.
Right. No, that was great. It was great.
Yeah, but it turned out to be really good. And I saw that in retrospect, of course, but I didn't know what I was doing in the moment. I was having a great time, but I never take risks like that. Actually, I didn't really know what I was doing. It was a first step for me.
Awesome. Let's see here. No, the hurricane will not be bad when it reaches the northern part of Virginia. It is no longer a hurricane. A lot of people are asking about Reed Timmer's Dominator 4. Has there been any other update on that? I believe it's a goner, right? It's gone.
Yeah, I imagine it's totaled if it was, like that into the ditch. I don't know if that can really be recovered, and I don't think he wants to spend the funds to.
Yeah, it would probably take as much as it would to get a new car to fix that at this point.
I know he fronts loving that thing like no other. Like it's his old friend, right?
Mhm.
But honestly, this is like the perfect way to front that you love it, but actually get rid of it, like and then upgrade to something really good. He can do it. He can upgrade to something real styling, right? Like, Storm Seeker number 5, maybe. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Or maybe number 2. That was what was behind the scenes the whole time.
Yeah, that a lot of people ask about that often, and it's offered to Reed, and if he ever wanted to do that, we'd do it. But I don't think that he's interested. He just wants to be a lone wolf, and do his own thing, and I'm 100% behind that. I support Reed no matter what, no matter who, no matter what, and that's. Yeah, I see. Yeah, Brandon's clip is all over Twitter now. I see it.
Oh, wow. What's the orange? What is the orange at the bottom of the screen? This right here is dry air. We're looking at a water vapor or a moisture content map right now. Almost forgot the word map. I don't know how that's even possible. You look at maps all day as a meteorologist, and then you just forget the entire word. I was born in Southern California. I'm actually from the 805 area, but I also lived in North Carolina in the mountains, and now I live in Minnesota. So I've been all over. I'm a mix of the SoCal y'all, the North Carolina Bible Belt y'all, and now the Midwest. I guess they don't say y'all here, but I'm going to change that.
Awesome. Guys, if you share Brandon's stuff on Twitter, denote it with this is an example of what not to do in a flood. Brandon has put his his dryness on the line for us so that we can learn together what exactly not to do during a flood. But yeah, it's also a result of 30 hours of no sleep. Let's see here. Can you find any other questions? I like that. We can keep going whenever I say we're wrapping up, I'm mostly talking about we're wrapping up our coverage, our like wall to wall in-depth coverage. Now, if there's another warning, if there's, from time to time, we'll dip back into that. But for the most part, we are, this historic, catastrophic storm that we've been tracking for days is over. So we're just we're wrapping up that. We can go a little while longer here doing this. So if you got another one, let's hear it.
I feel like it's only reasonable to follow, the end of the sort of unparalleled for this year, at least, the impacts of Ian, especially in like the location with something like this. It's always good to come out of it lighthearted and also, feeling promising, that we're going to be able to help people too with all of the support that you guys have pitched in, contributed, and so forth. And gotten cool stuff for it too from the Ryan Hall Mall y'all. So there's like all good to come from it, and we just hope that we can walk away from it knowing that we helped as many people as we possibly could. Also, in part thanks to y'all for liking the video and liking the streams and getting them out to more people, because that's just how YouTube works. Yeah, I'm from Ventura County, actually. How did I decide where to get my degree from? Well, my family's going to move to 2 places. The 2 places we ever went to outside of California in my entire childhood. We went to one of them, and UNCA happened to be there. I kind of influenced that. They moved with me. Why'd I go to Minnesota? Because my partner's getting his PhD here.
I got something interesting
what do you got?
to share.
Yeah. What do you got?
YouTube top 10 So in the entire category of news and politics, Ryan Hall Y'all channel is in 5th, in line with ABC, Live Now, NBC, Late Night with Seth Meyers. We're ahead of Late Night with Seth Meyers. We're ahead of The Daily Show with Trevor Noah. And we're ahead of Last Week Tonight and Sky News Australia. Once again, the top YouTube top 10 is automated list of the top 10 channels or I guess videos in a related topic that's automated. And the Ryan Hall Y'all channel is in the 5th spot there. What an incredible thing to see.
That is, I mean, it's news and politics, but I have to imagine that it's not that much further down for everything, every
Right.
topic on YouTube, especially if it were live streams, because we kind of, had the most viewers of any live stream on Wednesday.
Well, you got to think that this the entire news category, and there's the Russia-Ukraine thing, and like that's why NBC and those are up there. But like I just think that's nuts. That's incredible.
Yeah. Wow. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, that goes back to that fame question. I'm like, well, it's still kind of coming in, right? Like, just saw that tweet. Now, what do we say about that? I don't know.
Well, I tell
favorite,
you,
you don't know what to tell me. You don't.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Favorite weather to cover.
My favorite kind of weather to cover is snow for sure, 100%. That's snow all the way. What about you?
I'm looking forward to doing snow coverage with you. I mean, there's only so many meteorological topics I can go into depth about in the snow, so probably a little bit more of this during the winter, I imagine, because there is more room for it. It's more chill, literally. It's just more laid back of a winter weather stream, but a ton of people like it. So like I mean, that's how this channel blew up too after the hurricane season last year, was just the winter coverage and then the Mayfield tornado, and that was really we kick-started into now.
Yeah, it's I'm excited to see the growth of the channel during this upcoming winter season, because if the way severe weather season and hurricane season are any reflection of a pattern, then it should be insane. Because one of the things about winter storms is they usually affect way more people than any severe weather outbreak or hurricane usually does. So it just draws a lot of people in, and then it's fun, and it allows us to kind of set up new ideas, new things and aspects to the show that we can kind of play around with, and it's okay if they screw up because it's not a life or death situation. And like it's just, I love it. And also I'm just a huge snow weenie geek. Like I love snow. I love whenever there's a chance of snow. They're my favorite kind of storms to track. And when I was younger, it was just, I was just a huge snow lover. So that's my thing. I like what we do here with the hurricanes. I like that we're able to cover that and the severe weather and provide, a lot of times life-saving information for people, but I like the laid backness of the snow stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why I'm looking forward to it too. It's going to be, even though we've done a few of these now, it's still going to just be a different theme or feel overall when we're in this call together, and maybe team viewing. I don't know what I'll team viewer though on your PC during a winter stream. I'm not sure.
You'll be able to break down the science behind the deformation zones, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of thunder snow, and there'll be some cool stuff behind it. Don't worry. To me, once again, the snow and the science behind it and the forecasting and everything about those big mid-latitude cyclones that produce all the exciting stuff. That to me, it's the most fascinating part about weather. But I know that I'm probably not alone, but in a minority when it comes to the weather dorks in general. Let me show you something, guys, real quick. We got 666,317 subscribers. The goal is to get to 667,000 before we end the stream in 30 minutes. So what we need to do is everybody needs to subscribe. And if you have a son or a daughter or a mother or an aunt or an uncle that isn't subscribed, you need to tell them to right now. All right. Or you need to just if your mom has her account logged in on the Apple TV, you just go over there and subscribe. Every single way that you can, subscribe to the channel. We have to get out of this 666 range. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. So let's all work together to get us out of there, and then I'll leave you alone about it.
Yes. James, you bring up a great point about northwest flow for snow. That's so pertinent for Ryan. Yeah, anytime you get a northwest flow snow event, Ryan's happy. The Cumberland Plateau is happy. Even Asheville, if there's a spillover effect, that's something local to that area. That's actually pretty intense. Pretty in-depth knowledge required to know about that. So I'm impressed. I like your northwest flow snow knowledge. One of my professors was obsessed with that, and I thought it was awesome. That's a good one. All right, guys, more questions. While we're all subbing to the channel, more questions. Let's hear them. Let's see them. More questions about the weather. I did see a few people talking about trees falling. Yeah, that's possible. Trees can fall through the night with the tropical storm force winds. Those are just going to move up through North Carolina and Virginia overnight. So yeah, that's still possible. That's why it's a stay inside kind of night. You don't want to be driving out or in your car and then a tree falls. If a tree falls on the house, that's the worst situation we could have. So just cross your fingers that doesn't happen to anyone. As best we can, we'll hope that it doesn't happen.
Absolutely. Any chance of a tech video behind those pods deployed in Florida? What challenges you overcame and what the current challenges need to be upgraded? Yes, that is definitely something that we could do. In fact, I just got a message from Dawn, who is the owner of Radar Omega, who invited me to go down to Florida with him to maybe take part in some of the relief effort down there. And I'm sure that that'll be a huge part of it, retrieving a lot of those, figuring out what went wrong, what went right, what we can do better next time. And of course, me, if I'm somewhere, I'll be filming a video. So that's probably coming at some point. It just depends on if I personally go down there. Now, if I don't, I could probably talk Brandon or somebody into helping us put that video together, with me kind of just being the glue that fits it together and then eventually puts it on YouTube. So yeah, that's definitely going to be something that we do. D. Kowski says, congrats on the Forbes write-up. Thank you. I think at what point are they going to give me that check mark, Andy? What do you think? What's it going to take on Twitter?
That's a mystery and a mire altogether.
Now, Andy, I don't think you were mentioned in that article. If we ever do a follow-up with them, we'll make sure that you're included in that. But you are, if you were mentioned in it, and you are officially, what do we say, AMS published, you got to apply for one of those too here soon. Are you going to?
Do I have to apply, or does it just get given to me?
You see, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Sure. Maybe, once this brand is the Twitter check mark, once you get it, I think that it kind of cascades from there, doesn't it?
I don't know. All I know is that every time I turn around, people are asking me why I don't have it. So I can't wait until I do have it, so I can not be asked that question anymore and not have to just constantly be like, I don't know.
Well, I'm not gonna get it before you. If I do that, you will never forgive me.
All right, so we're doing a good job of getting to 667,000 subscribers. It's slowing down a little bit. So once again, just remind you, everybody's fair game here. Your aunt, your uncle, you know, like, hey, you need to subscribe to this guy real fast. All right, and also if you're not subscribed and you're watching right now, what are you doing? I mean, come on, if you're watching this at this point, you're still here. You're part. You know, you gotta subscribe. According to statistics on the back end of the channel, over 60% of the people who watch these videos and live streams and stuff are not subscribed. So I know statistically, maybe there's enough of you right now to push us over that 667 mark. So hit the button. It's free. It's literally free. And we'll go from there. Are there any more good questions you're seeing out there?
Yep. It's, people want to know what dew points are. Dew point is literally just a measure of water vapor in the air. The amount of water that you would have to oh, I lost it. But it is generally, I'm not going to go to the meteorology side. That's why I lost it, because I was like, wait, I shouldn't start explaining the physics. I'd love to, but it is really just it's a measure of the moisture. So when you cool to the dew point, you cool the temperatures to the dew point, you have saturation, and that's when you get rain. Rain happens in a saturated atmosphere. And rain won't reach the surface until it is saturated. It'll evaporate before it reaches the surface in order to cool down the air and make it saturated. So that's how you think of dew points, literally just the moisture.
Right. Awesome. Okay, it's starting to go up again. Just a real quick update for anybody who's clicked on to the stream and you're new here, you don't know what's going on. We are wrapping up coverage on Hurricane Ian. Now no longer Hurricane Ian, just what's left of it here, as it continues to cause some wind damage and flash flooding through North Carolina. It's moving out of South Carolina for the most part, and we're going to start seeing some of those stronger wind gusts in Virginia and West Virginia, and some of the heavier rain up there too. But at the farther inland this goes, the less impactful it's going to be, the less strong it's going to be, and we really don't have a lot to worry about anymore, unless we end up seeing some tornadic activity on the eastern side of the storm, which looks to me like things are pretty not inactive, not completely. We shouldn't let our guards down, because we still have that a tornado watch, but thankfully there's nothing happening out there right now. Hopefully that continues to be the case. So that's what's going on. Hurricane Ian, for the most part, is over. Now the recovery effort starts, which is something that we're going to be working on starting tomorrow. I hope you guys are, going to stay tuned to what we do there. I'm not going to have a video on YouTube probably for 5-6 days or something. But I'll have rapid fire updates intermittently of what we're doing through Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and all that stuff. So make sure you follow me on all of those platforms. And I'm going to leave this up. The map up here, because I just feel like that's more interesting than watching the number. But I will alert you whenever we get there. Right now we're at 666, 850. We are so close. So one more round of pushing it out there, and we'll be able to get it. So if you haven't subscribed yet, hit the subscribe button. Jen says, can we please get "Don't Be Scared, Be Prepared" designs on the website? They're already on there. They're already on there. One more time, I'm going to go back to the web here. I'm going to come back to the map right after I show this. But I do want to take some time to kind of walk you through the website, because as stated multiple times today, all of the profits, all of the proceeds from sales today on the website are going to go to support Hurricane Ian victims and victims of severe weather. Hurricane Ian sticker right here at the main top of the website. When you go to shopryanhall.com, you can get this sticker. You pick your price, pick whichever one you want, And obviously it doesn't cost much to produce a sticker, so we'll have a lot of profit on that we can use to then aid in our recovery efforts. But also, if you want to show your support for the channel publicly, we've got t-shirts, hats, hoodies, coffee mugs, pillows, phone cases. One of the more popular things on the website is the Supercell phone case. Everybody loves it. It's the one I use. And iPhone, Android, doesn't matter, we've got it. And then of course down here we've got these bandanas a little bit farther down the site, which are made specifically for I believe dogs. So your pets, if they need a bandana or if they want some way to show their support for the channel, we've got the swirly things designed here for them. And that's, once again, everything that you see here, it doesn't matter what it is, 100% of the proceeds, the profits, are going to go towards our recovery efforts. We also produce coffee. We make coffee. We literally roast coffee here locally in Kentucky in cooperation or in coordination with a very good local roastery. And we sell it, Nader Beans Colombian Coffee. This is actually what Brandon needs right now. If he wasn't going to go to sleep, he is going to go to sleep, thankfully. But if he wasn't, he would need some Nader Beans coffee there. And of course, we've got just bumper stickers and all kinds of stuff. We also have the prep zone, which we've got like waterproof solar power banks, tactical first aid kits, flashlights, fire starter cubes, bug spray, EMT medical trauma kits, and canteens, MREs, anything that you can think of that you probably might want to store away in your tornado shelter or in your go bag, or whatever you're putting together to kind of prepare for severe weather season and stuff like that. It's all here. A personal alarm with LED lights, which hopefully you'd never need to use that, but in a situation where you're trapped in debris or something, that could be very vital. So this is all just stuff we thought would be interesting to some of the people. Actually, what it is it's stuff that we got a lot of requests for. You guys asked for it, so we put it on there. Not only do we have the shirts and the stuff like that, but we got useful stuff on there as well. Please show your support and go to shopryanhall.com. That's all I've got to say about that. I do think that we are extremely close to crossing over the number here. Yep, we're 666,901, and we are drawing very close to ending the stream. Are any more questions that you've seen that are sticking out to you, Andy?
Yeah, I got a few. Somebody wants to know what the logo is for. That is the METARS, which is basically weather observations symbol for a thunderstorm at a specific station. So if it's recording a thunderstorm and you look at a little observation plot, it'll show that symbol, and it also looks like an R. Actually, I think it's the inverse of it. If I'm remembering correctly, it's actually flipped. So that's how you get it to stand for Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's flipped. So Jen asked, what does milk sandwich mean? When people panic, they buy milk and bread. So we just, what are you going to make with that? A milk sandwich, I guess.
Right.
David asks, we've been watching for past couple of days. Great coverage. Thank you. Why do tropical storms and hurricanes always rotate about a central axis? Well, the center of a tropical storm, it has to be a closed circulation for it to actually qualify as a tropical storm. So it has to completely circle around a low pressure center. And the reason that happens is because low pressure, essentially what that means is air flows toward it by conservation of mass, then it must rise, and then it goes out. So because air is flowing from all directions into that central low, that's where the center of it is, essentially. Highly simplified, of course, but that's the basic understanding of it, I would say.
Awesome. All right. Guys, once again, we are really close to wrapping it up. We are at 666,920. subscribers, just 80 more. 80 more, and
put
we
it back
will
up.
reach our, what is it?
I would put it back up. Put
Yeah,
the stream
probably.
back.
That's
Yep.
we're very close to reaching our goal. Please help us do that. We just don't want to be in that 666 range. I guess it's bad luck. I guess, you know, it's making us uncomfortable. Help us out there. Spread the word. We just need a couple more subscribers and we'll be good to go. I do want to shout out some people here before we end it as well. Obviously, Andy's been a huge, awesome asset during this, very strenuous and long and coverage of Ian. But also, there's, we've got Riley, we've got all of our weather analysts in the background. We've got our moderators. Huge shout out to the moderators who have had to, once again, deal with, at one time, 100,000 people watching, which is, I can't even imagine how you begin, to moderate that mess. So a huge shout out to our moderators. We love them. They do a great job, and the chat, the community that we have developed here would not be possible without them. So everybody say thanks to the moderators. And then also we've got, all of our members, all of our new members. We got over 3,000 of you guys. Thank you for being a part here, and everybody who's submitted a super chat. You guys are awesome. Everybody that's done something on the website, you've bought something, it's a super huge shout out to you. And there we are, we're over the 666 mark. We're at 667. Thank y'all. And of course, even I understand that not everybody can do a super chat and become a member and buy something. That's totally fine. We don't expect it of you. Obviously, that's not required of you. If you are just here with us right now, and you're trusting us to give you the information, that's enough. We know that you support. We know that you are here for the long haul, and we don't want to make anybody feel bad for not being able to do one of those things. It's just thank you for being here. That's what matters the most. And thank you for subscribing, liking the video, and the streams and everything. And obviously our storm chasers. Shout out to the storm chasers who have went through literal hell over the past couple of days and have not slept. We are going to do everything we can to take care of them and make sure that they get some sleep tonight. And then we start with the work of kind of getting the relief effort started. You guys hear that? Well, I don't reckon. All right, hold on. Let me also give a huge shout out to Echo, who's came right at the perfect time. You want to say goodbye? You want to say goodbye? Look at you. It's you. Look, you see Andy up here? You say Andy? You say Andy? Say whatever you want to say. Yeah, you can't push the buttons. We'll everything will blow up. Say something. He's so fascinated by all the screens. Yeah. Can you say Andy? He's trying.
No.
He's trying. Oh. Yeah. All right, guys. So that's it. Thank you for 667,000. He's getting ready to knock over the TikTok stream. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you really soon. Okay. And Andy, is there any last words before we end it here?
No, just thank you guys so much for all this.
Awesome. All right. Thank y'all. I'm gonna go get dinner, and we'll see you soon. Goodbye.